is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Brady boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Eating your ass, that's fitness. FYF, gotta hit us. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we will win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. Gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attracted to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Getting funny work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night, on the panel cooking, but don't be fooled. This ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Ooh, bank account still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready. for the buzz. Are we going now? Supporters, no fans. Aweezy Bang talking on rear. Yeah, get hard, could be on the rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, a bit too funny. Debunking this shit, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus, saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hot, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buzz. Are we going now? All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hot, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buzz. Are we going now?
FYM Sports, man. Come on, man. We back. Salute to y'all pulling up today, man. Got another good show for you guys, man. Salute to Antisocial, man. One of the OGs of the channel, man. Man, been here from day one. You know, as you guys know, man, like I say, you know, life hits us, man. And you know, we met a guy like Antisocial over the pandemic, man, and he's still here rocking out with us, man. You know, as everything gets back to normal. I know some people just can't pull up as much, but I do like the fact that I can remember people, man, especially some of the OGs that have been here, man. Philip Reinhardt, right? Philip Reinhardt doesn't pull up to the panels much, but Philip Reinhardt's been here since day one, commenting. Same with Ricky E245. Michael Matroki, man, has been here. Jared. We got Dejan Merkus, man. A lot of OGs here today, man, for a really good topic that we got for you guys today. And I think it's something that it adds another layer of credibility to something that I've talked about a lot about the 90s, even the 80s. But this also adds another layer of credibility to that sentiment. And it takes away from these narratives that a lot of people like to push. And, you know, I consistently hear this narrative. Like when you hear people talking about the 90s, they talk about rough and tough era, how tough it was, the hand checking, they talk about this stuff. And, you know, as a basketball player myself, and then as a coach, and I'm seeing all of these things, you know, the one thing I'm saying to myself, well, hand checking is not good defense. Hand checking is really a foul. And even if done correctly, it puts you at an extreme disadvantage as a defensive player. And then when I start thinking, I'm like, okay, if I ever have my players hand check, you have to have significant help behind you because there needs to be a purpose to your hand check. The purpose to your hand check needs to be to steer a guy a certain way, to steer him into traps, to steer him into help defense. And if you're telling me that in the 90s, guys were hand checking without a purpose, without any significant help defense, and you had great ISO scores like Michael Jordan, the Hakeem Olajuwons, the Patrick Ewings, these guys, it doesn't necessarily matter if you hand check them. If these guys are just out there recklessly hand checking without any real purpose, right? And like I say, the hand check has a design, but it doesn't work if there's no team defense behind it. And one of the things you have to understand is that the illegal defense of the 90s essentially handicapped how good team defenses could be. And this is why we saw the ISO scores of that era, from the Tim Hardaways, from the Penny Hardaways, right? All the ISO scorers were able to excel. Even some of the guys that weren't even the greatest scorers could excel. The John Starks could excel at times. Right? Terry Porter could excel at times. Kevin Johnson was able to tell. John Stockton was able to excel. Jeff Hornacek was able to excel. Mark Price was able to excel. The hand check did absolutely nothing but allow guys to go into ISO one-on-one situations with an extreme advantage and no true fear of help defense coming to stifle them. So before we get into Kobe, before we get into Kobe's sentiments, y'all, we're gonna first reflect on what Jordan himself said, because I've mentioned this to you guys a lot. I've talked to you guys about what Jordan specifically said, right? I like I said, I remember when I was on Player's Choice and I actually brought this up, and Fluent tried to finesse it. He pulled up a clip where Jordan said something about some team trying to go zone, but it didn't work. But let's go to what Michael Jordan himself said about the zones, right? Because this is just going to be one element. And then we're actually going to take it over to Kobe Bryant, because Kobe Bryant, as we all know, you guys, Kobe Bryant is highly respected. People come in here in the masses. They flood in here to tell me that this man is definitely top 10. He's one of the greatest basketball minds of all time. He's one of the greatest offensive and defensive guards. So we're going to also listen, and we're also going to read what Kobe had to say about it. But we're going to start with Michael Jordan. And after we go through both of them, we're going to drop the link and we're going to bring people up to talk about this. So Jordan, he revealed to the Chicago Tribune that he was not all that confident going up against zones. So according to Sam Smith, Jordan implored the league to reconsider removing illegal defenses. His reasoning was that he believed he wouldn't have had the career he did if he constantly played zone defenses in the league. And this is what he said. Jordan understood, because Jordan also alluded to zone defenses as a way for teams to gang up on the best player. And I want you guys to ask yourself, and salute to Nicholas Brown, man. Yes, road to 100K. We really knocking on that door, man. It's here now. It's going to happen in 2023. So it's here now. We just got to keep grinding until we get there. So again, salute to everybody that's been sharing the videos, liking the videos, and supporting the content on the way there, man. 100K is right at our doorstep, man. But Michael Jordan himself admitted that zones would have presented a level of problems, because he just basically said, we're not saying that he wouldn't have still been great. I think we all know that Jordan still would have been great, but Michael Jordan himself said, this is a quote from Michael Jordan. He says, I wouldn't have had my career with zone defenses. Michael Jordan believed he'd have been less successful if defended by the zone. And this is coming from a guy who is uber confident. This is coming from a guy that felt like he could cook anybody. He could cook everybody, that no one can stop him. He laughed at the notion of great defenders like Gary Payton slowing them down one-on-one. He laughed at the fact that people like Gerald Wilkins, who was labeled the Jordan stopper, could slow him up. Any individual defender that was labeled a great defender, Jordan laughed at. This is not a player who is very humble in that regard. This is not a player that's just going to walk in rooms simply admitting that certain aspects or certain elements of certain teams could slow him down. So when we start to navigate what Jordan himself said, as cocky and confident of a player he has been, he himself admitted that zones would have slowed him down. We got Rap Guy Reloaded. He says Team USA is a joke. I don't think Team USA is a joke, but we'll get to that later, Rap Guy Reloaded. We will be getting to that later, because I think that's another level where we all of a sudden are throwing criticism on this Team USA team, and I think it's a little bit unfair. But these are all things we're going to be talking about today. But we got the Pull Up Podcast Salute, man. We're going to be dropping that link here in a second. But we're going to, now that we understand Jordan's thoughts on zone defenses, a player who was very similar in nature to Michael Jordan, probably played through a tougher defensive era. Let's look at what Kobe Bryant had to say about first 90s defenses, and then we're going to look at what Kobe Bryant had to say about the hand check and also zone defenses. So Kobe Bryant, when questioned about this, he was questioned about the great scores of his time in the 2000s. He says, but for scores like myself, Carmelo Anthony, and KD, he says the rules of the 80s and the 90s would have been far more beneficial for us because they would have had to play us straight up. He says, you want to double team. If you want to double team, you got to come all the way over. And so for us, this is what Kobe Bryant said, y'all. He says, for us, and especially myself, I don't care if you hand check me with 3 hands. If there's nobody behind you to help, you're not going to stop me. He says the zone cripples most of the top scorers to a certain degree. So we're going to read through that again. This is Kobe Bryant's direct quote about zone defenses, you guys. He says, for scorers like myself, Carmelo, and KD, the rules of the 80s and the 90s would have been extremely beneficial for us because they would have had to play us straight up. You want a double team, you got to come all the way over. And he says, so for me, he said, I don't care if you hand check me with 3 hands. That's exactly his words. He says, I don't care if you hand check me with 3 hands. If there's nobody behind you, which this is what's called help defense. Most teams now will send help defense from the opposite side of the court, shade them over into the middle of the lane or all the way over to the opposite block. He said, if there's nobody behind you, you're not going to stop me. The zone, I think, cripples a lot of the top scorers to a certain degree. So now we have not some when we did our list, you guys, of the greatest scorers of all time, just pure scores. Kobe and Jordan. I had Jordan at 1, but Kobe was also in that top 3. So we're looking at 2 of the top 3 scorers of all time. These are 2 guys that know far more basketball than most of us. You're dealing with 2 guys that played in the NBA with zones and played in the NBA without zones. Kobe especially, because he started his career in the 90s and he finished his career in the 2000s as the zone was implemented. And he played in the 90s when the zone wasn't implemented. He's still one of the greatest scorers of all time, one of the greatest tough shot makers of all time, one of the greatest winners of all time. We know he's still one of the greatest basketballs of all time because when he started to put out those detailed videos, we can see his basketball IQ shine. So we're dealing with 2 people with an elevated level of basketball knowledge, basically saying the same thing. They also play through this, so they have experience with both. This is not something that Jordan got with Kobe and they were having a conversation and he just agreed on this. This was 2 separate occasions when these 2 great players was questioned on this. How did these 2 great scorers come to the same conclusion And why do people run around, if this is the case, claiming that this hand check was this great barrier that helped 90s defenders become some of the greatest defenders of all time, the greatest defensive era of all time, the most physical era of all time? But you sit there and you have people like Kobe, Carmelo, and a lot of the other great individual scorers would have loved to play in that era, according to Kobe, because you would have had to guard them one-on-one. And there would be no help for you. I just want to know, how is this the greatest defensive era of all time? How are these the greatest defenders of all time? How are these the greatest defensive teams of all time when they were all handicapped? Like, can we truly call the Bad Boy Pistons one of the best defenses of all time when we have all of the elite defenses in the 2000s that had the advantage of playing zones? And we saw all of these defenses in the 2000s hit their optimal potential. The 2000s Pistons that looked like a brick wall, that was able to stop everybody that kept scoring in the dirt. The Celtics, one of the best defenses in the 2000s. Look, we got Josh. He said, Lamont, with the false narrative. See, these are the people that like to come in here and say false narratives, right? I literally just gave 2 quotes from 2 of the greatest scorers of all time about the impact of zones. And you want to say I want you to really, this is why when I say hit the link, come explain this. See, because this is what a lot of y'all end up doing. Y'all will say, like George, y'all will say that's cap. Y'all will say something's getting finessed. But when it's time to hit the link and actually explain yourself, how do you explain Kobe's words? How do you explain Jordan's words? We can go further. How do you explain Jerry Salone's thoughts on the zones? How do you explain what Rod Thorne, commissioner, or the person that was governing the rules in the NBA at that time, and he's the one that ultimately made the decision to bring the zones back? How do you account for the things that he just said? Mm-hmm. Craziness right there, man. Craziness right there. We got Ricky E245. He says, do you think Michael would have won 6 championships if he played his whole career against the zone? Now, according to Jordan, probably not. You see, because what happens is the ultimate weapon to slow Jordan up would have been some type of man-to-man matchup zone. That's the ultimate weapon that would have slowed him up. Teams were handicapped defensively. So that ultimate weapon that you need to slow him up is completely gone. Basically, that would be equivalent to this happening right here. Let's think back on the Golden State Warriors when they were in their prime. Some of the greatest shooters in the game, some of the greatest floor spacers in the game, right? And what if the NBA came and said, hey, you guys, there's no more man-to-man defense. You have to play zone. You essentially give the Golden State Warriors a layup to winning championships because you've taken away the man-to-man defense that you need to apply to those 3-point shooters. You've taken that away. And if you force teams to play zone, which zone clogs the paint, But zones allow for a lot of open 3-point shots because it has gaps and easy kickouts. So that would be equivalent to that essentially happening while the Golden State Warriors were at the top of their peak. If the NBA would have came and said, no more man-to-man defense, everybody has to play zone. What you've essentially done is you handicap teams and you literally force them. You literally force them into defending a certain way. And that style of defense was only advantage Michael Jordan at the time, or it was only advantage the ISO scores at that time. And one of the reasons when you read what Rod Thorne had wrote about why zones were removed, he says teams were starting to abuse the illegal defense rule. They were slowing the pace down to a bore. They were just dumping the ball in to their best ISO score. They would stretch the floor out. So guys like a Greg Ostertag, you know what the Utah Jazz would do? They would put Utah Jazz at the top of the key, or they would put put Greg Ostertag in the far corner. And he's not even a 3-point shooter. But one thing that they knew is if I take an elite defender and I put the man that he's guarding in the corner, that guy can't leave and drift off into help like you can today. They can't overload and gang up on the ball. So now you've stifled certain defenders' ability to be great. You stifle their ability to be great. It's just a handicap. And so that's why I say in an era where there was a built-in handicap, that significantly helped ISO scores. And then we have the ISO scores like Kobe, like Carmelo, like Tracy McGrady, like Michael Jordan, all admit as much. How is this the greatest defensive era? Nobody professes that the 80s was the best defensive era. Nobody professes that the 70s was the best defensive era. I truly believe the best defensive era was the 2000s because of what they were afforded. Not only did you have some of the best defenders of all time in the 2000s, but when we also started to see some of the best defensive teams because of the implementation of the zone and zone principles. And look, the Detroit Pistons, we can go back to the 2000s Pistons. They didn't run zone. But what they did implement into their man-to-man defense was something called zone reads, which means what? Which means when the ball's strong side, I can take the weak side defender and I can drift them off ball side. I can clog up one side of the court. I can apply on-ball pressure to stop this skip pass. I can load up one side of the court and overload it, make it tough, and clog the lane on that side without fear of anybody calling any form of illegal defense, because now they're no longer handcuffed. You open up a defensive playbook for all of these great coaches. And I tell people, I would have loved to see what Pat Riley would have done with a defensive playbook for that Knicks team that was really good defensive team with the rules that they were given. But if you open up the defensive playbook for him by allowing zone coverages and zone reads in, they could have been much better. That Indiana Pacer team that gave the Bulls so much trouble with their size. What if they didn't have the handicap of illegal defense slowing them up? They already were already a big time problem for the Bulls, but you open up that playbook now, that defensive playbook, and now you give that Pacer team even more weapons to slow up Jordan. Do these series have the same outcome? But I'm gonna drop the link. I want you guys to talk about it. These are not. Before I even talked about what Jordan said, before I even talked about what Kobe said, I gave you guys my thoughts on it. I've never believed hand checking was a good strategy. You're not going to hand check James Harden, a guy who's a physical offensive player who looks for contact, likes to engage defenders. And if you hand check a guy like that, you're going to find yourself on the ground, ankles obliterated. And James Harden in his prime was a problem to stop. Aggressive defenders he abused. Kobe was a problem to stop. Aggressive defenders he abused. But at least these teams had the help of the zone implementations to help slow them up. So this is why I tell people, when we're talking about Kobe Bryant, and if you're one of those people that like to allude to Kobe being inefficient, you need to understand that Kobe Bryant was great in a league that finally took the handcuffs off of defenses, and defenses were able to load up on Kobe like no other. And so when we allude to some of his inefficiencies, a lot of it can be contributed to the fact that a lot of these teams were zoning up significantly on him. They were sending the help early. They were trying to turn him into a playmaker as opposed to a scorer. We got George. He says, I thought illegal defense was you can't be in the paint. No, that's not illegal defense. That's not illegal defense. And the NBA was right to do away with it because teams were abusing it. And teams were just throwing the ball into their stars, and it became a slow, boring game. Now, when they implemented the zone, the one thing that the NBA wasn't prepared for was the fact that now offenses now have to adjust. Coaches going into the 2000s who have been coaching a certain way offensively now have to completely rewrite up their playbooks because now teams have far more weapons. Help defense looks different. Zones look different. Zone reads look different. Matchup zones look different. And so what we saw in the 2000s was we saw teams adjusting. So that was another point in time as teams adjusted. There was really only one team that was able to get ahead of it, and that was the Phoenix Suns. But the owner of the Phoenix Suns was on that governing body that had been talking about this rule change for years. So because that owner of the Suns knew this rule change was coming, his team was one of the only teams that was prepared for the change. And this is why we saw Mike D'Antoni and the Phoenix Suns look so great offensively during that time, while a lot of other teams struggled to adjust. But over time, everybody started to catch up. And then we started to see the Warriors, and we started to see teams start to develop their talent from the outside in to space these defenses out, which ultimately nullifies the zone to a certain degree. They started trying to draft talent that can space floors and be floor spacers, 7-foot shooters, corner 3-point specialists, 3-and-D type of players that can space these teams out that like to load up in these zones. George, when I drop the link, I'll explain to you what illegal defense is. But if you don't know, you probably should do a little research. But it's simply handicap teams. But let me get this link out here for you guys, man. I want to hear y'all thoughts on this. And again, like for the people, like the Joshes, I want to hear y'all thoughts on this. Because remember, it's not me that you're going to have to dispute. You're going to have to prove to me that Kobe's wrong. You're going to have to prove to me that Jordan and his thoughts on the game were wrong. You're not necessarily. See, a lot of you guys think that you're trying to come up here and prove me wrong. I need you to come up here and tell me why Kobe Bryant was wrong. That's essentially what you're going to have to do. Adrian Knight, top defensive teams of all time. For me, I would go with I think when I did my list, I think I had one of those Spurs teams. I can't remember which year, so I don't want to say the wrong year. I had one of those 2000 Spurs teams at number 1. I had the 2000s Pistons team at number 2, and then I think I had the 96 Bulls at 3. That's what I think I had. It was somewhere in that particular order. I don't want to get it wrong, but I've done a video on it. Let me get this link in here, man. I want to get y'all thoughts on this. And then make sure, man, while y'all here, man, hit that Cash App to support, man. I'm gonna keep running it through the chat throughout the evening, man. But like as we hit 100K, we're just looking to do a lot more. But like I said, as you approach 100K, man, you know, especially when we have sponsorships and things like that, man, YouTube really, really likes to play with the ad revenue, you know, when you have your own sponsorship. So, I mean, anything that you guys can do to help support the content as we approach 100K is much appreciated. And we're going to be giving a shout out to some of our show sponsors here in a second as we bring you guys up. But the link is going to be in the chat. Link is in the chat for you guys to join. Like I say, make sure we try to at least go one at a time. I mean, I know this is something that a lot of you guys are antsy to talk about, but make sure you get your thoughts together. Make sure you get your thoughts together, man, and y'all really can cook on this topic. Salute to Sammy in the chat. Share the live. Hit the like button. Definitely. Especially as we approach 100K, man. That's gonna be extremely necessary. Sports talk only. 17 Warriors, best team ever. Probably best team, but the question was best defense. That's the question. Best defense. If we're talking defenses, I like those Spurs teams of the 2000s. I like the Pistons of the 2000s. And any NBA team that can pick up and press full court with or without a zone, the 96 Bulls, you got to rock out with them, man. So I got to rock out with those 3, man. Even with the 96 Bulls, how good could that defense have been if they were able to play elements of the zone? So, like I said, this helps a lot of the 90s teams. Actually helps them. Man, we got Herman here. We got P5. Man, appreciate you being here. We got Jerry. We got Minion.
Interesting title. Huh.
You said what?
I didn't know Kobe said that. If I'm being honest,
Kobe said it, and I'll read the quote one more time for everybody, just so everybody.
This, so.
Yeah, I'll read the quote one more time for everybody. I'm gonna tell you what Kobe Bryant said. Now, I've given you guys what Jordan said about zones.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is what Kobe said. He says, "For scorers like myself, Carmelo, and KD, the rules of the 80s and the 90s would have been extremely beneficial for us because you would have had to play us straight up."
Mm-hmm.
He says, "You want a double team? You got to come all the way over." And he says, "So for us, I don't care if you hand check with 3 hands. If there's nobody behind you to help, you're not going to stop me." He says, so the zone, I believe, cripples a lot of the top scores to a certain degree. This is Kobe Bryant's words verbatim. This is his thoughts on zone defenses and how potent they can make a team defense look.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Kobe said. Now we already saw what Jordan said, because separate conversation. Jordan alluded to zone defenses Jordan actually said it would have been a gang up on the star player type of defense. Jordan's quote was, "I wouldn't have had my career with zone defenses." Michael Jordan believed he'd be less successful if defended by the zone. Now, this is what Jordan believed. If you feel that Jordan still would have dominated zones, I'm fine with that, but you would have to explain that. And you would have to ask yourself, why does Jordan feel otherwise? A guy who's probably a more significant basketball mind. That's the thing. Like, a lot of people in here haven't seen as much, haven't played as much, haven't studied the game as much as Jordan. And Jordan wasn't a guy to admit that something could stop him. And for Jordan himself to admit that something was out there that could slow him down is wild. that should actually, in and of itself, lend more credibility to his sentiments right there. So we'll see right there. But I'm waiting on Herm. Herm, you ready to chime in on this?
What you were just saying about Mike, I mean, kind of the evidence you'll have to go back and use on Mike would be his 3 years of college because he did go through a lot of zone defenses in college. So by him playing those 3 years in college, I think he would have been all right because learning under Dean Smith, he'll understand how to attack the zone and understand how to deal with that. Yes, personally, he probably don't like it because he has to work real hard and he knows he had to be a lot more patient and a lot more unselfish
That true,
to an
Lamont?
extent. But outside of that, I think it would not have slowed down. But Kobe Bryant, right? I mean, those I think the defense that you alluded to with the Spurs, and that's really has been the best defense since the postmodern day era. It's the 2003 Spurs. That's probably is one of the best defenses ever because they were very versatile. They was long. Um, People don't realize how crucial Turgaloo and the Sturbridge was for us, how lengthy they was and how they was able to cover a lot of ground. Then you had your all defensive teams with all defensive players and Bowen and Duncan and then Tony Parker was a solid defender and Ginobili he was like a pest defensively as well, very underrated defender. So if you're talking about that year of the month, that is probably one of the best defenses ever. Then you got the '04 Spurs, and you could have included the Pacers, but unfortunately, matters in the Palace happened, so we didn't really get to see how great that defense probably could have been as well. So I mean, Kobe Bryant, right? What you're saying? I mean, it's not no slight towards the era. Kobe just on point. Where Kobe is one of the brightest basketball minds that we ever seen. So we can't go against something that is factually right. So I don't have any disagreements
And,
to it.
and you and the reason why I like talking about this is because we hear so many conversations. Like even when you chime in, whether it's PC, whether it's any other so a lot of these places when you chime in, there's always this conversation of, well, if he played in the '90s, he wouldn't have been able. If you put him in this era, he couldn't do this. And it's just like if you put some of these guys in the '90s, you're gonna have super duper players. Like you're gonna have problems times 15. Yeah, if with the way Steph Curry can space the floor, with the handle that he has with the ball, same with guys like Kyrie. If you and you add their shooting ability into it, with no help that can actually stretch out that far to save you, you're gonna be dealing with super duper players. Because these are guys that have already acclimated their games with jump shots. They've extended their range out. And you're going to be putting defenders on extreme islands with some of the best players in NBA history. And there ain't a defender in the 90s that can stay with Steph Curry one-on-one. I don't care. Gary Payton, y'all can think he was that nice. Gary Payton would have been looking crazy out there trying to guard Steph Curry one-on-one in space with absolutely no real help behind him. Nah, y'all can't convince me of that, man. He wasn't that nice one-on-one. He was good, but he wasn't that nice. He could probably stop your backup point guard and maybe hold down an average starting point guard for a little bit, but you're not doing that to no Steph. You're not doing that to no Kyrie. You're not doing that to the Lucas and some of the elite scorers, man. You just not doing it. Guys just gonna light you up and have you looking crazy. We got P5, man. What you got on this?
I mean, that's kind of why I just think people lie when they say this era defensively is trash. But I agree with what Kobe said. I've said it multiple times. If you put any top perimeter scorer in a league where it's practically one-on-one, you have to be able to fully commit to a double team. Teams aren't really zoning up. I've said it multiple times that they will be much more successful. Give me 1 second, Lamar? Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Jared.
All right, so a couple things. So I kind of take exception to one thing that P5 said about how people say that this era defensively is trash. Like, so I'll put it this way: I don't think it's trash, but I do think it's soft. I'll say that. I'll put it that way, just because.
So it's soft. Okay.
Well, no, because the physicality has basically been taken completely out of the game. Like you rarely now see a legitimately hard foul. Like sometimes when you're on the court with a great scorer,
not true.
No, sometimes when you're on the floor with an elite scorer, sometimes you gotta give him a hard shot or two just to keep that in his mind. Like you
If
don't
you
see that.
if you played in the NBA, would you think it's still
So,
soft?
so, so are you telling me that guys in the NBA are going to say that Patrick Beverly doesn't hard foul? Are you telling me that? Are you telling me in the NBA that guys are going to tell you that Robert Williams and his physical presence, when he
Draymond
fouls you, you
Green
ain't
in
gonna
his
feel it?
prime wasn't physical. I mean,
Well,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Like I can go through a list of guys. Jimmy Butler. You telling me when Jimmy Butler comes and to cut you off on your baseline drive, and let's say you go up and he brings his arm down across yours to stop you from getting a shot off. You telling me guys in the league gonna tell you that's a soft foul?
Well, no,
Bro, you literally got guys in this
okay.
league talking about you got guys and then to combat that, you got guys in this league talking about the goddamn when LeBron James fouls you, these motherfuckers feeling it for the next couple weeks.
No,
yeah, the league's not soft. I hate this notion that the league is just soft. I don't think the league was ever soft. Like I don't think the league was ever soft at all. But to say that this is like a weak, like for some people, I don't know if you're one of those people, Jay, but to say this is just a weak defensive era because of, I don't know, like you're looking at maybe points or like the foul rate or like maybe the pace of the game. I think that's just ridiculous. But
no, I don't. That's not why I think it's soft. The reason I honestly think it's soft, and actually, Lamont brought up Jimmy Butler. He's one of the few guys that actually is more of a throwback defensive player, where he actually
throwback defensive player.
No, he'll actually get physical with you. Like we
need
more. We need more players in this era who actually are willing to send.
Who are the throwback defenders like Jimmy Butler?
You said what?
Who are the throwback defenders that remind you of Jimmy Butler?
Well, one guy in particular is actually a name that you brought up is Gary Payton. Like Gary Payton was one of those guys.
He's too little.
No, I get that, but like the size didn't matter to him. Like he gave it his all and actually was willing to take a couple hard fouls regardless of his size. Like he's a guy.
Kyle Lowry didn't.
We got another one of the dumbest statements in basketball history right here on the screen. We got PPLC. See, this is why I want you to hit the link. He says Robert Williams and Draymond won't be in the league in the 90s, but
that's just
Stanley Roberts can be in the league, but Greg Ostertag can be in the league, but Chris Dudley can be in the league, but Sean Bradley could be in the league, but George Mearsign can be in the league.
Robert Williams in particular is terrible.
Those guys can be in the league, right? PPC, LLC, but the bums that we can name in the 90s, right? The Oliver Millers who got fat and it couldn't move, he could be in the league, right? So again, if those guys could be in the league, what makes you think a guy that's in shape like Robert Williams, who can move, who's fast, who can defend multiple positions, couldn't, right? What makes you think a guy like Draymond, who can guard multiple positions, be physical, who's won defensive player of the year, what makes you think he couldn't be in the league? What makes you think that? See, you sound dumb, PPC, PPLLC. See, that's why you got to hit the link. So, because I want you to say these things publicly.
I think great athletes will translate to any era, but I would honestly say that this era of defense is better than the 90s. I'm just saying.
That's complete cap.
No, it's not though. But it's not. It's not.
No, there's no physicality, P5.
So the physicality. So what are the other aspects of defense of the 90s?
Lanes are like wide open, P5.
Are they?
Not.
Are they wide open though,
Jared? Jared. Here's the thing. Let me ask you this, Jared.
All right,
so ahead. When the Lakers to start the season last year with Russell Westbrook, when they didn't have any shooting to space the floor, right? When teams quickly saw that they struggled with the three-point shot, teams clogged up the lane. Were the lanes wide open for the Lakers and Russell Westbrook and LeBron James and AD, or were the lanes clogged with teams that understood y'all can't shoot? So we're going to sit in here in this paint. We're going to make it tough on you to get to the rim. And it led to significant struggles to the Lakers until they went and did what, Jared? Until they went and got more shooting. They had to go get a D-Lo. They had to get a Rui Hachimura, because when you get the guys that can shoot, what happens now is defenses have to respect the shooters, because what you've done now is you space the floor out. Yeah. So, Jared, what you equate to lanes being wide open simply means that teams have wisened up and said, we're going to find some of the best shooters in the world to space you out. You're going to have to honor these shooters, or we're going, because if you allow a guy that can shoot 35 to 40% to get to his percentage every game and he's shooting 5 to 6 threes, it's going to be hard for you to outpace them bucket wise, especially if they can get hot and they're going to light you up. So, Jared, it's not like it's just wide open just because it's wide open. Teams by design, if you have the shooting, you're going to have more open lanes. If you don't have shooting in today's game, you're going to struggle to score, just like we saw the Lakers struggle to score. So it's based on your personnel.
Because Jared, I'm not going to lie.
It's not bad defense. Teams
'90s,
actually played good defense against the Lakers by clogging up the lane, forcing them to shoot threes when they were a poor shooting team. Jared,
if the 90s players or teams had the spacing, or even if we had the 90s rule set in place in today's game, bro, the offensive numbers would be out of this world, I think, because it's a pure hypothetical. But if you're forced to play one-on-one coverage against a team like the Suns, and then if you just got Devin Booker, KD out here isoing, scoring on everybody, Bradley Beal too, and then when you hard double, another guy is gonna be wide open that can shoot the ball. Like, bro, that to me is unstoppable. But like the 90s defense, it's not great, and if your only counter to that is it's physical, right? Like that just proves to me that it's not real defense. Like it's just not. Like,
the problem with what you're saying though, and I get what you're trying to say, but like you have to be able, like, it's not just being a physical team. Sometimes the game is mental too. Like if you're not putting in these guys' heads sometimes that if you go in the lane where we're gonna give you a chuck or give you a hard foul, then you're gonna make their life easier, because if they don't expect contact, that actually is a mental advantage that they have. Like if you can sometimes mess up.
Did that affect the Lakers in the second half of the season at all last year? Did that affect the Nuggets in the playoffs this year? Like, has that affected some of the best defense in the league that we see today?
But this is what we're saying, though, P5.
Did that affect the Bucks?
Every time. So what happens, Jared, is every time teams find solutions. So the solution to zones was to put more shooting on the floor to space them out. Now what defenses are doing, the solution to you spacing us out, is now we're going to find bigger, lengthier defenders that can cover more space so we can cover more ground. So if you look at a team like the Nuggets, Aaron Gordon, big guards. We got Jokic, a big player. They found ways to cover more to court. Michael Porter Jr., who was a much improved defensive player, right? And he was able to stay healthy. When you got bigger players, so now you see teams looking for what? Those 3-and-D guys, those guys who are 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", just like the Lakers got. They got the Vanderbilts. They got the Hachimura's. They still had Bryant and AD. Now teams are putting more size and athleticism on the floor to combat all the shooting. And so if you can cover more space, now you can start to shrink the court a little bit more. So that's what's starting to happen right there, Jerry. So now teams are starting to present solutions to all of the shooting. And then we're going to see an adjustment from offenses. I don't know what that next adjustment is going to be, but ultimately they're going to they're going to throw something at defenses that we're going to have to see them adjust to over time.
Well, yeah, the game is always going to be about adjustments, but I don't feel like enough players actually really, and let me not overstress it, but I'll make it simple. I don't believe like enough players in this era really set enough of a physical tone with these great offensive players, because if you just let a great offensive player like cook and don't really get physical with them, they're gonna light you up. Like these guys are too good for you to not.
So is Marcus Smart physical?
Yeah, he's very physical.
Okay, is Draymond Green physical?
He's more dirty, but
Draymond Green's physical. Is Drew Holiday a physical guard?
Dirty.
Oh, is Drew Holiday a physical guard?
Yeah, he is for a guard. Yeah.
Is Jimmy Butler a physical guard?
I already said it was physical.
Is Kyrie Lowry a physical guard?
Not anymore. He used to be.
Okay, when he was in his prime, he was a physical guard, right?
He was in his prime, yeah.
Okay, so if we can go down the list, is Davion Mitchell, a new young player in this league, isn't he a physical guard?
It's kind of hard to tell, though. It's too soon.
No, he's a physical guard. We saw what he was doing to Steph Curry with physicality. This is one of the reasons why if nobody's being physical, then why did Draymond Green talk about Steph Curry going and getting in the weight room to get stronger to deal with the physicality? And he says teams used to be able to push him around. He says now that he's gotten stronger and got in the weight room, now what you see when they won that last championship, the Celtics with their physicality couldn't push him around. And he got to his spots. He was able to still get his shots off and not get knocked off balance because he was a stronger player. So why are guys going into the lab, getting stronger, to deal with the physicality of the game if you claim there's no physicality in the game?
It's just a narrative, Lamont. That's all it
Only a
is.
certain,
Because James Harden got fouled so much, and B, like all these players getting to the free throw line so much, and now people are just saying, "Oh, the physicality's been taken out of the game." Like, no, it hasn't. The physicality's.
Well, see, you got to keep in mind though that like the games that we watch nowadays is almost like a slot machine where just a number like just goes up and up and up. Like these point totals are like absolutely insane. Like we're
they're not. They're pretty much the same. They're pretty much the same as what they've been throughout the 80s. Anytime you have a higher pace, anytime you have a hold on in the night, are you saying in the 90s they were scoring 70 and 80 points per game?
No, nobody in the net. Like we saw this season. Like
no, but Jared,
than the 2000s.
But Jared, in the 90s, they were still averaging around 100 points per game.
It was harder to score back then. Like
how? If teams were still able to get to that over 100 points per game, how is it harder to score?
Bro, you would get your points with more physical punishment coming to you. Like in this era, you get your points with no physicality.
Okay, give me an example of physical punishment. And so that means you're telling me that the 90s was full of a whole bunch of Kyrie level guards that could finish through all types of crazy physicality at the rim over all of this elite defense. Where are all the Kyries that finished at the rim like that?
There was only really two in that era, and that's Hardaway and Iverson.
Iverson.
Well, Hardaway didn't have the finishing ability at the rim like Kyrie.
Well, no, nobody does.
Only Iverson did.
Well, yeah. Well, Hardaway was a decent player.
And the one thing that we saw very quickly when Iverson came in the league is that a lot of that hand checking bullshit was complete garbage. Because anybody that tried to hand check him, he snatched their whole ankles off.
Yeah, like it's not like hand checking is impossible to break through free of. If you're
Muhammad Abdul-Rauf should have showed y'all very quickly that hand checking was complete garbage. Hand checking only worked on guards like Mark Jackson, who had to put his back to you because he wasn't an elite ball handler. Like the John Stocktons, who had to turn his back to you because he didn't have a face-up handle. Like the Jeff Hornaceks, who didn't have a face-up handle, so he had to turn his back to you. Hand checking works on those types of players.
Yeah.
If you could handle the rock in the 90s, like a Tim Hardaway, like a Penny Hardaway, you about to light these dudes' ankles up, and ain't no hand check about to save you.
Hey, Jared, I have to ask you, do you disagree with what Kobe said?
Do I disagree? No, I actually don't. And that's actually gonna sound funny, but here's the main point that I'll make to kind of put more context in it. If you're a great offensive player, like an
but what he's saying is but Jared, what he's saying is basically, and now Lamont, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what I heard in that quote was he's predicting, or like he's saying that it would have been easier for him to score, and like him and other great perimeter scorers in his era, like in the 2010s or whatever, because he brought up KD in them. He's saying that it would be easier to score back then because of the rule set and how hand checking wouldn't be as effective. That's basically what he's saying, Jared, which would make it easier. So if you're saying that defenses now is easier to score, then you're disagreeing with Kobe.
Well, no, what I'm saying, I'll put it like this. To me, a guy like Kobe, like it doesn't matter what era you put him in because he's Kobe. Like he'll score, he'll light up basically any defense. The point that I will make though to add on is that a hand check can, in my opinion, shut down a player who's softer like Steph or Durant.
Jared, like I want you to do this, Jared. Give me one example in NBA history where you've seen a guard hand check a great score for an entire game and completely shut him down with the hand check.
He can't because he didn't watch it.
That doesn't exist. But no, I'm saying like it's never like I just said like a great score.
You can't say it doesn't exist. You can't say it doesn't exist, but then also say that it can't happen though.
But the problem is like a great scorer, like you can't like completely shut him down. Like it's damn near
I know, but Jared, there's my problem is you got so many people that talk about how elite this hand check was. If this people struggle to give me one memorable game where some guard used the hand check to shut the other team's player down, that best scorer down with a hand check. I want you to give me the one example. I mean, if it like we can remember so many great defensive moments, great defensive stints, great defensive plays. Where's the great hand checking moment in NBA history?
Well, no, I literally just
PTSD
answered.
is
I
so
said that like
nasty.
if you're a great, no, I just answered that because I said if you're a great offensive player, like it's literally impossible to like completely like shut them down. Like I look at shutting them down as like holding them down to like under like double digits. Like that doesn't exist. Like that's not happening. Like you
Okay,
can
shutting them
shut down.
down. Okay, all right. What about this? Because maybe shutting them down, maybe that's a little overzealous. But what
Oh
about
yeah, you
like
can shut them
holding
down.
the guard to around maybe 20, 25 points, but it's on super high volume, it's inefficient. Like, can you give us
Okay,
that example?
okay, that's a better example. Okay, so one thing that
Because
I
that's
will.
because I think that
Okay,
highlights how you shut down a great perimeter scorer
yeah,
if you just hold them to high volume, right?
right,
But
right.
can you
So
give us an example of that happening?
okay. Yeah, so I'll actually give you a good example. That's one that I actually love to bring up. Go back to the 2015 Finals, Game 2 against the Warriors. Remember
What?
Matthew Dellavedova when he was
Oh, we're
playing
talking about the
defense?
90s,
We're
Jared.
talking about the hand checking
Oh,
in
I
the
thought you meant
90s.
like just an example in NBA history.
No,
My
because Jared, what I've told you is that
Dude, at the 80s and
in
90s when
in
hand
in, in
checking
the
was
era
oh, that
in
is
the
an
era
okay.
in an era with zones, there are times when you can utilize a hand check because you need to steer a player towards your
Let's hear
help
it, SB.
defense. But if you're in the 90s and you're just hand checking for no real purpose, and you can't really have any significant help defense because you can't send help from the weak side, and why the hell are you out there hand checking for no reason just to get your ankles obliterated?
Yeah,
That's
well,
what I'm saying.
well, yeah. The thing is, and I actually don't have an answer to that. I thought you were talking about just NBA history. But going back to the point I was going to finish with P5, the reason I really believe in my heart that like I don't really see like the type of like physical defense in this era that would lead me to believe that like these scores are as great as what their numbers say. Like and I'll give you an example. Like remember like 2-3 years ago where people had the narrative like 2-3 years ago that I actually agree with where Harden's numbers seemed like they were kind of not fake, but they weren't as impressive as like somebody's like MJ's or Kobe's because you're playing in an era where not only is the court spaced out like crazy, where like guys are shooting like crazy, so the bigs aren't in the paint, but you're also talking about a guy that like literally can't
But Jared,
really function
you can't
when the
say
pressure
that.
is in.
But you can't say
Okay.
that, Jared, and then at the same time say, "Oh yeah, I agree with Kobe," because Kobe literally just said playing against zones is much more difficult than any.
hand checking.
He said, "Remember what Kobe said? Hand check me with 3 hands. If you ain't got no help defense or any form of a zone to help you out, you're not stopping me."
Well, no, that's still nuance, and the reason I say it's still nuance is because we're also talking about Kobe Bryant. Like Kobe didn't care like what the defense was; he'll light it up regardless. Like, but he is
Bro,
kind of
But
an
he didn't.
anomaly.
He didn't just use himself as an example, though.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though.
Well, no, it kind of does, or just because like Kobe is Kobe. Like you're not gonna stop him no
But
matter what
bro,
defense.
but what I said was, I said this, Jared. I said for the people that like to run around and say Kobe was inefficient, he was inefficient because he played in an era like Jordan described as a gang up on the star style defense, where they could send 2, they could send 3, they can send help early, they could shade guys just sitting in the help, and when Kobe made his move, they could take 1 step and be right there. You could not do that in the 90s. In the 90s, you had to all out commit to a double team, which if you double team good players, especially players with a face up dribble, and they see the floor, they're going to obliterate you. If they can see the double team coming, they're going to light you up. Melo had to face up. McGrady had to face up. Kobe had to face up, right? Jordan obviously showed you that if you could see if you send a double team from the wrong way, he's gonna light you up still. If you remember the Pistons' whole defense to shut Jordan down with the Jordan rules was basically that if you let him get in the lane, we can't stop him. And this is something that's been consistent in our basketball history. When you let good players get into the lane, you're cooked. This is not just something that's relegated to Jordan. This is not a Jordan rule that's special for Jordan. This is something that's taught in basketball circles worldwide. If you let good players get into the middle of the lane, you're cooked. You're not going to win that game. And that's just how defense works. So, again, the Jordan rules was just principles on how to keep Jordan out the lane, but they were handicapped to a certain degree because they had to do it within the confines of the illegal defense era. The only thing that helped them with Jordan was that Jordan wasn't an elite 3-point shooter. And even Jordan said himself, I didn't want to shoot threes a ton because I guess he said he didn't want to fall into a habit that would start to take away from his ability to drive consistently. So they knew that Jordan would drive consistently. All they would need to do is force him left because he struggled with that left hand. He ultimately got better with it when he was older. And so they used something called the Jordan rules to slow him up, but it had nothing to do with just fouling him.
No,
and that's the myth that a lot of people like to put on the 80s Pistons, that you act as if they were just a team that hacked Jordan when they actually had some decent defensive strategies with the rules presented with the illegal defense.
No, I get that, but I will address one of the points you made. Like people got to stop with this whole Kobe inefficient thing. Like that is so exaggerated. Like, and I'll say this. Like, and I'm not trying to start any trouble when I say this, but I feel like that narrative is started by either Curry fans or LeBron fans. Like, those are usually the two fan bases.
Yeah, but
like
Jared, you can't shy away from it. There were a lot of times where Kobe wasn't efficient. Now, all you have to do is now put context to it. Why was he inefficient? There's a reason why he was inefficient. It's because defenses could load up on him. He wasn't going to be a willing passer. He was going to take tough shots. And the offense that Phil Jackson created was designed for him to take a ton of shots and a lot of bad shots. You combine those two things, yes, you're going to have a guy that could be looked at as inefficient.
But if you look at like his true shooting percentages, like they were at or above league average back then. Like he was not in. People, I think, look at inefficient. When people say that, they're looking at, I think what they're trying to do, honestly, is like they compare the percentages of like a Durant or LeBron who shoot like 50%, and they look at Kobe who shot like 45% and say like he was terrible. No, he's not inefficient. A guy like an Iverson, for example, who shot like 41, 42%, that's inefficient. Like 45% is not inefficient.
He says, Josh says right here. He says Jordan faced zone defenses in the NBA and destroyed them. Much better zones since you could. So, okay, I want you to tell me, Josh, with the illegal defense, what team could run a matchup zone, a natural zone, or zone coverages against Jordan? What team? Remember, I know the two teams that had the speed to do it. Most teams didn't have the speed to get away with it because what most teams had to do, Josh, was they had to hide the fact they were running zone coverage. See, and this is how you know zones were crazy effective, because teams would, even with the punishments that came with illegal defense calls, teams would still try to sneak and run it just to slow up guys like Jordan. That tells you in and of itself how crazy zones could potentially be if teams were still willing to risk that free throw, that free point, to run it just to slow Jordan up. Like teams, if zones weren't as effective as you guys claim, why are teams trying to sneak and run it in an era where you can't zone? Like teams were literally risking points to run zone to slow Jordan up.
And Lamar, how did they hide it?
So teams like the Houston Rockets, remember their roster. Small guards like Mario Elie, Vernon Maxwell, Kenny Smith. They use small guards with speed, right?
Yeah.
On those rotations. And so what happens is, just like Kobe and a lot of the players talked about, they started, just like Rudy Tomjanovich talked about, they started to study referees' angles. And when the ball was on this side of the court, the refs are looking here, here, and here. Okay, so where can we shade a help defender where the refs aren't looking? And so they started to study referee tendencies, where referees' eyes were on the court when the ball was rotated. And then they would say, okay, I can send this help defender because the refs aren't necessarily paying attention here, so I can send the help from here. But at the end of the day, you're still handicapped because you have to sneak and do it. So you can't even sit and help confidently because now you're on edge, because if the ref starts, if the ball rotates and the ref sees you, might catch you out of position, right? So you have to be on edge. So it's still not even great help because you're fighting two opponents. You're fighting the refs and you're fighting the other team. How good can you be trying to run a zone if you have to sneak and run it? And so that's It's still not as effective as it could have been.
Huh.
But for Josh to say that Jordan faced zones is a lie. He did not face zones.
Well, no, he didn't. He didn't. No, I do agree with that point. Like he didn't face the zones or like the type of zones that you.
I'll put this on the screen. Because
right.
see, Josh, because if you're gonna say this, Josh, then you're gonna have to explain this to me right here. I will believe everything that you say if you explain this right here. Michael Jordan says, wouldn't have had my career with zone defenses. Michael Jordan believed he'd be less successful if defended by the zone. We need to just kind of end the conversation right there with you, Josh. Unless you can explain why the hell Michael Jordan would say something like that. Because the thing is, if you say he faces zone defenses, why the hell would Jordan say this about zone defenses? If Jordan was just lighting zone defenses up, shutting them, doing the same thing, why would he say this? I just want you to tell me, Josh. See, now y'all arguing with Jordan now. Y'all arguing with Jordan's own words.
You gotta come cook, Josh.
So now, Josh, you got to come up here and argue with Jordan. Come up here and argue why you think Jordan is lying about his own game and why you think Jordan would have still cooked zones, even though Jordan feels he wouldn't have. I want you to come up here and argue with the fake Jordan on the page.
Yeah, come cook, Josh. Oh, well, look, man.
See, but see, Josh, I brought up what Fluent said. What Jordan said was, yeah, he was talking about a very trash team because they weren't playing a good team. He says they tried to run some zone reads, and he still got his points off. And what did I say, Josh? For a zone to be effective, you still need good defenders with high IQ. If you put Fluent, Chill, Ticket TV, Low, and Damo on the court and they ran a zone against Jordan, Jordan's still going to score 195 points in about 12 minutes. For a zone to be effective, you still need good defenders.
The personnel, right?
So don't sit here and act like that. What I said was, if you give the teams that were already known to be good defensive teams, like the Knicks and like the Pacers, even like the Houston Rockets, or even the San Antonio Spurs of the 90s, if you gave them the advantage of also utilizing the zone, since they were already good defensively with what they were able to do, you're going to make them much better. The Clippers of the 90s, I don't care what they run. They weren't stopping Jordan. They had trash players. The Celtics of the 90s were hot garbage. I don't care what they run. They're not stopping Jordan. I'm not talking about the bums. Remember, the 90s, 20% of the league for a series of years lost 60-plus games. You guys had a lot of bottom feeder bums in the 90s that Jordan could beat up on. I'm not talking about the 20% of teams that was losing 60 games a year in the 90s. Josh, look at Josh again. The Sonics played zone. Lies. They did not. See, the thing is, if the Sonics played zone, then why did Jordan say this? When they talked about Gary Payton getting put on Michael Jordan, slowing him up, how come we didn't hear Gary Payton saying anything about, yeah, when they put me on Mike, man, we got into a zone, man, we slowed him up. We ain't hear not one person say nothing about none of the zones and all this. Now you just trying to get a Sonic zones and all this extra stuff. No, they didn't. See, because you still have to come up here and address what Jordan said about zones. I want you to tell me, why did Jordan say he wouldn't, essentially when he says he wouldn't have had the career he had, that means he wouldn't have been the GOAT if they played zones. I want you to tell me why your GOAT said that, Josh. See, y'all keep arguing with me. I need y'all to argue with Jordan. And you ain't came up here and argue with Jordan yet. Come up here and argue with Michael Jordan. Come up here and argue with what Kobe said. Y'all need to stop arguing with me. I'm just telling you what they said.
You gotta come cook, Josh.
He ain't. PPLLC says that's just like saying I would have gotten away with bank robbery if I had a Toyota. Good thing I had a Bent. What? What? Well, you got to work on your analogies, my guy, man. That was hot garbage, man. We got Mr. Fact. Is that Go Mike, Mr. Facts Over Feelings?
That's a terrible analogy.
That's not Go Mike. I thought Mr. Go Mike changed his channel name to Facts Over Feelings or something like that.
Can you still hear me, Lamont? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So one thing I will say, so the people are commenting like, okay, I'm more like in the middle of what's being said. Like the stuff that's being commented, like, okay, I'm not as far, like I don't completely agree with it, but I will say though, in all honesty, I do feel like we have to get to a certain point where we stop trying to cut down legends. Like, and here's what I mean. Like the narrative that Kobe is inefficient, like we blow that way out of proportion. Like because when people say it, what they're really trying to do is they're trying to cut down Kobe to elevate the guys they like. Like that's really what they're trying to do. Like because people always have their way of trying to like separate legends and stuff like that, but you don't need to like trash other like if a legend is great, he's great regardless of whether you cut the guy down or not. Like I just think we gotta like stop doing that. Like and look, like guys like
Oh, hold on.
What?
Let me say something.
What?
We had a guy in here. He said, let me try to find the comment. I forgot who it was. He just said Jordan scored 51 against the zone with the Wizards, right? Now, remember what I told you guys about the zone. That's even if the team that he was playing at the time, which was the Hornets, that's even if they ran the zone. But remember what I told you guys about the zones, right? I told you guys zones are still predicated on good defensive teams running them. It takes a lot of IQ to run a zone. You guys want me to tell you the Hornets team that Jordan scored 51 on? You want me to tell you where they were ranked defensively in that year?
Well, where were they ranked?
They were dead last in the NBA.
Oh Lord, that's not good, Lamont.
So what I'm saying is, like I just told y'all, I said if you give a trash team, especially a trash defensive team, the zone, it's not going to matter because zones require a high level of defensive IQ and communication, which good defensive teams don't have those problems. And then we have to, I don't even know if that horrible Charlotte Hornet team was even running zone. They were dead last in the NBA in defensive rating. So it just still goes along with what I said, man.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing like to keep in mind is that look, no team was gonna play one set defense 100% of the game. Like it's just asking for trouble. Like if you give any all-time great scorer like a steady diet of anything, like he's gonna absolutely pick you apart. My thing is though, like looking at like what I was talking about before with the cutting down of legends, like I think really like we've got to get to a point in the basketball community where like we just stop trying to like cut down legends just for the hell of it. Like because look, we see this all the time, like mostly like when we're talking about the GOAT debate, especially like it's just like cutting down and cutting down and cutting down, and it's not necessary. Like these guys are great enough to where their greatness should speak for itself. Like you don't have to speak for other guys and cut other guys. Like it just you don't have to, Lamont.
And
like,
we got Old Tamo.
What?
Old Tamo says old Jordan averaged 20 against zone defenses. First of all, I don't know if he was going against all zone defenses. The one thing that I do know, Old Tamo, was that 20 a game was meaningless because you guys call teams you guys consistently call players that score 20 a game but don't win anything stat patters. Jordan was on a Wizard team that was trash. Jordan was playing trash. We just heard Jared talk about Allen Iverson's shooting percentage being 41% from the field being bad. Jordan shot 41% from the field that year and 18% from the three-point line on 23 shots per game, making 9 of them.
That's horrible.
So what I'm saying is, yeah, he did get to his 20, but he chucked the hell out of the ball. He was not very efficient.
No, at all.
And ultimately was ran out of town by that Washington Wizard organization.
Yeah, I mean the team, man, the owner and the team hated him. Like Jerry Stackhouse and like other players just couldn't stand him because they felt like, because basically the reason I think they hated him was because they felt like,
that's what I'm saying. The man out there, look, keep it 100. The man out there chucking up 23 shots a game, shooting 18% from the three and 41% from the field. Talking about and you got Jordan fans talking about, yeah, he averaged. If you better average 20 a game,
but see the 20.
Shit.
Well, yeah,
He's averaging 20. He's averaging 20 a game on 23 shots.
Yeah, that's very inefficient. Like that. That's
20 a game on 23 shots.
Hey, Lamar, can I go, my man?
Oh, my bad, man. Oh, my minion. My bad, man. You've been sitting here. I thought you was chiming in. What's good, minion?
Well, what's good?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. The whole thing about cutting down legends, like it's the legends cutting down in the modern era. Like you literally got people saying rookie Jordan would lead the league in scoring. Like this shit is crazy, man. And an NBA player would much rather have someone hand check them than them getting double teamed and players at their hips or like at the passing lanes blocking them from passing out the double team than just like a one-on-one with hand checks. Like if you look at the game 6 of the Sun series, like Booker was facing like without KD on the floor, like Booker was just chucking up shots because he didn't trust his teammates at all to create offense.
Yeah, he was.
I'll be telling these guys, if you really want to test out the hand check, I just want you to go to your local high school. You don't even have to try it against D1 college players. I just want you to try it against your son's high school varsity starting point guard. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I just want you to try it against some 17, 18-year-olds. You know, if being physical with a hand check works, I want some of y'all that think this hand check is such a nullifier. I want you to just go try to guard a 17-year-old starting point guard for your varsity team. That's all.
Yeah. Let me.
We got Liddy right here. Liddy says, see, this is the problem. So we got Liddy says, right? Because they say these things, but they don't provide any documented proof to support it. They just say it, hoping that we don't go fact check it. But I will go fact check it, because one thing that I know, Liddy, here's the one thing that I know. Pat Riley hated zones.
Right, exactly.
Pat Riley never went to zones. Pat Riley actually only started having a likeness for zones when Eric Spoelstra started running those weird zones with the Miami Heat because they were so undersized and undermanned at time. Pat Riley, as a defensive coach, was a man coach. Pat Riley was a coach. He was one of the first coaches, right? Because I went to one of his seminars. He was one of the first coaches that preached not a no middle defense that requires help, but he actually preached sending the guy middle, right? One of the few coaches that actually did it with success. So again, you're talking about a coach whose entire defensive philosophies have nothing to do with zone. So for you to sit here and tell me that in the NBA Finals, Pat Riley abandoned his own principles of hating zone, he abandoned his no middle principle. I mean his send them middle principles, all to run zone. You lying, and that still does not align with what Michael Jordan said himself. Wouldn't have had my career with zone defenses. Why would Michael Jordan say that if he got zoned up by the Lakers and he was successful? If he got zoned up by the Supersonics and was successful? Y'all keep lying, trying to make up all these fake incidents where y'all say teams zoned up Jordan, but Jordan himself said, I would not have to have my career with zone defenses. This is what he said. But y'all keep telling me, oh yeah, Jordan was successful. No. Look at
Yeah.
Josh. Okay, so look, so see, y'all the thing is, Josh, the zone was banned in the 80s and the 90s. You sitting here trying to tell me that Pat Riley was using zones. Pat Riley's defensive philosophy was very much similar to Larry Brown, another coach who despised zones. And he only utilized the zone principles of help, but and he never went to zones. He never did. And one element that y'all need to take from this is something you need to go look this up. This is what Pat Riley said. Pat Riley said, we don't need to run zone. He says, because a great man-to-man defense with good rotations is going to look like a zone anyway. This is what Pat Riley says. So y'all gotta stop making up stuff. I want you to tell me, because I'll pull up the game. Tell me what game in the 1991 NBA Finals, and I'll pull up the whole game, and we'll scroll through all the game footage. Since you want to say that they used zone in the 1991, tell me what game. I'll pull the game up, and we'll sift through the footage right here. I'll pull up the full game. So I'll wait on you to I will wait on you to tell me the exact game, and we'll sift through it.
Yeah, the zone def. Shout, what's up, Lamont? Yeah, man, really. I mean, Jordan, Kobe are correct, man, and basically, the zone defense is basically just it's a way for players who can't guard like laterally to be effective on defense.
Yes,
that's the whole point of a zone defense.
Yes.
But there are ways to beat it, and the quickest way to beat a zone defense is get the ball in the middle. And that comes with having a big man on the court to catch it. So you have options to kick the ball to the corners, to the wings, or the big man can just get to the lane and, get an easier shot. But the fact that Jordan was not the greatest shooter, he kind of developed his shooting in the 90s. I can see why he said what he said. But the quickest way to beat a zone is to, of course, move the ball. And usually shooters are more effective in the zone defense. And there's a lot of, dead spots on the court where you can get, pull up quick mid-range shots. That's why when people talk about Kobe's inefficiency, which I don't really see how he was inefficient, the man shot 44, 45% in the toughest era defensively because of that zone defense. He would be shooting around 50, 52% today. So it's funny that people bring up his inefficiency now to try to take him out of whatever top 10, top 5 list. Because that's the only attribute you can really point to. But if he didn't have the handcuffs to deal with the defenses he had to deal with, the man would have averaged probably 35 to 40 points in this era. And I'm not even kidding about that. So I look at more of his point output. How many points was he scoring? Was he scoring 40, 50, 60 point performances one after another? That's what, to me, puts him as one of the top 3 greatest scorers of all time. And also the hand checking. If you do that hand checking today with not even elite point guards, but average point guards, you're going to get cooked, because now the point guards are more skilled than they were, of course, in the 80s and 90s offensively. You're not going to just be able to use your hands to just be able to guard. That's a quick way to, like Lamont said, be right on the floor. And Jordan's correct. If the zone would have made it much tougher for him to, get the 30, get the 40, get the 50, he would have to take more shots. So if Kobe had the luxury of not having to face the zone and he had nobody to help from behind on the defensive end, then he would have torched the defense. I mean, he still did what he did, even with the zones being there. So zone defense is just another way for players who can't guard to help, team wise. It's actually a matter of respect for the top scorer on the other opposing team.
Exactly. Yeah. Especially when they load up on you.
Right.
When they load up ball side on you, and they send in that on ball defender to wreak havoc on you, and then when you look to get past that on ball defender, you got you got 2 and 3 guys sitting and help just waiting on you. You know, this is why Devin Booker, man. Y'all remember that video when Devin Booker's working out in the gym. You know what I'm saying? You know, why y'all trapping? Let me get him one-on-one. Like one great ISO players want you one-on, like an open shot for a good player in the NBA is one-on-one. That's open. A great scores in the NBA just need one-on-one coverage. That's the ultimate goal of a lot of these plays that teams run. How can I get my best score in a one-on-one situation? And if you played in a league where the rules basically told teams you have to guard one-on-one, oh, you cooked. You can't defend that.
Yeah.
That's gonna be bad.
Yeah, that's a mismatch, what we call that. That's a mismatch. On an island by yourself. That's what I mean. But
Island, bro. You on an
you're on an
island, bro.
island. That's
And
what
on the
it is.
basketball court, y'all, I'm gonna tell you right now, that's the worst feeling to have in the world. Especially in high level games. And you know, if you're playing in high level games, the worst feeling in the world is to feel like you're on the island.
Yeah.
It just is, though. And then if you got Jordan sitting in your face, like I want y'all to really think about this. I want y'all to really think about how Byron Russell felt when Jordan was coming down the court.
Yeah.
He probably cussing the league out in his brain. It's stupid ass fucking illegal defense, man. No help could come. Nothing.
I mean,
yeah.
To be
And
fair,
y'all saw what happened when teams did significant help towards Jordan. What was Jordan able to do? Because the traps were so visible. Kick it to Paxson. Rotate the ball, get it to Kerr.
Yeah.
So when you can see the trap coming, you cooked because it's coming from so far. You can't have guys sitting and help, which deters guys from attacking. It's just all bad. But that's why I say I don't see how the 90s can be this great defensive era. Physicality to me is not defense. That's just called hacking, Jared.
That's all it was in the 80s. It was basically just let me knock the hell out you, and that's called good defense. I mean, that's not strategy. That's not using the rules to hurt somebody physically is not good defense. That's a fucking foul.
We have a name for those guys, Jared. They're called hacks.
No, I get what you guys are saying, but like, look, I grew up in an era like the best.
Jared, you only like 25? What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is I'm talking about the 2000s. I'm not talking about the 90s. I'm talking about the 2000s. In the 2000s, you had to set a physical. Like there were physical bigs and point guards who not hack. Like they didn't always like just hack the hell out of you. Like sometimes if you're a player, you have to set it in a guy's mind that like if you step on the floor, there's a price to pay. Like you have to sometimes like have that in their mind that like, look, I'm not gonna just be able to like cakewalk to the rim and get easy shots. Like sometimes you gotta give a guy a shot or two just to remind him like this is still a physical game. Like
hey Jared, like, are you telling me that Jordan didn't cakewalk to the rim a ton?
No, he never did. The bad.
All right, I got some footage for you, Jared. Let me show you this footage, and I really want you to explain and break this down for me. All right.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna pull it up. Give me 1 second. Y'all can keep cooking. I'm gonna pull this footage up because you said Jordan got no cakewalks to the rim. I want you to answer this.
And I think that the best way for a guard like a Jordan or Kobe to beat the zone is the mid range. If it's harder for you to get to the rim, that's why I don't understand players that don't use the mid range today as much. They just want to settle for threes. The mid range is a shot that's usually always open if you perfect it. So I think Kobe handled the zone pretty well. I think Jordan would have adjusted just because he's Jordan, but it would have took him a hell of a lot more shots. He wouldn't be shooting a career 50% if he had to face the zone all throughout his career.
And now, Jared. Okay, so I'm going to rewind this to start. I just want you to help me with this, all right?
All right, go ahead.
No physicality. Okay. No.
That's a jump shot.
Jordan got to the rim. Nope. Didn't even contest it. Got to the rim. Look at 22. Didn't even bother to help. Hold on. We'll run that back. 22 didn't even. Hold on. 22 didn't even bother to help. Hold on. We'll run it back. Check this out. Spin move. Look at him. If I'm coaching, you coming out the damn game. You
Damn,
coming out.
no second line of defense. God,
you coming out the game. Because remember, Jared, this is what you're talking about right here. This is when you guys usually say they came with the hard foul. Where the hell the hard foul at?
Well, he
Lay
just
up
was,
at the
well, he
rim.
was stagnant though, like that.
Not that. We gonna keep going though, Jared.
That was 95, huh? That was 95.
We got more for you. Easy, not even running in transition for Jordan. Easy defense, no help. Guys just letting them get behind. Look at this. Look at this.
Island.
Now, hold on, Jared. Remember the great physicality. I want you to ask yourself, because remember, Jordan had a face-up dribble. I want you to ask yourself, if the hand check was so good, why ain't this little white dude getting up hand checking Jordan? Because we all know what time it is, and because of the legal defense, ain't no help around. Check this out. Look at this. Look at all them guys standing around. I don't want nothing to do with none of that going on with this dude. He's on an island. This is what we call. This is what Jordan wanted. This is why Jordan didn't want that zone. This is why. So hold on. Look at island. Buddy falling, stumbling, buckets. Island right here. Look at these dudes just be jumping. Okay, but look now. Right now, Jordan's driving into the lane, and I can literally see 4 Hornets defenders. According to Jared, we should expect to see Jordan on his neck, right? No. Layup. What are you talking about? Okay, hold on. Jordan going into the paint again. We should expect to see, especially a Miami Heat-led defense, we should expect to see Jordan on his head.
That's a no.
Jordan in the paint again. This dude don't even contest, man. Dude's jumping, can't even stay down. Buckets all over the place right here. Now, hold on. Now, we see right here, Buddy tried to commit. See, all Jordan knew was, I just need to dribble away from him. Because if he dribbles away from that guy that's coming over, if he don't hurry up and come on with this trap, it's about to be illegal defense. So, Buddy, I ain't even seen this yet, but I guarantee you Buddy's going to have to bail in a minute because of the illegal defense rule. He chased him down, but he didn't get fouled on his neck. Okay, Jordan driving on 3 people. I want you to tell me, when are this Charlotte Hornet team ever going to decide to get physical with Jordan and just put him on his neck, like y'all say? The physicality of the 90s. When they just going to put him on his neck? Easy layup at the rim, uncontested. Right here in the post, on another island. Now, on the spin move, Jared. Right? Let's see, on the spin move baseline, for me, help is coming immediately. When I'm coaching my team, any baseline, I'm sending you across the lane, abandon your assignment, man, go trap that on the baseline. I tell my guys, when guys drive baseline, I want to see if they can be Magic Johnson. I want to see them make one of the greatest passes I've ever seen. But let's see what this team does. I ain't even gonna bother to try. Let Jordan get a dunk at the rim. Buddy, number 24 didn't even try. Look at this. 24 didn't even try to stop. We're going to try this again. Did he even try? What the hell is he doing?
He don't want to be on the poster.
Sorry-ass Washington Bullets, another one of them sorry-ass teams in the 90s. Just sorry for no reason. 14 on the island. Oh, that's your big man, too. 43 didn't do nothing. 24 didn't rotate over. Nothing. Y'all bums. Eric Jordan again driving. You would think that they would put him on his neck. Ain't nobody put Jordan on his neck yet. Ain't nobody did nothing with any guards or physicality. Nothing, man. We're going to keep going. Okay, Jordan cut through the lane. Can I see Jordan get body slammed? Where's the physicality, Jared?
What about
I'm tired of Jordan just doing all this, getting to the rim, and nobody even trying.
You didn't show the clips against the bad boy Pistons, Lamar.
Okay, that's the 80s. We talk about the 90s, Jared.
Well, even in the 90s, they put him on the floor.
Look at this dude. Look at this dude on the island. Right? Who the hell is this dude, man? He don't even look like he's an NBA player. With
That's David Wingate.
Oh my God.
No, he got crossed.
This dude got
See, that's how you beat it. That's how you beat a zone.
This dude got dropped without even Jordan didn't even hit him with a move. The man is falling without a move. One thing I haven't seen here, I haven't seen one player hand check Jordan. I haven't seen any of this physical play. I just see wild, weird defenders falling down. Look at it. Driving in, no physicality whatsoever. Bucket. Where the physicality at? Jordan. 3 people in the lane. I see 3 white jerseys. Where is the physicality, y'all? Bucket. Jordan. Because remember, Jordan's not shooting threes in the lane against the Sonics that play zone. Remember the guys that were in here saying the Sonics was playing zone. This don't look like no goddamn zone to me. This, because if they were playing zone, this would look a lot different. This looks like Scott Williams posted up, a man on him. This looks like Horace Grant over here on the wing, man on him. This looks like there's a guy in the corner. He's guarding somebody. This guy on the elbow, this man ain't moving because he ain't trying to get the illegal defense call. Jordan says, I can make my move. Peyton tried to come. Remember what I said? When you get into the paint, it's too late with a good player. Too late rotation, Peyton. Cooked right there. I ain't seen no physicality. I ain't seen no hard fouls. I ain't seen none of that. We could keep going. It's like I'm bringing up my footage. I'm waiting for y'all to still bring me that 1991 zone by Pat Riley in 1991, Josh. You ain't gave me a link. You ain't told me a video to go to. He just stopped typing in the chat. We got Jordan getting into the lane. No foul. We'll keep we can do this all night. Jordan, look at this.
Yeah, the 90s,
bro,
90s was trash, man.
If I'm coaching and you do this in a real game, you coming out. He didn't even want to take the look. Jared just said this was a physical error, and we literally just watched the guy literally jump out the way of what would have been a clear charge. Look at this shit.
I mean, it is Michael Jordan.
Look, and remember, this is a time when there wasn't no charge circle. You don't see no circle under the rim. He still could have took the damn charge. Buddy was thinking about, I ain't trying to be on the next Jordan poster.
Well, yeah,
Buddy didn't care about no physicality. Buddy said, you're not about to have me on a Be Like Mike poster. And he got the hell out of the way. At least we see guys today hopping in, taking charges and shit.
Can I ask you a question, Lamont? Let me ask you a question. What's good? What's good, brother? How you doing?
What up, Mahar?
Let me ask you a question. Would you dare take a charge or dare get yourself posterized? Just asking.
But hold on. But here's the one thing.
I'm just asking.
But here's the thing. When you paid in the NBA, these guys are paid to get dunked on. If I'm paid to go out there and hustle and take charges like a Pat Bev, like it's a lot of guys in the NBA that consistently get dunked on, like the Rudy Goberts and things, because their job is to go out there and contest shots.
I know. I was just asking a rhetorical question
and whatnot. So again, if you're a guy like Gabe Vincent, who you could be in or out the league any particular year if you ain't careful. Hell yeah, I'm taking that charge, because those are the things that keep certain players in the league. Bro, this is, there's a reason why we don't know who that guy is. Let me find that clip. It's a reason why we don't know who that guy is that didn't take that charge.
You're talking about that's Rod Strickland.
He was probably out the league afterward.
That's Rod Strickland.
That ain't Rod Strickland.
Yes, it is. That's Rod Strickland, number 1 of the Spurs. Yeah, that's Rod Strickland. Yes, it is.
Oh, he's a bum, then. He's a bum.
You know he wasn't a bum. I'm just messing with you, man.
He was at the end of his career. He was at the end of his career.
You know who that is.
So look. Getting into the lane. Hold on. There's another one right there. You just see him getting to the lane, and we see defenders jumping out of the way to avoid contact. What the hell is that?
Sam Perkins right there. Yeah. I'm not. Listen, Lamont. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just reminding you who these guys are, because I know most of their names. Yeah, there's Sam Perkins got out of the way.
Hold on.
Former college teammate.
Hey, Lamont. It looked like they don't want to be embarrassed more than anything. Right. They don't want to be. That's what it looks like.
But bro? I saw Jason Terry try to go up and contest and got body back by LeBron. Like bro. It's gonna be a point in time where these guys are gonna have to man up and go ahead and start contesting these shots or something. How y'all telling me this was physical error and these guys is jumping, ducking, and running from Michael Jordan every time we look up?
Well, thankfully there was no social media back then, because if that were the case, it would have been different. But
it's coming out the game if I'm coaching.
I understand. I know. I listen, Lamont. I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying you're wrong because you're absolutely right. Because when Jordan drives baseline, you have to bring a big man to come over here to try to make sure he doesn't lift off in the air because of the fact and
This
because
is
of
not
the
a
fact that
baseline drive right here.
right.
Look at it.
I'm saying
This is short, coast to coast.
Right.
A 4-4. Remember, I think that's the Sonics again. The Sonics that Josh said play zone.
he was referring to the 96 Sonics. But even then, the Sonics mostly played man-to-man trapping defense. They never played zone.
Well,
So I don't know what he's talking about.
No, but the thing is, though, Mahara, like in all seriousness, like the reason I really believe that those guys didn't take the Chargers because look, Michael Jordan had an aura and like a gravity in that air where like you just
exactly right.
Like you fear him, like you don't.
Yeah, okay, hold on, but hold on, but Jared, how can you have a tough era and you sitting here running around telling me your players was in fear? How you tough?
Well, here's the thing.
No, I don't know what the hell he was. I don't know what the hell he was talking about because '90s damn sure wasn't the toughest era.
Like he was that.
I mean, I'm just saying. Hold on. In an era where they called Jordan Black Jesus, and Kobe was looking at them crazy, talking about, "No, I'm gonna call him Mike. Why the hell is y'all calling him Black Jesus?"
I mean, he was that.
And you had guys walking around talking about we scared of Jordan. How is this a tough era when you got like? Imagine if a player today said, "I'm scared of LeBron." Y'all would obliterate him live stream after live stream after live stream.
But maybe they are. They just don't say it publicly.
Yeah, no, but 90s players said that they were so scared that they said it publicly.
Mahara, the problem with that, Mahara, is that nobody really, in my honest opinion, I don't think anybody really fears LeBron like that. Like he has to be like a
no. You can think that all you want, but the one thing that we do know about the 90s is that players said they feared LeBron. I mean, feared Michael Jordan. How can you have the toughest defensive era of all time when you got a lot of your top players saying they feared Jordan? If the top players feared him, what the hell you think the bottom feeder players? They really feared him.
I get what you're saying, but like when you get to a certain level of greatness, like certain players are just not trying to like. And I'll give you an example. Like you notice how like in the 90s compared to like a guy today. Like, and I'm gonna give you an example. There are more players that are more willing to trash talk LeBron and Michael Jordan because LeBron doesn't instill that same fear. Like that to me is what I'm getting at. Like certain players instill more fear in you than others. Like, and that's not a knock on LeBron. I'm just saying like he doesn't give you that same fear that a Jordan or even a Kobe gave you back in the day.
I mean,
he says, we got look. PPLLC says, fear is respect. No. Fear is fear.
I actually agree with that. I do agree with that.
No, bro. No. What? Fear is not no respect.
Yes, it
fear is fear. Respect is respect. I've never. So are you telling me fear equals respect all of a sudden now?
I've always believed that. Just because, like, if you have a certain level of greatness, like people will get to a point where they're not going to trash, like they're not going to risk like getting you turned up because they respect you that much, and they don't want to get you to another level to where you can go off on. Like that's what he's saying. And I actually agree with that. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
no, bro, fear is fear.
No,
fear. When you fear somebody, you scared. And you go look up in the dictionary, respect and fear. You don't see anything with fear in there.
It's just, bro. They connect, bro. Like Jordan, when you
they don't connect, bro. Y'all trying to make them connect to save yourselves, but they don't connect.
Bro,
you're trying to make up an excuse for being fearful of Jordan, and then you're trying to make up an excuse for why you just saw a whole bunch of players running from Jordan, and we didn't see the physicality, we didn't see the hard fouls, we didn't see none of that. We saw a whole bunch of guys who were in fear of getting dunked
fear
on.
of Jordan came from his greatness. Like people don't fear LeBron like that. Like that's all I'm trying to say. Like it does get to a point.
All right, okay, hold on. So hold on. Jared, do you respect FYF Sports?
Yeah, of course.
So you fear FYF Sports?
No, what?
What? Huh? Come on, Lamont. Like that's so you don't fear me? Jared, I got the ability to kick you off the panel right now. You don't fear me?
Like you're taking it out of context.
Nah, Jared, hold on.
And let me make this clear: Lamont's never kicked anybody else out of a podcast in his entire time.
Jared, you just said you respect FYF Sports. You said respect and fear are synonymous, right? So you said you respect FYF Sports. That means you do fear FYF Sports, right?
What? Lamont.
So you don't fear me, Jared.
Lamont.
So Jared, you don't fear me,
bro. In the sport.
No, Jared. Do you fear me?
We gotta stop it. Like we don't fear people panels, Lamont. Like it's a
Bro,
good.
Hold on, Jared. Do you respect FYF Sports?
Yeah, of course I respect FYF.
Do you fear me?
Come on, Lamont. Like that's not.
You see, Jared, hold on, Jared. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. What Lamont is trying to tell you, bro, is that respect and fear are basically two different things. Those two different subjects do not coincide together. You can respect somebody, that's fine, but at the same time, respect and fear are basically two different types of subjects. That's all he's trying to say.
No, I get it. I get what he's trying to say, but like in a sports context, like respect and fear can be similar because, like,
hold on, Jared. The thing is there are players that did fear Michael Jordan because they didn't want to get posterized on. We could say that for a fact. But at the same time, there were some players too that did respect him, but never feared playing against him because they felt that they had the confidence that they could stand up to him. Remember, Rex Chapman had one of the best games of his life in '96 when he roasted him. He didn't fear him. He pretty much went back at him. That's what you have to do. Respect makes you rise up to your level that you never thought you could reach out to. When Kobe faced against Michael Jordan, he didn't fear him. He thought, "Hey, what's up? Why people calling him Black Jesus?" And he figured out why. And then he realized, okay, I got to step it up and try to get better to reach at his peak. That's the point.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just my whole thing is, and again, I hate to be like a psychoanalyst or whatever. Like I get it, but like I look at how guys played Kobe, like even in the same era. The way guys played Kobe to me is different than the way guys played LeBron in a sense of
Jared. Let me show. I'm gonna give you a breakdown of what real defense is. All right. I'm about to show you a breakdown of real defense and not the lies that y'all like to push about this fake physicality and bullshit. I'm about to show you right here. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. And I want you to take a hard look, man, because this is a real defensive breakdown of how the Pistons strategized against Jordan. And it wasn't about fouling the man. That's complete nonsense, man. Check. Look, I'm about to show you right here.
Interpretation of the Jordan rules are this. There are three areas on the floor the Pistons need to be concerned about. He's sensational when he dribbles to his right. He's only great when he goes left. They will force him left as much as possible from the top of the circle area. When Michael Jordan has the ball on the foul line extended or wing area, he is so good, too good at going baseline, coming back up under the basket, getting fouls on the big people, or coming back around on the other side of the rim. So instead, the Pistons will force him to come to the middle of the floor off the dribble, trying to get help from the next defender. The third area is the post-up area when he's down low.
Now, remember when I told y'all about Pat Riley, right? Remember what I told y'all about Pat Riley? That what they just explained on here, as you guys heard, with Jordan, they didn't want him going baseline. Because sending a guy baseline, as this dude just said, in this video, old as hell, sending him baseline in an era with illegal defense, there was no way you can get help there fast enough. The Pistons, they just explained, just said, you force Jordan to the middle. You force him to the middle. That was the strategy. That's the same strategy that Pat Riley also utilized. Because these are the strategies you have. You cannot send him baseline. Baseline drives require help, which you cannot bring. It requires zone reads or zone looks. Right? But we're going to keep playing it.
Of course, they like to, the Bulls, pass and cut. They will trap back from the top, double teaming with whoever is up on top. The post-up area is key to double team Michael Jordan.
Very difficult for a postman to guard him. Now look at the triple team.
Y'all saw that. They forced him middle because you could converge on him much easier there. They forced him middle, which is the opposite of what we see defenses do today because of the zone principles. We'll run it back one more time because this is the real film. This is what the real film teaches you. When you got idiots in here talking about Pat Riley is running zone and shit, come on, y'all. Y'all got to stop believing half the bullshit that these dudes be in here saying.
It's very difficult for a postman to guard.
Where did they force Jordan? Where's he driving? They're opened up. They're forcing him middle because, one, it's going to be easier for this top guy to rotate and help. It's going to be easier for these guys to come clog up the lane. And generally, this is when you didn't see illegal defenses getting called. When Jordan would drive into a middle of traffic with like 4 or 5 guys there, this was their sneaky way of using the whole team to defend Jordan, which is ultimately the same principle of the zone. But there was no way in hell they were going to allow him to get a whole bunch of baseline drives. They would have been getting illegal defense calls all day. You can see it one more time. And then we're going to keep playing it because y'all got to learn. Send him middle like Pat Riley and the Pistons did. Help comes as y'all see the arrows. Help comes. And you try to stop him before he can get to the heart of your paint.
Now look at the triple team.
And then what happens is when Jordan leaves the ground, that's not a hard foul. That's not physical defense. That's just Jordan being wild and out of control, going up against 3 defenders who actually stayed down and stayed solid. So when you guys who sitting here like the guys on PC say, I love the term, while you guys are sitting here glazing up Jordan, talking about he was getting hard fouled, he only hit the ground really hard there because he was the one that was wild and out of control. This is one of the reasons why Phil Jackson went to the triangle offense, y'all. Like, I'm gonna run it back again. I'm trying to help you guys out before you guys keep saying crazy stuff on platforms and it don't make sense. They send him middle. You stay solid. You keep your hands up because he wasn't a guy willing to make passes. Because if you look around, that man has John Paxson wide open in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
If he's a willing passer, as opposed to a guy that wants to chuck up shots, then he would kick that ball. He could kick it to anybody on the perimeter, 1-2 pass, Paxson wide open 3. But he wants to go take a shot. You really think a ref is going to reward Jordan in this particular case for taking a bad shot on 3 players?
Hey, Lamont, can I point out one important thing too? Keep this in mind too. They're forcing him to his left as he's going to the middle. Because remember what Isaiah Thomas talked about in the All the Smoke podcast, what they want him to do, dribble to the middle of the floor, send him left. Why?
That's a
fact. Why?
Let me
yeah, go ahead. I'll tell you my point in a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want them to see a little bit more.
Now look
Jordan
at the
right here.
As Sally and Rodman collapsed on Jordan, and Jordan is the side. Jordan gets back up. Here again, the implementation of the Jordan rules.
That's the Jordan rules.
3 guys are going to be around him at every turn, particularly when
not rewarding him for trying to score on 3 people.
3 guys sandwich Michael Jordan. He puts it up. Now Michael Jordan.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I've had refs say this to me. They're not gonna reward players for stupidity. And if you drive into the masses of 3 defenders and you take a bad shot when kicking it out would have been your better option, you're not going to get the foul.
Yeah.
That's a fact. And
yeah, that's a fact.
Ref will literally tell you, like, I've had a ref come to me in the game. I can't get your guys foul calls because your team ain't attacking enough. Y'all shooting a lot of 3s. So then I got to change I see how these guys are reffing the game. We got to get to attacking the rim. We got to play faster. We got to get the ball to the rim if we want these calls. There's certain refs that ref the game like that. That's just how the game is. It is like a game within the game. So while y'all complain that these Jordan rules was just hack Jordan, no. These Jordan rules was more strategic than just foul Jordan or
exactly
basketball. The physical side of it was what you just saw Rodman do. When I can sneak my shot in, I'm going to sneak my shot in. But the work had already been done. They had already forced the middle. They had already had 3 guys converge on them. They already tricked them into taking a dumb shot. Now, we're going to beat up on you a little bit on your way down to the ground. That's what Rodman did. The work had already been done. What Rodman did, he didn't need to do. They already forced him into taking and missing a bad shot. But we're gonna lay a little extra on because what? It's a rivalry. We don't like you, and I can get away with it. So
And
again,
Rodman, that's who he was. That's who Rodman is. He's just gonna always, yeah, that's who he is.
And here's the other thing. And here's the other thing too. Yeah, go ahead. I was just about to say. Here's the other thing too, where people don't even seem to understand.
Here you have Michael Jordan coming
There
up.
you go.
Watch how hard he works to get open. Now here comes the double, triple team, and there is that extension.
Now, what
It was
happened?
excellent because the opposite.
Y'all saw what happens when they allowed a baseline drive.
Yep.
When you allow him to go baseline, what just happened? See, when you do mess up and you allow him to go baseline, he will score it. This is one of the reasons why teams like the Lakers and Pistons emphasize on getting him to the middle of the floor. I know PPC. You say I'm not cooking, but you ain't came up here and you ain't showed me a link. You ain't dropped no video. You keep saying all these teams. You just came up. You just said it was either you or Josh. Just said Pat Riley ran zone in 1991 when he was a middle coach. He ran this similar defense. He ran similar thing. He ran a similar style of defense. This was predicated on sending Jordan to the middle of the floor. There's no zone in the world that allows a player to get to the middle of the floor. What type of zone is that?
You can't.
You can't run it. You can't run it because remember.
That guy,
Yep.
that's why he's here. He bails out. Eddie Rush. Under a minute to go in the half.
Converging. Because they're forcing them left again. Remember, the whole principle is Jordan struggles going left. Force him left. Right? But also, if we look to this corner right here, I want you to look to this corner. Jordan's problems of getting hard fouled, if that was even really a problem, are very easily solved with a one quick pass to a pretty good shooter in this corner right here. So the thing is, the Bulls actually had players who could space the floor for him. Jordan just had a love for wanting to score on 3 and 4 defenders without passing the ball. Y'all talk about shot chucking. Y'all talk about guys being selfish. Let's see how this play ends up.
Traveling! Lost the ball. You can't get it! For the game.
Missed the shot.
13.
Missed the shot. I want to see. Did it take a hard foul? Did it take smacking them in the face? Did it take a whole bunch of physical defense? No. It just took smart defenders. And it didn't require a zone. They had a game plan of forcing them left, which they just did. Right? When you look at this right here, let him go left. So this guy defender right here is opened up. I'm going to let you drive left. Right? But what happens? These two defenders immediately commit to Jordan. They have to immediately commit because of the legal defense rules. And they understood that this man Jordan ain't about to pass the ball. He's a selfish player at this point in time. He ain't about to kick it to open shooters.
I mean, that was his
So
mentality.
he don't kick it.
Minute to go in the half.
Let's converge on this fool.
Well, that was. We got to remember, Lamont. That was a mentality. And I think one of the
Lost the ball. You can't get it! For the game. 13 on the shot clock. A differential of 4 seconds between the game clock you see.
And one thing we don't see in here, what's the one thing we haven't seen? We haven't seen some dumb, retarded Detroit Pistons defender running up on Jordan trying to hand check him. That's the one thing we haven't seen yet. We don't see these really weird hand checks that y'all be saying is so.
And the shot clock. Dennis Rodman tried. To watch Jordan going to his left. 3-point attempt. And in there is a.
What happens when you kick it out? See, Jordan gets the assist, but he don't get the point. You do that a little bit more, you might get one of them dubs against the Celtics or the Pistons in the 8th.
Key rebounder. Sellers and Grant must play big in there and help out with Cartwright and Jordan on the board. Jordan hits another jumper. He has 10 confines.
Yeah.
Now, and here's the crazy thing. This was supposed to be. Let me take this off the screen. This was supposed to be one of the most physical teams in the league. This was the team that everybody said was just hacking them and beating them up. What I see here is a defensive exhibition on how to defend and stick to a game plan. This ain't about hacking or fouling, Jordan. It was a real defensive game plan, and it did not revolve around fouling a man all the time. Good defensive teams don't run around hacking and fouling you or hand checking you.
And you see why we keep, and you see why people have been saying now, oh, Michael had to go to the league office and then try to change the rules up. Listen, man, we know Jordan did that. We all listen. It's a fact. Like, it's a fact. Why do you think the flagrant foul was instituted then? Why do you think the flagrant foul was instituted?
People over exaggerate to defend.
All right, hold on, Josh.
Like, that's what it is.
So Josh says in 1996, and he says in 1996 that George Karl played a 2-1-2 zone versus the Bulls. So you know what we're gonna do for Josh? I'm gonna go ahead and pull up footage of 1996, which Utah Jazz didn't even make the NBA Finals that year. But we'll go to 96, 97. And we're gonna pull up some footage. And we're gonna
pull up the footage.
Let's pull up footage, and we're gonna watch the game, and we're gonna see if we can remember 2-1-2 zone is very easy to identify. It's very easy to identify. So we're going. I'm going to pull up this footage because there goes Josh saying it. Because Josh even threw on a percentage. He said 90% of the time. He didn't. He didn't. Because remember, George Karl was famous for what? The 2-1-2 full court press that dropped into man defense. Why did he go 2-1-2 press? Because 2-1-2 is a soft press that makes you bring the ball up slow and you burn time off the shot clock. But he says that this man was running in the half court. So that's what we're going to be looking for. All right. So let's go pull it up. Let's go 96, 97.
People don't watch the games a lot. They really don't.
We just going to pull up the film because Josh said that they was running a 2-1-2. Because remember, a 2-1-2 half court defense is really a half court trap. And you really have no way to hide the fact that you're in a zone. And you have a ton of gaps and holes that you're going to get lit the fuck up. I don't know any team that consistently would run 2-1-2 in the NBA. It's probably worse than the 2-3 zone as at a natural 2-3 zone. But we're going to go with what Josh said. And we're going to pull up. Actually, and luckily for Josh, we happen to have one of the full games available to sift through. So we're going to go ahead and sift through it for Josh, man. So let me get this game loaded up, man.
I think that's what makes Jordan in the 90s the best version, because in the 80s, he kind of just a great athlete that didn't know how to play. 90s, he started picking people apart with his playmaking, too.
Yeah, and that's another false narrative.
That we got the film.
What's a false narrative?
No, one of the false narratives that people make up.
Okay,
is that,
so Josh,
MJ can pass.
Let me get this comment off the screen.
The man can pass. We gotta stop making stuff up about MJ.
Let me mute this because I don't want to hear the sound. But we're gonna play this. So I'm just gonna skip to any random portion of the game because Josh said they play zone 90% of the time. So I should be able to go to any part in this game, and I should see 2-1-2 zone. Right? I should see it. So I could just go. We just gonna go about right here. Remember, I like the beginning of the game because that's when teams stick to the game plan most. Ain't no adjustments been made. Jordan ain't had time to light their zone up. In the NBA Finals, let's see this 2-1-2 zone. Oh, so Utah with the ball right here. We got to wait till the Bulls get the ball. Quick shot right there. Bucket. That was nice right there. I ain't gonna lie. 2-1-2 zone now. Let's see. Okay, so hold on. Right now, what we have is Jordan's guarded over here. Hold on. We're going to go through this slow. All right. Pip is guarded up top. Karl Malone's guarding Rodman. Ostertag is guarding Bryant Williams. I don't see no 2-1-2 zone, Josh. I didn't see. Hold on. Now, look, we got a couple of people on the panel right now. If y'all see 2-1-2 zone, I want y'all to tell me if I'm wrong.
That's not a 2-1-2.
That's
No, hell
That's
no,
not
that
even
ain't
a
a 2-1-2.
2-1-2. Trav, what the hell is this kid talking about? That was man to
Man,
man.
I'm gonna scroll up to another
Lamont,
portion of
he
the game.
don't
Oh wait, hold
Lamont,
on.
he don't know what he's talking about, man.
There's another portion of the game. There's another portion of the game. Right? Hold on. We're gonna go to another portion of the game. Maybe that was part of the 10% where they weren't in zone that Josh was talking about. Okay, so right here, let's look at the spacing. It kind of looks like everybody's manned up to me. Am I wrong, y'all? Or does that look like a zone?
That's a man-to-man.
That's
Jerry
a
Sloan
man.
never ran zone defense his entire coaching career, so I don't know what he's talking about.
But remember, but Josh just said, we got to address what Josh said. Josh just said they ran zone 90% of the time, Utah Jazz. So we remember, this is how they remember he's been adamant today about saying teams in the 90s ran zone. The film is here. So I'm gonna keep playing. I'm just gonna let it play so he won't say I'm skipping through it. We're just gonna play it, right? We're just gonna see. Okay, foul call, stop the game right there. We're just gonna enjoy a little bit of this 90s physical basketball with zone defense included by Josh. This is what Josh said. And I don't want to see the free throw. We're gonna skip past this. Here, we're gonna go to the second half over here. Man, come on, y'all got so many game stoppages, man. Let's see the game.
Yeah. It's out of commercials, Lamont.
All right, let's see. We're supposed to be seeing some zone. Do we see zone right there on that possession?
That's not a zone.
Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. I want to make sure we saw zone. So we can look at the formation right now. I know what a 2-1-2 zone looks like. Is that a 2-1-2 zone with this guy manned up with the ball? Guard has man in the corner. Jordan's guarded right here. Let's see. Just let it play out, man. So guys are following each other. I don't see zone rotations. I see guys chasing Pippen around with the ball. So I don't know if I see zone rotations there.
It's a man-to-man. Follow your guy.
No, I know it's man-to-man, but remember, Josh said 90% of the time they were in zone.
That's not a zone.
Let's see what the Bulls are running. Are the Bulls running zone? Maybe Josh was confused. Maybe it was the Bulls running zone. Good switch right there on the Bulls switching defense. See, y'all see what I mean with the Bulls with fast defenders? You can cheat the illegal defense.
Mm-hmm.
Pippen was actually out of position there. Quick defenders can cheat it because he was so long and lengthy. He can cover that big gap. And it looks like he's one arm's length away because that man had a 7-foot arm span. I'm just trying to Josh made some claims. I'm just trying to find, like Josh said there was zone being ran. And David Stern is at the game. So they run his zone with David Stern at the game.
The zone with David Stern at the game.
Hold on. Another opportunity to see some 2-1-2 zone. Another opportunity. 2-1-2. Do we see it? No, I don't see 2-1-2 yet. I see man. I see man here. Good switching, though. I still see man. Good jab in and help. Oh, we got to stop out of good man defense, but I didn't see 2-1-2 zone, Josh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Josh.
Oh, man.
Man defense, Josh.
It's going to be straight man the whole game, man.
So do we need to see any more?
No, we don't need to see any more, man.
Man, please turn off the game, bro. Because I already had the game on my flash drive. I can watch it anytime I want. But
now Josh stopped typing all of a sudden. Now he stopped typing, man.
Like, here's the thing, though, bro. Like, when anyone says that 90% of the teams in the 90s played zone defense, I look at you sideways because you don't even know what the fuck illegal defense is. Because that's an indicator to me right there. Because if you didn't know that the NBA banned zone defenses until the 01-02 season, because remember when Shaq was playing through the same principles that allowed Michael Jordan to be dominant, they found out that the illegal defenses was negated because Shaq was just too damn dominant.
Yeah,
he could beat people one-on-one because of his big size.
Look at what PPP said. See, PPLLC, you late to the party. See, he wasn't here during the Batman Lane days, man, when we really went into detective mode and we was going in over here. See, we've been doing this, man.
Yeah,
We've been
Lamont
doing
is a
this,
film
man.
guy,
You haven't been here. You need to go watch some of the early videos, man. When we dropped the Batman Lane series, man, we really had to do some real investigation, man. So
I mean, he is a film guy. That's not a bad thing, though.
Jared, do you think those defenders would have locked up KD?
Wait, of the 90s?
Yeah, those same defenders.
What a lot. No, I mean, he's KD. Like, first of all, he's 7 foot. And, like, just his versatility at his height, like, you don't shut down with that KD. It's just too tough, man. Like, so
I don't know, Jared, man. I'm just trying to find some of the things that you're talking about. You know, the physical defense, the hard fouls. I'm trying to look for Josh. Josh has been saying zone defenses. So he did want me to check for the Sonics. He said the Supersonics ran zone defense as well. I'm gonna go to the 96 finals as well. Let me go to 95-96 finals. I think he said the Supersonics ran it as well. Maybe he was confused. Maybe it was Gary Payton and the Sonics running zone. Let's pull that up.
So what are we labeling the 90s defense? Like, what do we label that?
Horrible defense.
Okay.
But I say the 90s defense was horrible, not because there were bad defenders. It was horrible because the league handicapped all of the teams defensively by saying, y'all can't run zone. Like, if I can't have help defense, especially help coming from the weak side, I'm cooked. I have no way to really stop Jordan other than to hope he misses shots, right? Or you got to hope
you know how I know
Scottie Pippen and defend against him. But they had Scott. The only guy that probably could stop Jordan one-on-one, the Bulls had him on the team, and it was only one of them. No, Pippen.
Oh yeah, Ron Harper. You don't think Ron Harper had a chance either?
I think Ron Harper was still too small. The Jordan's advantage primarily over the guards in the 90s, especially at his position, but he was just bigger than them all. At 6'6", that was taller than the average shooting guard at that time.
I thought Ron Harper was 6'5".
No, Ron Harper was 6'6".
I think with Jordan's athleticism, you need somebody taller and lankier than him.
Okay.
And I think Pippen's length and speed and size, and the prime Pippen defensively could have slowed up Jordan, but when you're dealing with an elite scorer like Jordan, over time, without significant help defense or team defense around you, Jordan's generally going to win out the majority of the time, even with a defender like Pippen.
How about Mitch Richmond from your perspective?
I don't think he was a defender, though.
Yeah, he wasn't a defender.
Well, I'm saying that because Michael has said before that he was one of his toughest defenders, but I don't know how much I believe that. So.
I have a question. How are defenders worse when they're more athletic, have more film to study, and more time to train? How does that make sense?
They're not as physical.
You do realize that a good contest is better than physicality sometimes, right?
Correct.
I mean, I guess it depends though, because like I really believe that certain players are just so dominant that like the only way you can really like shake them is you got to get into them like that, and that's what certain teams have started to do with Kevin Durant. Like I'll say this: the Celtics, I think it was 2 years ago, they basically just said, "Look, we're just gonna double and triple team and swarm and be physical." Like you got to really, because a scorer like KD, who's just
that's not what they did to stop KD.
Yes, they did. They basically just
Bro, the Celtics are probably one of the first teams to put out the blueprint on how to slow up KD, and it has nothing to do with being physical or none of that, because none of that really bothers KD. What the Celtics did when we first saw a team really stifle him, they made Kyrie and KD switch roles. They stopped allowing KD to catch the ball on that elbow where he's comfortable, where he can just turn and work off 1-2 dribbles, and they was forcing him to catch the ball at the top of the key. And now you're going from a lot of as good of a score as KD. His weakness is off the dribble scoring, especially from the top of the key. And what they would do is they would have Horford and big defenders sitting behind that primary defender. So when he made his move either way, you now are running into a big defender that also can move their feet, jump, and be physical with you. And so now they're making him have to go shake and bake at the end of the shot clock and then get your shot off. And he struggled in that role. They essentially made Kyrie and KD switch roles with their defense. And that's where they stifled him. But if they allowed him, if you look at, I did a film breakdown on this. They was denying all of those post touches that he normally gets on that high elbow. They wasn't letting him get in on the wing like that. That's where they were being physical with him, because a lot of the physicality they were putting on KD was moving him out of that area. Marcus Smart would get up under his body and literally move him when he didn't have the ball. They weren't letting him get comfortable or get posted up or get set in those spots where he really tortures you. That's where they really worked their magic. The physicality was never on ball, because as we know, the way the refs call the game, KD's going to win that over time if it's on ball physicality. They were physical with him off ball, and that's where they won that battle with KD. And then now that from that point forward, this is when we start to see teams, especially in the playoff, start having advantages against them when they can force them into that. But even last year, wasn't nobody stopping KD. The man was still giving buckets.
No,
even when they got eliminated by Denver, the man was giving Denver all types of buckets. But if you allow the narrative to run around, the narrative people are going to run with is that because of that one bad game that he had, the narrative is going to be, oh, they shut KD down. No, the man was lighting the Nuggets the fuck up. They just didn't have a point guard. Ayton had checked out, and they didn't have no depth because of the KD trade. So they had no bench. They had no Ayton because he was mentally checked out, and they had no starting point guard to facilitate. That's why they lost. It wasn't because KD got shut down.
KD's always going to get his buckets based off of just his ability to shoot and be 7 feet. Even if you quote unquote slow him down a little bit, he's still going to most likely drop 28 points on a bad night just for his ability to be able to rise up and shoot over you.
Yeah, but like some of his point. But see, the thing is though that the one narrative that sometimes we have to like be careful of. Like just because you score points doesn't mean you played well. Like we see that sometimes with LeBron. Like his stats will look good in certain games, but if you actually watch the full game, there are some games where he plays horrible, but his stats are still look good. Like we have to sometimes like.
Hold on, Jared.
But
give me a game where LeBron's stats are good, but he played horrible.
Game
that
two
don't make sense, bro.
Game 2 against the Grizzlies. If you watch that entire game, like he was not good. Like looking at that entire game,
what was his numbers?
He was 28-12 in that game, LeBron.
Okay, so 28-12 against the Grizzlies. How was his defense that game? Was it just bad?
It wasn't effective. His defense wasn't as good as it should have been. Like his 28-12 is not 28-12 in a vacuum. Like his 28-12 didn't have any impact. Like
so 28. See, this is what I mean. Now all of a sudden, 28-12 in a playoff game ain't nothing.
That's not what I said. Like 28-12 can have good impact or bad impact. Like because all numbers are.
It's nothing if it doesn't come into the actual crucial parts of the game.
Right.
If you're scoring 28, okay, that's why I gotta look at the full game, because if you getting blown out by 15, 20 points, and then you get like 16, 18 points, and then you really didn't do shit.
What game are you talking about, Jared?
No, I'm just making a point. I'm just making a point.
No,
you said game 2? Was it this year?
Yeah, game 2 against the Grizzlies in Memphis.
Okay, so you're talking about a game where the Grizzlies won by 10 points. This was a game that was close for the most part, neck and neck. The Grizzlies went up big. They went up by 11 in the first half. Going into halftime, they won that. They were up by 14 at half. They were only up by 13 going into the third. And so they actually got outscored in the third and the fourth quarter. This was never a game that was ever like a 20-point game. It was never a blowout. It was always a winnable game. And so when we look to the stats, if you say LeBron played bad, he did have 28-12 in 39 minutes. But it's crazy that you would say LeBron played bad, but Anthony Davis played 38 minutes and had 13 points and 9 rebounds.
Well, no, I didn't say AD played good. Like nobody, everybody knows.
D'Angelo Russell played 30 minutes with 5 points.
Right.
The only it looks like the only person that played well was LeBron.
No, but see the problem with just saying
Man,
like,
y'all is wild, man.
The thing is, though, bro, like we gotta stop just looking at stats and assuming guys played well. Like he was not good in that game. Like LeBron is one of the best players of all time, and making his
but not good at what?
Plays.
Not what do you mean he was not good that game?
No, but what I'm saying is like a normal superstar putting up 28 and 12, like 28 and 12 can be great if you win the game by 20 and you actually have impact playing defensively and passing around. Like if you score 28 and 12, but you score, let's say, 18 of them when the game basically doesn't mean anything, like that's not an efficient.
Let me tell y'all LeBron's stats for the night, y'all. LeBron shot 12 of 23 from the field. He shot over 50%. He had 12 rebounds. He had 1 turnover and 28 points. The only knock that you can have is that he only had 3 assists that game, where he usually, or at this point in his career, usually gets 6 to 8 assists. So he wasn't inefficient. He rebounded the ball well. And when we look to his running mate in Anthony Davis, who scored 13 points and 9 rebounds, when you look to his starting point guard, who shot 2 of 11 from the floor on 5 points, and when you look to his bench, the only player off the bench that gave them anything was Rui Hachimura, and was it Malik Beasley? That's it.
Yeah.
They got 0 points from Gabriel. They got 0 points from Troy Brown, 0 points from Mo Bamba, 0 points from Schroeder, 0 points from Lonnie Walker. But y'all want to say LeBron played bad.
Well,
amazing to me.
No, the reason
it's
I'm
amazing.
Saying no, the reason I'm
it's
saying
amazing to me, man.
Right. The only reason I'm saying that he played bad is just because, like,
so if LeBron played bad that game, then what did AD do?
He was horrible. Like AD was absolutely terrible. Like I think the thing is, though, like,
what about Schroeder on 0 points?
Well, no, we know they didn't play great. Like obviously they didn't play well. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, like, I have a higher standard for LeBron than just looking at his numbers.
No, but what the thing is, LeBron hit his averages. If Schroeder hits his average, if AD hits his average, if Russell hits his average, the Lakers win by 20. They lost that game because AD played far below his normal production. D'Angelo Russell played far below his normal production. Schroeder played far below his normal production on 0 points, 0-3 from the field in 16 minutes. And the only other guy that was helping LeBron that game was Rui Hachimura, who went 7 of 12 and scored 20 points. Outside of that, nobody else had more than 20 points. And only AD and Reeves, Reeves played all right for what he can give with 12 points and 4 rebounds. So what I'm saying is, how did LeBron play bad when he was literally the best player on the floor for the Lakers?
Well, he played bad just because, like, I look at a LeBron game, like most LeBron games where he scores 28 and 12, like they have great impact. Like obviously, like numbers with impact are what I like. Like when you have good numbers, but you're losing by double digits, like there's no impact.
Bro, they only lost by 10 points, bro. That's not that bad.
That's still double digits. So like,
bro, that's not that bad, bro.
Well, no, the thing is, like, this is one thing that I think we have to, like, kind of.
But who won the series? You acting like the Lakers lost the series.
No, they didn't lose the series. They won in 6. I think the thing is, like, certain superstars, like, they have to be able to.
Jared, what you're not mentioning here is this, Jared, is that the Lakers, who went in as the lower seeded team, had already stolen one in Memphis. This was a back to the wall game for the Grizzlies. If they go down 0-2 going into LA, they looking at getting swept. They were fighting tooth and nail to pull this win out. They basically had to play a perfect game. And the only reason they won is because AD wasn't hitting on all cylinders and Russell wasn't hitting on all cylinders, and they got absolutely 0 production from Schroeder. And they still ultimately lost the series. This is a 50-win Memphis Grizzly team versus a 43-win Laker team, where a lot of people, including myself, have picked the Memphis Grizzlies to win that series.
That just goes to show you how really it's more about matchups and seedings. That's all that is.
Right.
I think the Lakers, I think they won 2 out of 3 games during the season against Memphis.
Yeah, 3 out of 4.
Was it 3 out of 4 or 2 out of 3?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Yeah, it may have been 2 out of 3. Like my thing is ultimately, and what's your name though, by the way?
BJ, pull up
Okay,
podcast.
so pull up. You literally hit the nail on the head of exactly what I was saying, and when you actually explain what I was saying is that numbers, LeBron, and obviously, like for people who watch LeBron, they notice like LeBron James, whether he wins or loses, he's always going to have the great ability to make his stats look good. Like that's just what the player he is. Like he's always going to make sure that he has like good counting stats. Like
hold on 1 second, Jared.
Go ahead.
Hey, Josh. When we pulled up that game with the Utah Jazz, where you said they were running zone 90% of the time, we pulled up the full game. We didn't pull up clips. It was literally the whole game. And we were sitting here playing the film, watching possession by possession of the Utah Jazz playing man-to-man defense. And we did not see one possession where they looked like they were even trying to disguise the zone. And we just didn't want to sit there and watching film when you sat here and said 90% of the time they were in zone, when we watched a number of possessions and did not see one inkling of a zone. So the onus is on you to find this stuff. Because like I said, y'all just be saying stuff, hoping and praying we don't go research it. And then when we research it, you get mad. Y'all got to stop, man. Don't get mad just because I went and looked it up.
Yeah. So yeah, BJ, man. Like one thing I will say, and like the main point I'm basically trying to make is that I really love the players that whether or not their stats look good or
hold on, y'all. Hold on, my bad, Jared.
Okay.
So Josh says you pulled up 97. The quote was from 96. Nice try. So just for Josh, because remember, 96, the Utah Jazz didn't even make the playoffs.
This dude trolling, Lamont. Josh is trolling.
No, he's dead serious.
Gotta be
Josh,
trolling.
No,
he's hold on, y'all. What we're going to do is we're going to pull up Bulls versus Jazz. We're just going to go to a 1996 regular season game. Regular season. Let's see, because I know it's out there. We just got to find it. Uh-oh. Lucky for Josh, we got some game highlights from November 23rd, 1996. Bulls versus Jazz, man. Hold on, let me see if we got a full game. Uh-oh, we do got a full game. Here's a full game from 1996. Bulls versus Jazz. And we're going to go to the full game. And once again, we're going to hopefully see if Josh is right. Because remember, Josh said, didn't Josh said they were playing 2-1-2 zone. Remember, if you play basketball, we all know that if a coach says get into the 2-1-2, it's probably 2-1-2 press. Most teams will never try a 2-1-2 half court trap unless you just goddamn really in trouble at the end of the game and you really trying to press and get some steals and do some ridiculous stuff. But we're gonna go to this game. We got the 96. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. Because Josh is trying to educate us. So he said we used the wrong year, and I want to make sure we're giving him his full credit. Hold on, Planthos, you got an echo, so I'm gonna put you on mute. All right, let me move this comment off the screen. Y'all see at the top of the screen, 96 Bulls versus the Jazz. This is the 95-96 season at the Delta Center. So y'all see the years right. And so I want to see some 90% of the time 2-1-2 zone from George Karl, a guy who was a really good coach that I know was not stupid enough to go 2-1-2 versus the Bulls. But we're going with Josh. It has to be. Remember, it has to be regular season rundown because the Utah Jazz didn't play the Bulls in the playoffs that year. It has to be. So we're going to play this. And we don't need the audio. I just need to get some film of what's going on in game. Let's just scroll to the game. Remember, Josh, this is not clipped up. This is not clips. It's the full game. So we'll wait till the Jazz get the ball. All right, so the Bulls have the ball now. Let's see. Okay. Man right there. Quick shot by Jordan. Oh, they kick it out, but it's wide open. So I see man. I see somebody matched up on Jordan. I see somebody matched up on Longley. I see Hornacek guarding Ron Harper. So I saw man on that possession. So maybe that possession, Josh, maybe that possession was part of the 10% that wasn't 2-1-2 zone. So we're going to let it keep rocking out. Yes, make sure y'all get them likes up, man. Get them likes up. I'm not seeing anything just yet. The Bulls obviously aren't running zone. Well, the Jazz had some good ball movement. I ain't going to lie. All right. Do we see 2-1-2 zone yet, y'all?
Straight man. Straight man.
Okay, that's man. That's man right there, man. So I don't see 2-1-2. Yeah. Not yet. Let me scroll a little bit more. Let me scroll up a little bit more. Okay. Another possession right here. I see man. I see the guy following Pippen through the lane. So it's obviously man. Antonio Carr contests Jordan on the switch. That was another man possession. Okay. I'm trying to find it for you, Josh, man. We just try to find the 2-1-2. All right. So the Bulls. Well, get the scoreboard off the screen. Oh, this is obviously transition, so they can't do nothing. We're going to look at one more possession, Josh. That's all we giving you. One more.
Yeah.
That's that defensive player. That's that first team all defense by Jordan, right? Boy, they passed the ball well. I'm not gonna lie. Utah passes the ball well. They passed the ball well, y'all. You got to give them credit for that. They moved the ball fast, and they hit you on time too. I'm looking at one more possession, so I'm waiting after these free throws. Let me see if I can fast forward through it.
Not a zone, Lamont.
I'm just, we got to give them the benefit of the doubt, man. We got to give them the benefit of the doubt, man, because, again, it might be some zone. Uh-oh, we got a timeout. Maybe when they come out of the timeout, they go into their zone. Okay, so now we got a prime opportunity to see. Okay, manned up on cool coach. Pippen following the man through the lane, so it's obviously not a zone. Antoine Carr.
Yeah, Josh is wrong. Josh is wrong. Lamont, he's wrong.
It's not a zone.
He's wrong.
Hey, Josh, you gotta come cook, Josh.
Jared, what you was saying though, man?
So basically, the point I was trying to make, honestly, is that basically my whole point is that numbers just in a box score, like just in a vacuum, don't always tell the full story of what a game is. Like sometimes a game doesn't really back up what the stats are. Like I said, for example, like there are games that we've seen where LeBron James will have, and I'll give you an example. Go back to Game 4 of 2016 against the Warriors, where his final box score was 20, I think it was 26, 8 and 8. But that was a game in which they lost by double digits. And if you look at it, he only had, I think, 14 points. Or I'm not 14 points, 16 points going into the fourth. He scored 10 points in the fourth, but most of those 10 points were when the Warriors were already up double digits. Like, so if you really look closely at the game, it wasn't from the standpoint of like he dominated. Like,
but Jared, here's your. This is where you're looking at the game completely wrong. Numbers tell us about the player, right? The numbers tell us who the player is. The outcome of the game is about the team. So let's not conflate. Like we just live in a day and time now where if you watch too much ticket TV, if a guy loses, he's a bum, and if his team is trash, and even if he puts up good numbers, if they don't win, they're bums. They have to win to even get consideration to be a good player. That's not necessarily true. Nobody in this league, you're not going to win if you don't have a good team. Sometimes, even if you still have a good team, you have a bad night and you can play bad. But for the most part, LeBron's numbers over the course of the last 20 years have been very consistent. He's been very versatile. He's improved in certain areas at times, especially with the passing as of late as he's gotten older. And then at one point in time in his career, his defense had elevated to make him one of the best defenders in the league. Right. But numbers tell us who the player is. Like when LeBron scored 51 against the Golden State Warriors and they lost, does that mean LeBron? Does that mean his 51 points was not impactful?
Oh no! I'm not going that far. Like his numbers in that game certainly had impact. It's just like, I mean, the players around him just didn't do much.
So we can't tie in winning and losing with a player's numbers. A good player, like we knew Devin Booker was good even when the Phoenix Suns were trash.
Right.
I don't know about that.
I did.
No, I knew Devin Booker was
it's
good.
Not. It don't take rocket science to identify. Like we knew De'Aaron Fox was good when the Sacramento Kings was trash.
Yeah, they were
we
good.
knew
like,
Joel Embiid was good, even when the Sixers was trash.
All right. No, I get what you're saying, Lamont. Like there are certain, and again, I'm not trying to make it seem like every game LeBron loses like doesn't have impact. What I'm saying is there are certain games that LeBron will have where his stats will look good, but the team gets killed. Like that, there are
like the 14 finals.
No,
yeah.
Well, it's just like the game that you mentioned, Jared, where his stats look good, and when I pull up the box score, the reason why they lost, I can clearly look to guys like AD and D. Russ, who were starters that played far below what they're supposed to do.
We'll talk about the 14 finals then. When in the last 3 games, he's not really scoring when the game is close. When the game is close, he's scoring at a way less rate than when
they were getting blown out in those 3 games. Yeah. And that's actually a good example because LeBron averaged 28, 8 and 6, I think it was, on very good percentages.
Okay, so you guys are telling me are y'all saying the games were blowouts?
Those last 3 games were blowouts.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Games 3 and 4
record finals margin.
Okay,
finals margin.
So if the games were blowouts, why would you want LeBron to be doing a lot of scoring in the last 3 minutes?
No, that's not what we said.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying he had most of his points when they were down.
Exactly.
So you saying he got most of his points in the last 3 minutes?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It wasn't a blowout. It was a blowout in the first quarter because he couldn't guard Kawhi, and Kawhi is going 5 for 5.
We're not saying like in the last 2 minutes. Okay?
What are we saying? Because
I'll explain it to you. No, I got you. I'll explain it to you.
I'm asking you a question. Because if Spurs were blowing out any LeBron James led team, and we know Popovich is not a guy to run his players into the dirt. If I watched the game, if they're up big, I would presume that he went to the bench and brought in guys that were probably not as good as his starters, which probably paved the way for players like LeBron to get easier buckets. But if Spurs were blowing out any LeBron James led team, and we know Popovich is not a guy to run his players into the dirt. If I watched the game, if they're up big, I would presume that he went to the bench and brought in guys that were probably not as good as his starters, which probably paved the way for players like LeBron to get easier buckets. That could be an explanation why it was easy to score. I mean, this was one of the best defenses in NBA history, with one of the greatest defensive coaches in NBA history, especially when they had Tim Duncan and they got all guys locked in defensively, especially with that starting unit. But that's kind of what happens in blowouts.
Yeah, but it's different because LeBron James is not given fault, or you're saying that it's not really his fault sometimes when he's scoring, like when his stat line is good or is bad or whatever. It's not really his fault, but it's clearly LeBron James had some blame in that series because if you can only score really well when the A team is in.
Let me ask you a question. What was Dwayne Wade's points per game average going into the playoffs?
I think it was like 17, something like that. I forget. Hold on, give me one second.
For the finals or for the season?
For the postseason?
Yeah, hold on. This 2014 regular season.
Oh, regular season. I don't know.
I think it was like 17 points or something like that. I forget. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll find it.
19. It was 19 points. 19 points. 19 points.
Okay. So D Wade was averaging 19 points per game.
Yeah, that's not good.
Against the Spurs, he only averaged 15.
Yeah, Bosh averaged
Chris Bosh averaged 14.
Oh, 14.
Ray Allen gave 9. Rashard Lewis gave 8. And really, from that point on, you didn't get it as far as scoring. You didn't get you didn't get much significant production from any other.
LeBron also scored less in 2013 than he did in 14.
No, I'm talking about 2014. I don't want to jump around years because, again, I'm never one to blame my if we lose and I'm looking at the box score. First thing I'm gonna go to is turnovers, which obviously, if you want, I didn't hear any of you guys get on Bron and D Wade, who both led that team in turnovers. Bron with 19, D Wade with 18. From that point on down, there was a significant drop off. So if you guys said that he didn't take care of the ball, he was careless with the ball, him and D Wade, and they turned the ball over a lot, which led to a lot more possessions for the Spurs, I would give you that. But you guys didn't say that. But I'm looking at rebounding and I'm looking at turnovers before I look at how many points a guy scored. Because
that's not what we're looking at.
What I'm saying is you're not looking at it because you guys are looking at it in a lens based on how can I find a way to blame LeBron for this loss, as opposed to looking for the real
false.
Why they lost that game. So
let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you.
Explain because I know too much basketball.
You want to say what you're going to say, but I can't reply.
No, I'm going to let you reply.
You're trying to give LeBron a pass, Solomon.
All right. What I'm saying is this. I don't look at games, wins and losses, the way normal people try to look at them. I don't look at a guy and say, oh, this guy didn't get to a scoring average. I promise you that generally when teams lose games, the majority of the time, especially if you're talking about games in the finals, the majority of the time it has nothing to do with points. It's usually around turnovers, rebounding, and defense. And I guarantee you, when I look to those indicators, those are going to give me a bigger indicator as to why they won or lost games, as opposed to looking at LeBron saying, oh, he scored only when they were down big. Oh, I don't care about that. I want to look at my thought process is, how did they get down big? How did they give up so many points?
Kawhi went off.
Yeah, I'm going to let you talk in a minute, because what I'm trying to do right now is I got to re-educate you on how to look at the game in a proper way, as opposed to just saying, oh, LeBron was scoring when they were down, which nobody really cares about that. LeBron, I don't hear LeBron going around. I don't care. If LeBron ever came around saying, oh, in 2014, I got my 28 points per game, it was some other dudes that didn't do nothing. I haven't heard that. So I have no reason to criticize his 28 points per game. I don't know why you guys have any real reason to criticize it. I'm going to let you respond, but right now, you got to get re-educated on how to properly look at the game before you run around and say stupid stuff like
what, the truth?
The truth is the fact that, why do you care that he scored a few extra points when they were down, especially in a day and age with the 3-point line, when we've seen teams come back from 30 down with the implementation of the three-point line is because they kept their foot on the gas and they kept trying to score and they made successful comebacks to win games. So I'm never going to blame a team while they're down by continuing to score, because we've seen teams down come back from crazy leads because of the three-point line and get back and win games. So I'm never going to knock that. My big question is, how did they get down? What were they doing defensively? One, were they turning the ball over? When I looked at the turnovers, Bryant and Wade led the team in turnovers. When I looked to rebounding, I'm probably going to see a significant rebounding advantage for the San Antonio Spurs. And when I look to defense, we're probably going to see either a lot of breakdowns on the side of the Miami Heat that year, which led to a lot of easy buckets for the San Antonio Spurs. But why, when we can look to real factors about the wins or the loss, do you guys care about a few extra points that LeBron scored, which made his average look a little bit better, when LeBron himself doesn't even glorify the fact that he scored 28 per game that series? No, not even LeBron fans glorify it. It was a loss and nobody really cares. Why do you guys care? That's the real question. Why is that even a real conversation?
No, I got you. Don't worry.
Let me
So for
LeBron,
yeah, after me. So for the LeBron fans, what they do is they like to say that LeBron James.
Let's do this. We're not LeBron fans here. As you tell, we talk real basketball and do real basketball breakdowns.
So then why did you mention it?
So what I want you to do is take off the goggles, or remove the script that you normally have in front of you where you talking to LeBron fanboys or LeBron channels, and I want you to pull in the script where you actually talking real basketball with people that break the game down and criticize LeBron when he deserves to be criticized, but give him praise when he deserves to be praised. That's who you talking to. You're not talking to, this isn't a Laker channel. This is not a LeBron channel. It's a basketball channel. So I want you to talk real basketball. That's all I'm asking. Go ahead, though.
You think it's not fair criticism to point out that LeBron James was scoring the majority of his points when they were down 15 at a very normal LeBron rate, 60 true shooting percentage or whatever it is. And then how, for whatever reason, like you said, maybe it's because they have the A team out there. Maybe they have Kawhi out there guarding him with the, like you said, they have one of the best defenses. But to say that we can't criticize him for not performing well against a top defense, that doesn't make any sense.
No,
I'm not saying that.
I did not say you could not criticize him. I said, if any criticism is thrown towards LeBron, I can look to the box score and see specifically where you would throw the criticism. And that's in the turnovers between him and D Wade, 37 turnovers in 5 games. That is something I want to criticize.
But it's not only that. But it's not only that.
No. What you see, real basketball turnovers win and lose games single-handedly. If I look as a coach, when I lose a game and I look at the box score, first statistical category I'm looking at, turnovers, rebounds. I don't care about the points. Most of these teams, you don't lose games because of points. And why do you care that LeBron still had his foot on the gas, still trying to score, still trying to win the game when they were down? Did you want him to just go to the bench and give up? Is that what you wanted him to do? No.
I wanted him to score when the A team is out there. I wanted him to score against the starters. I wanted him to score. No, he wasn't. He was scoring the majority of his points.
You said he did the majority of his scoring when they were down.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because he was able to score.
Kept his foot on the gas when they were down because he's still trying to press and win the game. They just didn't get it done. That's what you're supposed to do when it's the NBA Finals. You're not supposed
Nobody
to
said that's not what you're supposed to do. Nobody said that. But
who
to
does
say
that
that
in the NBA Finals? I want you to tell me one team that's down 15 in the NBA Finals that just says, take the starters out, put the bench guys in, it's over with. Who does that?
LeBron in the 18 Finals when he gave up in the last fucking overtime.
Oh my God, bro! Now you jumping to 18. We're talking about right here in 2014.
You said name a finals. You said name a finals.
You getting mad at LeBron James for keeping his foot on the gas, trying to win the game. He
didn't keep his foot on the gas at 18.
First of all, and then here's the weirder part. You're saying, he should have did all the scoring.
Nobody said that. You just making sure.
Kawhi Leonard and them guys. So you got so you saying? Are you saying if I pull up the film, I'm not going to see LeBron James scoring on Kawhi Leonard and them guys. I'm going to see him scoring on bench bums, right?
No, you're going to see him scoring at a far higher rate, way more efficiently when they're down 15.
No. So you saying when I pull up his quarter to quarter scoring, we're gonna see third quarter scoring of him getting 20 points.
It could be the second quarter of the game blown out. He could bring the game back, and then in the third quarter they get blown out again.
So he's not supposed to score in the second quarter, right? Because last time I checked,
that's what you said.
Popovich is not taking no starters out in the second quarter.
Oh yeah, but he took out Tim Duncan in whatever game it was.
So you saying LeBron
like
only
Pop
scored?
is the perfect coach.
So are you saying? See, this is the weird things they wanted to get you to believe. So you saying LeBron only scored when they subbed Tim Duncan and Kawhi Leonard out, but he couldn't do nothing when they were in the game.
No, that's not what I said. That's what you said. That's what you.
Okay, hold on.
That's your opinion.
See, this is how we clear these things up. We just
go look at the tape.
Hold on, we're gonna pull the game up. What we gonna do? And look, this I don't even try to fake like I remember what happens in these games. But the one thing I know for a fact is that the game film is probably not going to support this nonsense. Because
what I know is that Kawhi Leonard,
you're going to be the third person to talk about a game, and when we pull the film up, is not going to support. Look, they lost. This is not a series that even LeBron fans brag about. But you sitting here talking about, he only scored when they was down. Like, this is what I mean, y'all. Because if LeBron would have set out at the end of the third quarter and set out in the fourth quarter and just conceded to a loss, LeBron quit. LeBron didn't want to keep playing. He quit on the team. But if he stays out there, LeBron stat pad. Oh, he can't score on the starters.
That's not what we're talking about.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull up the film.
Go ahead. We want to see we want to see Kawhi Leonard score 16 points in the first quarter, game 3. Go ahead.
I want to see if LeBron couldn't score on them. I want to see.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
I'm gonna pull up the
no. I don't have to look at the game. They've already done it. They've already done the research.
First of all, the game is, if you're down 15 in the third, the game is not over. If you're down 15 in the fourth, the game is not over.
The game is never over until the fourth quarter, last couple minutes.
Mad
you could tell.
Still trying to score.
I didn't say I was mad at him. I said it's clear that he could not do it against the
my
team.
God, man.
Clearly.
What we got? Let's pull up the film.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't. So Popovich, 2014 finals. Look it up.
All right, hold on.
What are you talking about in the 2014 finals? What happened?
No, don't worry about it. We're just gonna play the film. We don't even got.
I mean, he's going from this to this, and he asked, "I want you to tell me which finals this happened." And I tell him finals. Oh, now you're switching finals.
I didn't switch. I'm going to the series that you said. 2014.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is I'll start replying, and then you'll start replying and start moving it to something else, or you'll say LeBron forwards.
No, what I specifically said was, if we talking real basketball and we looking at the series and we trying to determine,
he's jumping all over the place.
What led to the demise of the Miami Heat? I said, why do you even care that LeBron was still scoring when they were down? When that's exactly what you're supposed to do when you down. You can't come back.
That's not the point.
But you said,
Lamar, can I jump in? Can I jump in real quick? Hold on. Can I jump in real quick?
That's not what I said. That's what you invented.
I think what dude is saying, I don't know his name. I think dude's saying his scoring didn't have any impact. That's what I think he's trying to say. The scoring that LeBron was having had no impact, because for you to average 28 points during that series and you're LeBron and Kawhi Leonard averaged 17, but yet his scoring was more impactful, especially in that game 3 when he had 35 points. It's not about how much you score, it's when you score in possessions of the game. That's why Miami was trailing so early in the game, because Kawhi Leonard, especially in those games 3 and 4, was actually making an impact in those moments early and often. And LeBron James having problems scoring on that Spurs defense. I think that's what dude's trying to say.
Here's the problem. You're not trailing early in the game because you can't score. You're trailing early in the game because you can't get no damn stops. This is what I mean. People are so hyper focused on offense that y'all think these games are supposed to be super track meets where if you score, I got to score. If you score, I got to score. When really, when the Spurs go on their runs or when the Spurs build leads, it starts with the Spurs getting stops, going down and scoring. So that's why I said I need to now look to why were the Spurs able to get into transition or get into their half set so much and score so consistently on this team, right? because they only built big leads because Miami could not get stops. And if you try to
It
go
was a double-edged sword, Lamont. It was
and
Miami couldn't get stops, and they couldn't, and they Kawhi was getting cooked. That was a double-edged sword.
They only scored 17 points in the first quarter.
BJ, and this is what I'm saying. If the one team that proved to us that trying to go bucket for bucket does not work is the Phoenix Suns of the 2000s. They could score with the best of them, but trying to go bucket for bucket with a great defensive team will not win in the playoffs. You yourself have to find some type of defensive identity, and you have to get stops yourself. And so when y'all talk about the Spurs had these big leads, it's not because Miami could not score. It's because they could not get stops. And that's what I say. Y'all so hyper-focused on wanting to see these 115, 120 games that y'all don't care to look at the defensive things. Y'all didn't care to look to mention the turnovers because I think that played a large role. And I can look to the turnovers, 37 turnovers between Wade and LeBron mean that the Spurs probably were in transition a ton. And that will lead to your demise. And that will lead to a lot of consistency defensively because you can't get your guys back in time. These are all things that lead to a loss. But if you want to criticize LeBron for scoring in games when they were down, that's the wrong thing to be criticizing if you're trying to get to the reason as to why they lost. It's not even D Wade's fault because D Wade's points per game dropped to 15 a game that series. But it's against the best defensive team in the league. Your stats are going to drop.
Lamont,
in the last 2 games.
Each game, the Spurs won those 3 games, 3, 4, and 5. They won by damn near close to 20 points, and they scored over 100 points. Okay, and Miami scored less than 100 points. So they were scoring the ball. They were scoring the ball.
If I'm in a game, my team that I coach now, we beat teams by 20 points all the time. It's because the team that we're playing cannot stop us. And if any team that we play on my level, if they try to go bucket for bucket with us, they're going to lose. If you cannot get stops against my team, I'm going to beat you by 20 or 30, and we're going to embarrass you. So it starts with the other team's defense. So when Miami lost, the criticism would be that whoever the defensive anchor was for that team, and we can say it was LeBron, if you want to say it was LeBron, could not propel that team to put out a better defensive performance to stop these humongous runs as the Spurs were going on to create these big leads. So talk about his defensive lapses. Talk about his inability to guard in gaps or whatever might have went wrong in that series. But to sit here and harp on, he only scored 28 points a game because
that's just where we started.
That's just you trying to, I don't like LeBron, so I'm just trying to push narratives.
No, that's not even true. That's where we just started. So if we talk about scoring, you talk about defense, and then I start talking about defense.
What went wrong? So that if y'all watched, because y'all remember more about that series than me.
Nobody said that.
Tell me what went wrong defensively for Miami.
By the way, 10 years ago.
No. Tell me what went wrong defensively for Miami that series. Where
they couldn't stop Tony Parker and they couldn't stop Kawhi Leonard.
Okay, no.
Facts.
Hold on. That's not a defensive breakdown. That's just you. I couldn't stop Tony. Bro, that don't tell me nothing. I want you to talk about what the hell was going wrong. But they have trouble switching on screens, right? Was the guy that was supposed to ice or drop half-assing it getting beat by Tony Parker? Was the guy that's supposed to fight over like Mario Chalmers, who was known for being lazy, fighting over screens? Was he not fighting back and recovering hard enough?
It was Tony Parker's penetration. It was Tony Parker's penetration to the lane, mixed in with Kawhi Leonard's efficient scoring that torched Miami's defense.
That's not a defensive breakdown. That's not a defensive breakdown, man.
What? It wasn't much that they needed to do to beat Miami, bro, on the defensive end. It was that ass whipping. It was that much of an ass whooping.
There's literally possessions.
It was that much of an ass whooping.
Straight up at LeBron James, going straight up at him.
Hold on, y'all. Just because you don't know how to explain it, don't mean I'm gonna dumb it down to what y'all saying. I know.
No, mine. I can explain it. I can explain it.
Okay, we're gonna explain it with the video.
Okay, let's do it.
Because I know that by looking at this series, there's definitely criticism that you can throw towards the leader of that team, LeBron James. But it has nothing to do with his 28 points per game.
No, in fact, LeBron shot 50-50.
So it has nothing to do with his
50 from the
scoring.
three.
And ain't nobody's gonna sit here and criticize him, man, for still keeping his foot on the gas offensively. Criticize the things that actually cost him the game, which is defense and turnovers, which y'all didn't even care about until I told you. But we're gonna pull it up.
Let's do it.
So we're gonna go to what game y'all want me to do? What game?
Just look at the team comparison. Look at
Go
the
to game
comparison.
three.
No,
Go to game three. Lamont, go to game three. Go to game
Y'all
three.
choose the game.
Go to game three.
All right, we're gonna go to game 3. Give me
Go
one
to
second.
game 3. Look at the first quarter.
Yeah, Kawhi had 29 that game.
Kawhi was lighting them up 5 for 5, scoring 16 points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
So that I got right here. I don't see game 3, but I do got game 4.
Yeah, pull up game 4.
Game 4 and 5.
Kawhi wasn't going as crazy, but
well, hold on. Game 5 was the most critical. So let's pull up game 5.
They killed him in the second half. The second half is when they blew a win away.
Hold on. We're gonna pull the whole game up. Because the game 4 is just highlights. I don't want to see clips.
quarters 2 and 3, game 5.
Oh, we're gonna see all the quarters. I want to see them all.
That's fine, but I'm telling you to focus on those 2 in the game 5 because those are the 2 quarters where they got blown out. So it would be.
Here it is. Oh, that's post game. God damn, I thought that was the whole game. Hold on. Those are highlights. I don't want highlights. I want the full game.
Game 5, he starts off hot. LeBron James, 17 points.
Bro, if Kawhi Leonard starts off hot, then you guys should be able to break down the defensive breakdowns that led to him getting easy buckets. If he's getting easy shots, if he's getting good looks.
How to get to his spots and score. Like, that's what Kawhi is.
Y'all think just Kawhi Leonard was walking to his spots and scoring? And it was just that easy?
No, it was a combination of basically.
I got every other game but this one. That's crazy. 2014. Nope, that's highlights.
Literally, Kawhi going into the paint. He's
just
type
in Kawhi Leonard game 4 highlights.
Why do I want highlights when highlights don't tell you nothing?
So you can see when he's scoring.
No. Everything that I pulled up today, other than the Jordan clip, was
we got you. No, I understand. That's right to do. That's right to do. But what I'm saying, if we don't have the full game,
highlights are meant to sell a narrative. I don't want highlights, bro. I want full game.
So what else?
I gotta go into synergy. Hold on. Let me go into synergy. Hold on one second. Let me go into synergy. I can get the full game in there. Hold on.
Oh, yo, salute everybody. I'm trying to understand.
Literally, Kawhi Leonard is just going crazy. He's just heat checking. He's taking whatever shot he wants. Literally.
Plus knows. I'm trying to understand.
He got a hand in his face, and he's still making the shot.
So hold on.
But that's not the only reason they won that game. They won.
So you telling me? So you basically telling me that he got hot and he was just hitting tough shots.
He got hot for 3 games against LeBron James.
Bro. So you saying it was just LeBron by himself? It wasn't no switching, no screens, no nothing. It was just him getting hot on LeBron.
There's a lot. The majority of possessions.
No.
Yes.
So, bro, but we both know that's
I'm watching.
a lie.
I'm watching it right now.
Bro, you watching highlights. I guarantee you, the way I do film breakdowns, I can break down plays and I can tell you exactly what broke down and led him to get every bucket. And I promise you, not all of it's going to be LeBron's fault.
Nobody said it was.
I'm trying to understand Placino's premise because it seemed like you don't have a clear premise. What is your premise?
No, I didn't have a premise. When I came in, he was talking to somebody else. I forget who it was, and he was talking to him about whatever topic it was. And in that topic, he said something about LeBron James. He has like one question. He said, "Why does it matter if LeBron James's points don't have impact or something like that?" And I said, "Well, you could look at the 2014 finals to see a series where his points really didn't have that impact like it did in other series." And then that's where all of this started.
But Plantos, it wasn't his points. It was their defense that didn't have an impact.
It's both.
Because here's the thing. If they actually defended well and he puts up that same point production, the games would be much closer and they would have a much better chance to win. See, the thing is, he can't go out there and score 49 points per game with trash defense. You're like, oh, my defense is bad this series, so I'm just going to go out here and score 59 just to make up for all the bad. No, that's just not how it works.
It's just he couldn't.
It wasn't that. No, it wasn't that. What I'm saying is he put up 28 a game, but it was their defense that failed them, and they turned the ball over a shit ton between Wade and LeBron. That's what I'm trying. Like, even without seeing the film, that was the most impactful thing in that series. Just they Spurs forced them into turning the ball over, Wade and LeBron. And defensively, like you said, they struggled with containing Kawhi Leonard and Tony Parker. And the film will tell us what broke down in those contains. Why couldn't they contain those two? And it's not good. I guarantee you, knowing Popovich, it wasn't him running a whole bunch of 1-4 flats for Kawhi Leonard to go ISO on LeBron.
No, but a lot of the possessions, it's LeBron's responsibility to guard him, and he's not guarding him properly.
God, bro. Oh my God. Yeah, what you mean? That's just not how basketball works, my guy, man.
No. You're trying to say. I'm telling you, his points weren't impactful. Then you're saying, oh, but talk about the defense as well. But we haven't even got there.
So the thing is,
you can have a cheap. You can score 28 points and not have it be.
You know what happens? See, the thing is, if he averages 20 points per game, y'all gonna say he choked. But when he gives you 28 and loses, y'all gonna say the points weren't impactful. But when really they lost the series because they turned the ball over and couldn't defend, and it had nothing to do with points.
Him choking and not being impactful, that's not even the same thing.
This is all you searching so desperately for just a negative narrative to throw at LeBron that you even missing the real reason why they lost the series. It had nothing to do with his points.
Hey, you cooking?
And the points 28 per. And
right
I want you to go try to convince any NBA coach in the league that 28 points in the NBA Finals is not impactful. You sound silly.
So you're telling me you can score?
What?
God damn,
he shot
man.
50% from three and 50% from
if I score 28 points in a finals game and lose
on great
especially
efficiency
by a big margin, it's
I
probably
got
because
you.
my goddamn defense.
Hey, Lamont, can I send you something to your Instagram you can pull up? It's like highlights from the game 3.
He don't want highlights. He wants the full game.
You don't have the full game, but it's enough like footage to show what actually broke down.
I'm holding the full game right now from Synergy. Y'all just wait a second. I got the full game. It's download right now. It's at 13%. It's just a big ass file. So
Salute
just
SB. Salute
what
SB.
up? What up, SB? And Sturdy. What's good?
What's up, man? I was like,
Hold on, where did Sturdy go?
I don't know where Sturdy go. I've been watching I know you don't watch football, Lamont. I've been watching football, but I have been listening to you cook up. I don't understand why they not understand what you're saying. Which is
it's
crazy.
easy to understand.
It's literally simple. Y'all just don't listen, bro.
It's not everybody. It's just that Planto's dude. Plato.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not the hate on LeBron. There's series where there's players who scoring like 18 points a game. Like Kawhi Leonard, he scored 17 points a game, but his 17 points a game is really impactful.
Yeah, but bro, he scored
really
17 points. He scored 17 points because they cannot get stops on the defensive end.
So his 17 points was more impactful than LeBron's 28 points.
Bro,
is that what we admitted?
No. What happens is y'all trying to make it ISO. The real statement should be the Spurs offense dominated the Miami Heat defense.
That's more realistic to say.
And the major part of that was Kawhi Leonard.
The Spurs defense played better than the Heat's offense in the last 2 games, but outside of LeBron.
Especially and that's even more relevant when we're talking about
last 3 games.
That makes more sense with the Spurs because they were a team-oriented offense. Anybody could get cooking. Like the way they moved the ball, it wasn't an ISO-heavy offense. It wasn't about getting it to one player, getting it out the way. It was about moving the ball, playing the right way, and defending at a high level on the other end. So again, if it was more so about their offense as opposed to Kawhi Leonard getting off, and if Kawhi Leonard is getting off, it's because they're running their sets perfectly. They're taking advantage of gaps or problems that the Miami Heat or the Miami Heat are having. Maybe the Miami Heat weren't communicating. Like
correct.
Why can't it be both?
Throw
But Lamont, hold on. Lamont, I
the ether
agree.
on LeBron for not being able to lead that team
I,
defensively.
I agree.
That's
I
where the
agree
blame
with the
needs to
point. I agree with the point you said that the Spurs offense was efficient, but you still got to have the player to be able to put the ball in the basket. You can't just say the offense is what it is, and you had the player that was averaging what he did, and just say that's obsolete. Like Kawhi Leonard makes a lot of things happen for that Spurs offense to go.
No. See, that's how I know you're lying because when Kawhi Leonard on the Spurs,
I'm not lying.
it was Tony Parker who created all
It
the
was
offense.
Kawhi and Tony Parker
Tony doesn't
together, bro. That's
pass
why he
that
got the
space. Tony
MVP.
doesn't pass.
That's why he got the MVP that series.
Tony
He got the
doesn't
MVP
pass that
because of
space.
the defense, because the fact he guarded LeBron the whole series.
Bro, Tony
And he didn't
his
Parker
20
averaged
points.
18. Hold on. Tony Parker averaged 18 points that series. Kawhi averaged 17.
Right.
So stop lying.
Who had more points than LeBron?
Parker did.
Stop lying, dude.
No,
You could
Kawhi
be
was the
more
MVP
impactful
of
and
that
score
series because
less points.
he was the best player on
This
both
is-
sides of the ball.
This whole
Yeah,
conversation
that's right.
revolved
Defense,
around.
SB.
That's a lie.
this-
Tim Duncan was the
thing
best
is,
player on defense.
Like the thing is, I'm gonna try. Actually, I'm gonna try to get Gilbert here right now because I'm gonna try to get a coach or Gilbert Arenas here right now to explain to you guys that 28 points is at the NBA level is never not impactful.
yeah, that's impactful.
That's some dumb shit to say, bro.
That's
It's not some dumb
It's
shit.
not even that. Hold on. It's not like he
That's
scored
not.
28 points on bad efficiency. He shot 50 from the
bro,
field and 50 from
Because
the
I want
three.
you to.
But he was
every
scoring
time-
on bad
every time
efficiency
somebody
when
say
they were
28
within
points is
15
impactful,
points.
I want you
What
to
do
go to
you-
try to go to
what?
your local YMCA and try to
lose to
score
win.
28 points.
No, I'm not saying he's not supposed to go out there and try. What I'm saying is it's fair to criticize him for not being able to put up his best offensive effort when the game is
He scored
close.
28 and
What we're saying is that like it ultimately leads to winning.
Bro,
though,
it was their
Lamar.
defense, my
that's
guy. It
impact-
wasn't nothing to do with offense.
It's both. So it's
Bro, let me
It really
drop
wasn't
not
nothing to
both.
do with
It has to
LeBron.
impact winning.
Hey,
Lamar.
Bang, I want you to pull up because
So LeBron's the best defensive
the one person
player,
that I
and
know
he's
will
not
remember this
partly
series
responsible.
is Bang. Hold on, let me get Bang in here. I know Bang will remember this series and will be able to talk about it in detail. Hold on, let me get Bang up.
I'm gonna switch to my laptop till I walk in the crib. I'll be back.
I got to get Bang in here because I know he will remember this series verbatim. Because to me, criticize him for the team defense and the turnovers. Don't criticize him for
Both.
the
I could criticize for both sides of the ball. It's not like LeBron played the worst
Bro.
defense in the world.
No,
Bro,
LeBron
hold on. What
LeBron
was
has
this?
to get some blame.
Hold on. What do you blame him for
If
offensively?
there was one thing, if there was
Not being able
one
to
thing you could
score
blame LeBron
when the game is closed. There's a certain time frame where
just
the
said the
game was
game
in
wasn't
15
close.
points. Bro, listen.
Y'all said the series wasn't close.
Well, if you listen first, I could say it. So when
And
the
in
game
one
was
game
close,
that they won, which was a 2-point
That's the
game,
most thing that you
Bron
said that
had
made sense.
35.
That made sense.
No, hold
When
on. When the game was close and they
Yes.
won, Bron had 35.
Yeah, he played
okay.
great.
So why couldn't he do that again? That's what
Bro, he
that's
did.
what
He
I'm
dropped
saying.
He dropped 31 in game 5.
No, in
But
games
the
1 and
game was
2,
done. The game was in the second half. By
By
the second half, the game was done.
Yeah,
So, but what I'm saying is,
By
so
that
y'all
third
saying the
quarter.
game got away from him.
Yeah, in the third quarter.
So
That
what is he
third
supposed
quarter.
to do? So the only way he can get the game back close is if they
No. I'm not saying they shouldn't kept scoring. That's not me, Lamar. I'm not saying that.
Nobody's saying that.
saying
Nobody said that. Nobody said
I'm
that's
not
him
saying
saying
that.
that. He's making that up.
What I'm saying is basically they couldn't score and they couldn't get stops. It was both sides. It wasn't just one or the other. It was both. They lost each game 3, 4, and 5 by damn near 20 points.
Right.
Okay.
That's not just a defensive lapse.
But when we hold on. When y'all say, see, here's the thing. Who are you talking about when you say they couldn't score? Because when I look at the numbers, LeBron shot 50% in game 1, 63%
Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh.
Hold on.
Why you box score watching? Why you box score watching?
64% in game 3. He shot 58%
So you box
in
score
game
watching.
4. And the only game that he shot below 50% was game 5 when he had
What's the
31 points
context?
on 47% from the field. So it seems like LeBron was scoring pretty easily. 9 to 17 from the field, 14 to 22, 9 to
wasn't
14,
though.
10 to 17. Hold on. How you gonna tell me a guy that shoots 14 or 22 from the field is not scoring easily?
Because there's literally an entire video where they break down When the game is within 15 points, LeBron James is going under his regular efficiency. And when the game is past 15 points, for whatever reason, I'm not saying it's this or that, but I'm telling you, when the game is after it's a blow. After 15 points, he starts scoring at a high efficiency.
So are you saying that the solution? Because the thing is, y'all never tie a good player's inefficiency into the other team actually being great on defense. Y'all act like his efficiency, y'all act like everything he does is supposed to be the same every single game, and the defense don't have no impact on what he does. And we know that we're talking about one of the best defensive teams of the 2000s, one of the best coaches of the 2000s. Actually,
and we're talking about one of the best offensive players ever.
Coaches, and we're talking about one
exactly Kawhi Leonard.
So are you telling me that Jordan, Kobe, Kareem ain't never got locked, clamped up, or had bad games efficiently or offensively where we can say the same narrative?
Nobody.
Are you telling me that?
No, you're just making shit up.
No, what I'm saying is, so you saying, so are you saying these same narratives as far as breaking down film, talking about, oh, in this portion of the game he was inefficient? You saying I can't go throughout NBA history and find a game when Jordan did the same thing?
No, I'm saying you said that.
Find one. You can find it.
I mean, that's what you're
talking
saying.
about in the NBA Finals.
No, I'm asking you.
No, but the thing is,
I'm asking you because if this is so bad for LeBron, why do I know I can go find this same thing with the Jordans, with the Kobe's, with the Kareems? We definitely know Magic has it.
No.
This
is where you're taking it. This is where you're taking it.
Instead of the 20
LeBron. No, that's a difference.
Well, y'all be blamed like y'all just be putting. There's blame to whenever a team loses. There's blame to be doled out somewhere. But for y'all to say that the blame is in LeBron's inefficiency when they down 15, 17.
Part of it. That wasn't part of it. That wasn't part of it. That wasn't part of it.
My question
wasn't part of it.
One thing I promise you is that if you said this to any real coach from college and up, they would laugh at you.
But
I watched a video from a coach breaking it down.
How much blame does he get? How much blame does LeBron get? That should be the question.
B-ball breakdown. Look it up.
LeBron gets 100% of the blame for the lackluster defensive effort that the Miami Heat put forth.
Okay.
He gets 100% of the blame. He gets 100% of the blame for him and D Wade having 37 turnovers combined between them two over the course of the series.
I agree with you.
I'm not one of those to be acting like whenever you lose, obviously there's accountability that needs to be had. But to sit here and you're telling me a guy that in most of these games was shooting over 55% from the field, high efficient scoring, and that I need to go look to his offense, that was the problem on 28
No,
games?
nobody said that. That's what you're saying.
Mind.
I say one thing, you take it, put it in your brain, and then regurgitate it in a different way.
Impactful,
but
they weren't.
Okay.
I want all y'all to go email Greg Popovich, and I pray he responds. Was LeBron James' points in 2014 not impactful? I want you to just email Greg Popovich, and I pray that the man replies to you, man.
Okay, so you're telling me that the 28 points he scored in 2014 was just as impactful as the 25 points that he scored in 2013?
No.
So then
they won in 2013.
What?
That's the difference.
Yes.
They won in 2013.
Bro, the points were impactful, my guy.
No, they lost.
No.
Lamont.
I didn't know why they won in 2013 because the supporting cast was better.
Y'all keep connecting them losing with offense. They lost because they couldn't defend, rebound, and they kept turning the ball over.
And they couldn't score.
Bro, but name the players that couldn't score. Tell me the guys that couldn't score.
Dwayne Wade couldn't score. Chris Bosh can barely score. They
LeBron James
score.
was not scoring. Was not.
But LeBron, the difference between,
Listen,
the difference is
when I speak a sentence, you interrupt in the middle.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, LeBron is the only person, y'all, where the man can score motherfucking 39 points and still gets criticized because the points didn't come at the right time y'all wanted them to come. The man.
So the points timing doesn't matter.
You have to win though, Lamont. That's the part you're missing. You have to win.
I mean, that's just what it. I mean, that's just how it's always been, bro. Like the best player always gets the praise and the blame. I think that's what people were saying. That's what I think it is.
Unfairly, praise and blame, unfairly, but there is some truth to it.
When you're
That's
measuring
just what it
like
is.
Jordan and Kobe, like you have to
That's
win.
how it's always been.
You can't just put up points and lose.
I
My
mean,
bad,
Jordan and
Donjay,
Kobe have
man.
all put up points and lose in the playoffs.
No, they
It just
haven't,
wasn't
bro.
in the
They
finals.
won more
It just
rings than
wasn't in the
LeBron, though, bro.
finals. It just wasn't in the finals. And
No, but
Kobe has
that's what
had
they're
bad
good
games
at,
in the
though,
finals
bro.
as well, bro.
And when they do that, it's fair to criticize them as well.
Yeah,
So why is
yeah,
it
they
not fair
get
to criticize
Win, though.
LeBron?
Yeah,
That's the
hold
they
on.
thing.
get
It's
they
the
get
win.
blamed.
I want y'all
You
to go
know
find a
why? Because
game.
LeBron
I
James
want
is
you to
under
go
a
find a
microscope
game
because
where
people like
Kobe.
you make
I want you to
narrative.
go find a game where you guys say you criticize Kobe when the man shot 60% from the field in the NBA Finals and they lost. And tell me where you criticize his offense. Tell me.
That
When did
never
he shoot? When
happened.
did he do that?
That never
That
happened.
never
It
happened.
happened.
Yeah, that never
It
happened.
happened.
That never
It happened
happened.
versus the Celtics.
When
It
did it
happened
happen?
versus the
He
Celtics. It
never shot
happened.
60% from the field.
He
He
never
played
shot
bad that
60.
series, my
Hell
guy.
no.
His
Oh,
defense was lackluster that series.
I can find out for you. Hold on. Watch this.
It
I'm
was
gonna
which
find out right
Boston,
now.
08 or 2010?
Watch this.
He's
I'm gonna
finna
find
pull
out
it
right
up.
now.
He's finna pull it up.
2010, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he shot terrible in 2010.
He shot terrible.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he shot.
Yeah, but
Are you sure?
In the 2010 finals, Kobe did not shoot well against the Celtics.
Are
In
you
the game
sure?
70, it's game 7 he didn't shoot well.
Are
That's the
you
only
sure?
real game he shot
I'm
bad.
finding out right now.
Are you hold on? Are you sure?
he shot 40% for the series.
He shot 46%, 37 from 3, and 84 from the free
No,
throw.
he
Is
shot
that
6 of
inefficient to you?
24.
Is that
No, he
inefficient
shot
to you?
6 of 24 in game 7.
Hold on, y'all.
46%?
Is that inefficient to you?
He
No,
shot
46 is not
40% for the
inefficient.
series.
Not against the
No, he did
Boston
not,
Celtics
bro.
defense.
And,
That Boston
and,
Celtics defense, that's not super inefficient. That's average.
Right.
That's
I
an
mean,
average
we,
field goal
Game
percentage.
That's
7.
above league average.
Yeah,
What
that's
was
not
game
no
7?
inefficient.
I mean, he was horrible in game
40%.
7.
46% is not
No. But he said
hell
46.
no.
It's 40%. He in 2010 he shot 40%.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, 40%. Okay, never mind. Yeah, 40%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's inefficient.
I think the main point.
Oh,
we're
y'all talking
trying to
about the
make is-
2010
Hold on, y'all.
NBA
We're gonna go through all these
Finals?
Kobe
He
games
won the
one by
2010
one.
NBA
Hold on,
Finals.
y'all.
You mean
We're gonna go
2009?
through.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Hold
let
on, T.
Lamont
Hold on
cook.
one
Lamont
second.
cook.
Hold on, Jared.
Hey, I gotta
2009
get
when he
out
was
of
getting
here.
single covered.
Hey,
Yeah,
appreciate you, Lamont. Appreciate y'all, man.
Hey,
Hey, have
I
a
get
good
off.
one, bro. Take
Salute,
care,
BG.
man.
Kobe shot 58% from the field versus the Pistons.
One.
24 points. But the Lakers lost by 13. Kobe struggles to score late in that game. Is that Kobe's fault?
Yes, if he can't score when it matters.
No, I wouldn't blame him.
If you can't score when it matters, right?
Bro,
That's a
every
knock.
minute of the game matters.
Yes, but certain minutes matter more.
That's cap. That's cap.
So then why is there a clutch stat? Why are there clutch moments?
Every minute of the game matters. Every minute
Hold
of
on.
the game
I
matters.
want
Nobody
you to
said
go
it
to.
didn't.
Hold on,
If
hold
you
on.
don't believe that's true, you don't know basketball.
Hold on.
Every minute
I want
Nobody
you to
said
matters.
that.
go.
Every minute
Then why
Nobody
is
matters.
said it
there a clutch
wasn't.
time?
You're just
Hold on.
Bro, you
Plantos.
sound
I want you
stupid
to
if
go
you
to.
don't
I
think
want you to go to
every minute don't
NBA.com
matter.
or
Yep.
Basketball Reference and
Yep.
show me the clutch stat.
What do you mean the clutch stat?
You said
Oh,
their
you
clutch
mean
stat.
your constant?
Last 5 minutes.
No. Because if they're clutch, if clutch, because remember, clutch can see the problem with
Hold on.
clutch.
So you hold on. Let me ask him something. If you
Hold on,
think in
T.
the
Hold
last
on,
5
T.
minutes,
Hold on. Clutch can be defined as almost anything. Clutch can be a game 7, the whole
Clutch can be
game.
game one in first quarter.
Clutch can be an elimination game where you're down 3-2 and you need to win the game. Clutch can be the final minute of a game. Clutch can be the fourth quarter if it's tied in a big game. Clutch can. There's so many definitions of clutch. So for y'all to try to define what clutch is and say, oh, he didn't score within these few minutes, and then try to say that's why the points weren't impactful, it's because what you're doing now is you're creating a fake definition of what clutch is. You're not putting any context to what the actual teams that were defending LeBron were doing well. So you take away any credit that you might need to be given to the defenses that the Spurs were throwing at him for being great defensively, and you're just putting it all on LeBron as if he was just out there missing wide open shots, and he was supposed to score 49 points. Even though the team was playing trash defensively, he was supposed to outscore the San Antonio Spurs by himself and keep scoring all the way to the end of the game until they got to win.
Nobody said that. Yo, you just making this up.
No, what I'm saying is, the only thing that I'm doing is based
jump into conclusions.
Based on what y'all told me, based on your logic as to why they lost with LeBron James 28 points not being impactful. The only way he could have been impactful in that particular series, his team was already playing bad defensively. You guys don't care. They were turning the ball over like a motherfucker. You guys don't care. So the only other avenue for him to win is he would have to triple his scoring because the team was bad in all other efforts. He would just had to score 60 points and carry the team offensively and score every point in the second, third, and fourth quarter. And that's the only way you would have given credit.
No, that's not what we said. We're not saying, "Oh, LeBron James didn't do this." So he's
Tyson
the worst
just called y'all
ever.
out. Hold on, Tyson says y'all up here lying. He says in game 3, LeBron's first quarter scored. He scored 14 points, excellent efficiency, and they lose that quarter 41-25.
You know why he scored the 14 points after they was already blown out? Because Kawhi Leonard had already scored 15 plus points.
Oh, did y'all just get caught? Hold on.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
Are you saying the
LeBron gained in the second half of the first quarter. That's when he started scoring. After Kawhi Leonard had already got in.
Oh, so you saying
Lamont, I got a link to game 1.
So you saying, oh yeah, where'd you put it in the backstage? Put it in the backstage.
It's on Facebook.
The game 1.
He's watching the box score, and then he's talking about context. And then when you put the context, he says, "No, that's not the context I like."
So the box score lies. So the box score lies now.
No.
Offensively, no,
you
it
have to add
doesn't.
context.
Offensively, no, it doesn't.
You gotta add context.
You have to watch the game.
You gotta add context. LeBron James scored 14 in the first quarter compared to.
It depends on what you're talking about. You said LeBron James points weren't impactful.
They weren't, because when he was scored, when the game was.
Hold on, y'all. We just gonna watch some of the game.
He was scoring the majority of his
LeBron was the only
points.
player on his team. LeBron was the only player on his team. That's what you're telling me.
He's the most important player on his team.
So he had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh as well, who really couldn't score.
Hold on, T. We just gonna watch the game.
Okay, they can underperform as well. All three of them could have underperformed. But if LeBron James is on that team, I'm giving him the most credit and the most
I'm gonna
blame.
tell y'all right now. Hold on one second, y'all. We just gonna watch the film. But look, me and Tyson, we disagree a lot on a lot of points. But like I said, I'm telling you right now, bro. When a team is getting blown the fuck out, I don't care about points. I don't care if LeBron would have scored 49, 50, 60 points. If you getting blown out, y'all not playing no defense. I'm never going to be like y'all said, it might be a better argument if these games were close, but these games were blowouts and y'all talking about offense. That's what I'm saying.
In part because LeBron James couldn't score.
I want y'all to. I want y'all to. If you I want y'all to go play. If you play for a pro or a college team, I want you to go walk in the locker room after a 30-point loss talking about offense. Coach gonna probably hit you with the goddamn water bottles and everything. Cut from the team, all that.
No. The point is that when people look at LeBron James' career, they say, "Hey, he didn't have his best series in 2014." Yes, they do.
Hold on. Who walks around and says LeBron
James wasn't the reason the team lost?
Hold on. No. Don't say all the time. See, over here, you got a name drop. Who is running around glorifying LeBron for 2014?
Nobody's glorifying. They're not giving him the proper criticism. That's what's the problem.
Hold on. I just gave him criticism because I said the biggest impact for winning and losing games, especially in the playoffs, is defense and turnovers. I said them motherfuckers was not defending at a high level. I said if you want to say LeBron James was a leader of that defense, I'll accept that. He didn't lead that team. He didn't have them ready to defend.
He was playing the best
him and
on
D-Wade
defense,
combined. Him and D-Wade combined had far too many turnovers to give that team an opportunity to win. How is that not fair criticism?
Nobody said it wasn't, but it's also fair criticism to say.
What you guys have done is you guys have went to the only positive of that series for LeBron James, which is a 28 points per game.
Negative.
And now you're trying to weave a narrative. You're trying to weave a narrative to where you can say 28 point per game wasn't impactful. You got to be a damn fool. To say 28
no, it wasn't, because you can score 20 points and not have it be impactful.
You're bringing up one facet of the game. To get down 15 points, you have to be bad on defense. That's what you're not understanding. And that's
You
the
gotta
only thing that
listen.
we've been
If
trying to
I
tell
bring this
you.
up and then you just start going crazy and start going on a rant and doing this and that, how the fuck can I even get to the defense? How can I
Hold
even
on,
get
can
to
I
the
play the game?
turnovers? Because
Because
when we
look,
talk to the
now,
scoring, you talk about all this other shit.
The
Let's
main
go
hold
thing
on,
you
focus
were
one by
talking
one.
about
hold on,
was
y'all.
LeBron scoring when they were
Can I put y'all
down.
on mute? I'm gonna let
Yeah,
I'm
y'all
gonna
just
let
stop
I'm gonna let Plantanos. I'm gonna let him narrate this for us. You know, we're gonna give him the stage. You like I do the film breakdowns. Tell me when you want me to stop it, rewind it. I'm gonna let you take the reign and do the film breakdown. Score is 0-0 right now. All right. I want you to break down these defensive lapses and whenever LeBron scores, I want you to tell me how that point was not impactful and what he could have did better to make that point impactful. I want you to break it all down.
No, I don't need. You know why I don't need to do that? Because I just know it wasn't impactful.
Well, the
Because
game is
his
playing right now,
efficiency
so you got
wasn't
to do it.
there.
The game is playing, so you got to do it.
Okay, let's watch the game then.
No. I want you to take the lead.
We
in the
are
film
watching the
breakdown.
game.
Yeah,
No,
Okay,
I
now
want you
look
to
at
take the
Tony
lead and
Parker.
breaking down the
Boom.
film. What are we seeing right here?
The screen is kind of small because I can't get it to switch, but I see Danny Green with the ball right now. No, it's Tony Parker. Now Tony Parker, boom. Blocked by LeBron, foul.
No.
Okay.
But no, you don't have to do the play-by-play. When you see something where we can blame LeBron, I want you to make sure we stop and we rewind it. If he scores a layup and it wasn't an impactful layup, we got to stop. We got to break down why that layup was not impactful.
Okay.
What?
All right. Let's.
I know it don't
Let's
make
just
no sense, right?
That
That's
makes
what we're
no
gonna do, though.
sense.
It makes
I
no
know.
sense because
That
you
literally
framing
makes
it.
no sense.
But you the one who started it.
Wait,
You
hold on.
started the
Let me
narrative.
Started
Now,
what? No. Because I'm speaking
Hold
facts.
on,
You
y'all.
cannot
Hold on.
deny it.
Everybody
You
got to be
cannot
silent,
deny
y'all.
the facts.
Only Plantos has the floor right now. Hold on. I'm gonna make the screen bigger so he can see well. Okay. Miami Heat with the ball.
Okay, let's see. See LeBron right there running.
Was that impactful three?
LeBron shot that?
No, that was Chris Bosh. Was it impactful?
Okay,
or
so
not?
then why are you talking about that?
I
We're not talking
didn't
about
know if it was.
LeBron scoring.
Hold on.
Yeah, no. We're
Is this
talking about LeBron
impactful?
scoring. No. Check. Huh?
Hold on. No. Y'all. LeBron just scored.
Hold on. Rewind that
I
back.
just need to know, y'all, is this bucket impactful or not impactful?
No, that's a good bucket right there. That's a good bucket. They're up
Break,
5.
break down why this is a good bucket and the others aren't.
Because it was a transition bucket, easy bucket. There we go.
So it's impactful. This one's impactful.
Yeah, because look at the timing. They're up 3. Now they're up 5. That's a great.
So they're
that's
up
great
now.
2 points.
Okay, so they're up now. Okay, I got you. What about defense, man? Is LeBron standing too much? What's going on?
No. Are we talking about his scoring or what?
Still right there. Okay.
See, that's what I'm saying. We talk about scoring, then defense.
Turnovers. So hold on. That was one of D-Wade's turnovers right there. Remember, I criticized the turnovers. You don't want to say nothing about the turnover?
Okay. So let's look at this turnover. Did this turnover lead to a score? Yes, it did.
Yeah, that led to a bucket right there by Tim Duncan.
Okay, so that's an impactful turnover. If the turnover doesn't lead to anything, how can it be impactful?
That wasn't LeBron, though. That was D-Wade.
Nobody. I didn't say nothing about LeBron yet. You keep mentioning other players.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna see right now. Hold on.
Some type of way.
Hold on. Let's see. Who has the ball right now? D-Wade. Air ball.
Hold on. Am I looking at this right? Oh, no, LeBron's at the other end right here. Okay.
There's an air ball by D-Wade. Okay, Tony Parker gets the rim. Do we blame LeBron?
LeBron didn't. I mean, what was he doing on there? Look at him. LeBron's right next to him.
We're gonna rewind it because I think there may be an avenue for you to blame LeBron on this one, but we got to replay it for you. So we're gonna replay.
Yeah, I say he's right next to Tony Parker.
No, well, let's see the whole play. The air ball by D-Wade.
Transition. Let's go. Boom.
So LeBron is back on D. He's in transition though. Do we blame LeBron on that? When Marty Chalmers just got broke, Marty Chalmers got his ankles broke. Do we blame Brian?
And there's no paint help.
Yeah, but so you're telling me he couldn't get up there?
You're never gonna have
LeBron
paint help
would
off
have
an air
helped on
ball.
Tony Parker. Tim Duncan would have had an easy point, and then it would have still been LeBron's fault.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. If you rotate properly and the other player scores because of your rotation, that's fine.
Okay, so Chalmers gets his ankles completely destroyed. Is that Brian's fault?
No, not at all. Nobody said that.
Okay. All right. But the way y'all was talking, Bron got to guard Parker and Kawhi Leonard. So I don't know.
I mean, he was
Leonard's in the
guarding
game now.
D-Rose, right?
Hold on. Kawhi Leonard's in the game now. Hold on. Let's look. Kawhi Leonard's supposed to be, everything's easy for Kawhi Leonard when he comes in.
All right, just watch it because now the game is close.
Well, of course it's close. He just started, bro.
The game doesn't have to be close in the first 3 minutes. It could be a blowout in the first 3 minutes. You don't think so? You don't think a team could go?
Bro, it's 2 minutes in the game.
Hold on, y'all. Let's
Hey,
watch.
I heard one of y'all say these minutes don't even matter. So
Yeah. Hold on. Brian.
No, let's look at LeBron James. Oh yeah, okay. Kawhi's on him. What's up?
He better not score. He scored. Hold on.
Okay.
Man.
That's one. That's one. Okay, that's fine.
Man.
That's fine.
Hold on. I thought he was gonna miss that the way you was talking.
Nah.
No, I said he's got.
Man, we gotta rewind.
LeBron James, an all-time great player. What the fuck? Like you acted like I said he was a bum.
I need you to break this down for me, man, because I don't know if
He just made a tough shot.
No, I just don't know if this was impactful. That's all.
Yes, this was an impactful bucket. The game is close.
Because Kawhi Leonard is playing some crazy defense right here. And why the hell would Bron? Like, you know what? The way y'all talking, maybe I need to give him criticism for trying to take Kawhi Leonard one-on-one. That's one of the best defenders in the league, right? Is that the criticism
you
we should
could
be throwing?
Well, let's keep watching the game. No. Stop making shit up and let's watch the game.
Hold on. How am I making shit up? I'm just watching the game.
if you don't know what he's doing right now, something called exposing you. He's making you look silly.
Right. Okay. He hasn't He hasn't changed the facts. The facts are that when LeBron James was close in the game, he was not scoring.
Okay, hold on. So Brian, 4 points early. Miami's up. Okay, so Parker's getting guarded right here by Chalmers. Pick and roll with Tim Duncan. Parker swings it over. D-Wade. Duncan. He's probably gonna score that inside. Yeah, Duncan scores that on the big. That has nothing to do with LeBron. So no impact from LeBron right there. Gets his head down. Good kick out pass. Oh, missed a shot. Missed the open shot. Rashard Lewis. Does LeBron have any accountability there? Because he should have taken the tough shot as opposed to pass it to a wide open Rashard Lewis?
No. Yes.
I'm just saying, do we want to give him blame there? Because remember, a lot of people blame LeBron for shying away from the big moments and not taking the tough shots and kicking it to open guys.
I mean, if he's wide open, I don't know how you can blame him.
Okay, so there's no blame there. Okay, I'll just make it sure. We're going to keep playing it. Parker getting guarded by Chalmers. Bosch with the rebound. LeBron gets out in transition. Kawhi Leonard on him. He resets the offense. Missed another open shot. Let's see. Oh, he broke his ass. Now, D-Wade just missed a wide open shot right there. Is that Brown fault?
No, it's just a missed shot.
Okay. Man, Plant those hopped out, man.
Yeah, where'd you go, Plantos?
All right, hold on. LeBron with the mismatch in the paint, kicks it out because he got triple teamed. Just like the Spurs normally do with Bron. D-Wade misses another shot. Tough shot right there. But they did triple team Bron. Yeah, he dipped out.
Yeah, he tipped out. Yeah,
he didn't want to get exposed. He didn't want to get exposed, dog. It's all right.
Did he drop out on accident?
He said something crazy. You was agreeing with him, man. Y'all was out here saying some crazy things, man.
I just want to know. I mean, if this is all not impactful.
I mean, to a certain extent, I feel you, but not all the way.
So you don't think LeBron points was impactful?
Look at North Sea fellow talking about copyright.
Wait, what'd you say?
You don't think LeBron points was impactful?
I mean,
hold on. It'll kick back on. Don't worry about it, Nick Ivory. It'll kick back on.
But no, to answer the dude's question, like, I don't really think they were impactful just because, like, here's why I say that. Like, I always believe that the points that have the greatest impacts are the points that lead to winning. Like that's always what I believe. Like I just think sometimes
all points lead to winning.
I mean, I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying.
Defense leads to winning more than that. What you saying?
No, I get what you're saying, but like you also have to take into account like what do the points mean from a impact standpoint? Because like I give an example. Like there are games in which the Warriors, let's say they're up like 2 or whatever, and like Steph Curry will score 10 points, but it'll feel like 50 just because it just they're momentum killers. Like it's deflating. Like when Steph and Clay go on certain runs in Warrior games where the games are close, even though they may only hit like 2 or 3 threes in a row, it just feels like it's like 20 just because it's just so deflating. Like you have such a close game for some time, and then they just start going crazy, and then it's over. Like there are certain points that just feel like more. Like, and there are certain points that feel like less. If that makes any sense.
No, I get what you're saying, but we weren't talking about that. We were saying, do you think LeBron points were impactful? But I get what you're saying with Curry and them. But at the end of the day, LeBron points are impactful, bro. Period.
Right,
If you score 28 points per game in the NBA Finals on 50% from the field and 50% from three, that's very impactful, especially when your co-stars are shooting terrible in the last 2 games.
Well, the question I ultimately have, though, and again, I'm not trying to like nitpick, but the question I ultimately have is that if you're scoring that amount of points, but then you lose in 5 games, like ultimately, what was the impact?
The impact that's not why they lost. They lost because of defense, turnovers, and Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade were extremely inefficient, and Dwayne Wade was turnover prone.
Yeah, I mean,
the Dream is back up. Y'all messing around.
If it's one thing
man.
you could take away from LeBron that series, it's the 19 turnovers. The 28 points isn't that. The 19 turnovers is what you could take away from LeBron.
I just don't. I'll tell you, man, there's no coach in NBA history that gets on like the way people be breaking down LeBron's scoring. Oh, when they was down 15, he was at this percentage, but when they was down 19, his percentage. Bro, the way people be breaking down scoring, I'd be like, y'all be going to extreme levels just to try to find a way to make his averages not relevant. I was like, y'all be stretching it.
I get why people saying he scored the majority of the points when the team was down 15, but at the end of the day, the 15 points is possible to come back from. So of course he's going to score to put his team back in the game.
But here's the big issue with that. See, if he was able to mount a comeback, see the thing is if they were able to defend and stop turning the ball over, and he was able to mount a comeback, it will be one of the greatest comebacks in NBA history. But it would have needed to start with defense. You ain't making no comeback going bucket for bucket with the Spurs.
And stop being loose with the ball.
All right.
Lamont, he just killed his own point. He said that one of the buckets was impactful that counted towards the 28 points that he said wasn't impactful. So it's kind of like, what are you doing?
Well, we had 4 points. So we had 4 points already. So he's only talking about 24 points from there. So
he was talking about when we were down 15 or more.
What would have ultimately happened was he would have gotten down to about probably 6 to 8 points that fall into that time range to where he say weren't impactful. That's
right,
all that would have happened.
But if you remember that series, the ball movement and the shooting was like crazy. There was like I had never seen a team shoot the ball that crazy. Yeah, for the Spurs.
Yeah, Danny Green was catching fire.
Oh God.
Yeah, that shit was insane. Ultimately though, like the main point that I forget what his name was, but the main point Plantos, my fault. The main point we were trying to make ultimately is that look, just let's not be just box score watchers. Like that's the problem because like 28 points a game. I mean, obviously on its face, 28 points per game looks.
I know the box score not everything, but the box score details a lot of the things in the game. It still details a lot of the things that happen in the game.
Don't listen to Jared, y'all, because I guarantee you this: you can hide the score to a game, and I can look at the box score and tell you who won. Well, like even if I don't see the points, I can look at turnovers and rebounds and transition points, and I can just tell who's gonna win. And probably 99% of the time, I'll be right with telling you who wins or loses that game. I don't know why they care about him averaging 28 that series, and I don't even hear LeBron fans harping on him. Oh, he averaged 28 this. No, they talk about the time when he was in Cleveland and got to the finals versus the Spurs and put up big numbers. But he didn't have Larry.
This is the thing, though. Like they don't want to be box score watchers, but then in 2011 we got to hear about the box score.
We hear
Right? Like
about the
y'all
box.
don't right. Y'all don't want to
Because
be
it's
box score
horrible.
watchers. Hold on. Y'all don't want to be box score watchers, right? But when Jordan was getting swept in the 80s, we have to hear about the 63-point game. We had to hear about Black Jesus, right? So it's like y'all don't want to be box scores when it doesn't fit your narrative. But then it's like when it goes with your narrative, now you want to watch the box score. You do want to tell us about the 12
different
points.
circumstances, though, bro.
If you
How?
Those
don't
are
think the
completely
box
different.
score means anything, you sound crazy, bro.
Well, because the
Because the
thing
box
is,
score
though,
details everything that happened in the game,
no, because
besides
you brought
defensive lapses
right.
like switches and stuff like that. And even they have advanced metrics for that people just don't want to get into.
No, but see, the problem is you brought up 2011. Though the reason why we bring that up is because like when a superstar player scores under 18 points a game, playing almost 40 minutes a game, like that's horrible. Like you have to include that.
Right, but right. Listen, and even us LeBron fans, we all say that, yo, he choked in that series. Like that's the one blemish, right? Where
He
it's
did.
hard to argue that. But at the end of the day, it's like it wasn't just JJ Barea or Jason Terry like shut him down. If you go back and watch the actual like zone defense that they were playing on it, it's like, and then even with that, right? No other superstar that got smoked that year gets the same smoke that LeBron gets, right? Because people forget that Kobe, they got smoked. JJ Barea outscored him in one of the games that series. They forget to mention that KD and them boys got swept. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, but it's we only
Well, they
hear
were
about
young
LeBron
though,
though.
bro. Like that's different. Like KD and the Thunder were young as hell.
Okay, so now they were young as hell. Okay.
They were in the
Like they were
finals
like
though.
22.
What
The year
about
after
Kobe?
that, they was in the
What
finals.
about 50-win Laker team?
Hey, Lamont, weren't they the defending champs that year they got swept?
Yeah, they were defending
The
champs.
Lakers,
What
yeah,
about the
2 times. Yeah,
defending
2 times.
champs 50-win Laker team? Why they get swept?
I mean, for me, like I look at it for 2 reasons.
What
Number
about the
one, Kobe
Trailblazers?
well, okay, let me go to the Lakers first.
The
Number
Trailblazers were
one,
the only team that actually had an excuse because goddamn Brandon Roy got hurt.
yeah.
And they
Well,
still put up the biggest fight.
Well, yeah, the reason I think the Lakers lost is 2 reasons. Number one, Kobe underperformed in that series. And number two, that team was just old as hell. Like they were at their end. Like
Bro, man,
They
stop
had
it,
just
bro.
won the
Why
championship.
you weren't saying they were old? They were a 50-win team. Why you saying old? How they win 50 games if they was old?
I mean, that's just how great
They
they
had
were.
the same record as the Mavs.
Hold on. So they hold on.
And
were
they had
old.
home court advantage.
They were old, but the 2014 Spurs wasn't old. If the 2014 Spurs could do it, why couldn't the 2011 Lakers do
They
it?
were old, bro. Like that.
What up,
That
Bees?
was
The 2014 Spurs was even older.
Yeah, they were even older. But like my main point.
I just
though, like,
came up here to say one thing.
Yeah.
Shut up, Jared.
Nah, for real, Jared. You be saying a lot of wild stuff, dog.
You have to elaborate.
You should play soccer.
I don't get what that means, B.
You're constantly moving the goalposts. You have energy for somebody, but you never keep the same energy, bro.
If you get about it, you want to talk mess about LeBron scoring 18 points per game, but then when he scored 28 points per game, it's still bad. Like,
Right.
come on, bro.
Or when anybody counters your point, then you want to give context. If you like that player. But I don't know, bro.
Hey, Jared, where's LeBron in your top 5? Is LeBron in your top 5?
I've got a number 2. I've got him behind Michael Jordan.
Hold on. How old are you, bro? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 30.
Okay.
Damn.
All right. So you 30, right?
Yeah.
Can we start when we start talking our top 10s and top 5? Can we actually start listing people that we actually watch play? Like not somebody that you saw on YouTube in the highlights, not somebody that Skip Bayless told you. Like who is your top 5 or top 10 that you actually watched with your own eyes?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean, even if you do that, then we have to take players like Michael Jordan and Kareem out the equation.
Right,
I mean, he probably saw Michael Jordan. But I'm saying for us younger generation,
which I'm okay with
so.
because if you're 30 years old, right? You weren't like really actively watching the NBA to remember what Jordan was doing.
Well,
like you came up with LeBron, AI, and Shaq and them.
Yes, I started watching in 2003. So if you're talking about the players I've actually watched play, I rank them. I would rank
LeBron would be your GOAT.
I would rank LeBron number 1. I'd probably say Kobe number 2.
Hey, what's going on, Lamont?
Duncan 3,
Yo, what up,
Shaq
Cuba?
4, probably Durant is somewhere in there. Like I don't know. It's kind of hard because it's kind of hard to have a list and not have
number
MJ and
2.
Kareem.
Hey, what's going on, Lamont?
Duncan 3, Shaq.
Hold on. Let me hear from Cuba real quick. Hey, Cuba, what's good, man?
I'm trying to figure out why he ain't, huh?
And I got to hear from Rebrandon when he unmutes himself. Go ahead, Cuba.
I'm trying to figure out why you ain't giving Dallas their credit, man. Why you up here sitting up here and saying one team was old and one team is young, man?
I mean, we know Dallas was a good team, but like, Superstar still underperforming. Like, we still have to give superstars a smoke when they choke in the playoffs. Like that's my only thing, Cuba.
Right? Did y'all give Kobe the smoke when he quit on his team in Game 7 and choked away a 3-1 lead?
Against Phoenix,
like,
Man, y'all don't give Jordan that smoke, man, when they got swept in '86, man. I think you mentioned that the 63 points.
Yeah, but you got to remember though with the Jordanians though, Jordan's career didn't start until 91.
No, but the problem
you know
is, how am I supposed to give a guy smoke when he scored all that with the points with no help?
And Brian gives you 51, 8, and 8, and y'all blame him on that.
Like, it's kind of hard
You
to
know
blame
what?
in that certain.
I don't know,
63 were
bro.
not impactful.
I mean, it depends what you're talking about, bro. Because Jordan really ain't had the supporting cast to win or make an NBA Finals till the 90s.
Listen, no.
And if you look at everybody that won championships, everybody had a supporting cast.
Yeah.
Even
No.
I know stars with the players, but they had better supporting cast.
No, but that's the thing though. If you're telling me that a person is the GOAT, right, and you're telling me that no one can catch this man, I don't want to hear anything about not having you're supposed to just take your team to the fucking heights of this shit, right? And at the end of the day, I mean, y'all expect it from LeBron.
Hold on. But when y'all sit there and expect it from LeBron with a hurt Larry Hughes, then why can't we expect it from Jordan?
No, they did not. Nobody expected LeBron to win on his own.
It's a lie.
So why criticize him so much for losing instead of glorifying him for taking that team to the finals?
Nobody. I'm not.
Y'all put the same amount of blame on him when both of his stars were hurt and Kyrie and Kevin Love.
No,
and I don't hear anybody saying, nah, that don't count. They're his two best players.
Hey, but Lamont, they'll tell us that Bogut. They tell us that Bogut counts though. Like,
yes, you
with
do.
Him getting hurt in 2016.
God, they be bringing up Andrew Bogut.
I literally never blamed him for losing that. Like, he didn't have his players.
Hey, that Andrew Bogut loss, that is a big loss, though.
Yeah, that's a huge rim protector. Yeah.
Well, hold on, but would y'all say
averaging 2 blocks a game?
Hold on, would y'all say was it as big as losing Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love?
No, and that's the point, right?
Yo, fuck this phone, man.
No, what did he say?
Hey, what do y'all think is more impactful? Hold on, what do y'all think is more impactful?
Hold up, bro. I give them both. I think each team won the other team's championship, if you know what I'm saying.
Facts. I agree with that.
Right? LeBron lost the championship that he should have won, and he won the championship he should have lost.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, so what? So hold on.
Warriors.
So what? Hold on, because I've heard y'all use the Draymond Green thing, like LeBron didn't give him.
I don't use
because I hear a lot of people say the Draymond Green and the Andrew Bogut thing, like that was why they lost.
Well, yeah, I'll be honest. I've used that before though. Like I've used.
No, the Andrew Bogut.
He gave Draymond Green buckets when he came back too.
Look, the Draymond Green is not a thing, right? The Andrew Bogut thing is a thing. That is a thing.
You can't say that's not a thing, though, bro. Like he missed the closeout game.
No, it's not a thing.
Bro, he missed the closeout game.
No, the guy. Look. If you're gonna say that, then keep it all the way real. Because if the league did what they were supposed to do, they would have lost to the Thunder. So he should have been suspended.
I agree with that.
He should have been suspended in the series before that.
Tell him to keep his legs off the floor.
That's
and he kept pushing on the floor. He kept pushing the issue, so he got what he got. So he played Game 6 and he played Game 7. So the Draymond Green thing wasn't that big of a thing, but I do think they won each other's championships. I think that's fair.
No, the thing is though, bro, like with the 2016 series, like the reason why I don't give, like, I give it credit, but the reason why I don't give it as much credit as like other people do is because there were a lot of circumstances that were going against the Warriors, not just the Draymond and Bogut suspension, but you got to remember.
So 2015 ain't happened, huh?
No, I get that, but remember, 2016. That was a series that Curry got injured. Also, like he was injured. Here he goes
Man, what the hell, man? What the?
Told you he's a
He
damn
was,
soccer
but he had a
goalie.
bad MCL.
He gonna move the goalposts.
Man, you just come up with just
Did
nothing
not
but
move
just
the goalpost. That's literally what happened. Curry injured his knee.
dumb talk, man.
Hey, did that injury in his knee stop him from putting 50 on Portland?
40, but no, 46, I think.
Yeah.
You said 46 like that was like light.
Closer to 50 than 40.
Did it stop him from coming back and beating the Thunder?
No.
All right then.
So it stopped them in the finals, though, huh?
I mean, you're facing tougher teams in the finals, though.
Be quiet, man. You could.
That's not necessarily true.
What? What do you mean that's not true? You're facing the Eastern Conference champion.
Just say the man played bad.
Yeah,
man.
but the Eastern Conference champion doesn't make that doesn't make you the tougher team automatically.
I mean,
Yeah, because y'all been telling us for
further you
years
get,
that
the
the
better
East was
teams
weak.
face.
So
Yeah.
where was the East not weak? Like, was it weak? Like, with like what's going on?
It was no, it wasn't weak that year, but like it was weak for a lot of years, though. Like that.
Yeah, oh, it wasn't weak that year. Okay. Cool.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
weak.
but hold on,
ahead.
Jared. That's another. That's all just poor, stupid logic to say the East was weak. Because once again, y'all are talking about factors that no one can control, and the only thing LeBron did was beat teams that was put in front of him. And it's just like I have no
Those
problem
teams
with
were
saying
good.
Jordan's the GOAT, even though the whole league was weak, even especially his East. The West was weak when Jordan played. The West was weak as hell. And 20% of the
What?
league
No,
losing
hey,
60
that's
games.
false.
20% of the league losing 60
Yeah,
games.
come on, man. You had the Jazz, the Rockets. I wouldn't say weak.
Bro, all the
but-
teams in the West were the good
Talking
teams.
top heavy.
Phoenix. What are you
Bro,
talking
that's
about?
Yeah,
West.
yeah, I would say the West.
No,
West.
what I'm saying is
Because you
I can
said the
say-
West
I can
and East
still-
were weak. I get
No,
East,
hold on.
but
The
not
West
West.
and East were both weak.
How?
They were both
Weaker
weak.
compared
Well,
to
you got
LeBron.
No,
I'm
compared
talking
to
about
LeBron, his
in
was
the
way
90s.
weaker.
I'm
LeBron's
talking about
East
the nights.
wasn't way
I just
weaker.
say that y'all say weak, like y'all call parity weak. Y'all call I don't know how to judge when we say weak. When if you have teams with more parity, like were a lot of teams losing 50 and 60 games, or was that it? Or were teams beating up on each other because it was more parity?
You're talking about facing a team where their best player was DeMar DeRozan, though, bro. Like,
Right,
DeMar
but you're
DeRozan's
talking.
fucking-
Hold on.
DeMar DeRozan's a damn good player. What are you talking
DeMar
about?
DeRozan was
then-
probably a top
But he's
15 player in the NBA at that
but
time.
He's not.
But then
that
hold on. But then we
good.
can't
Like, he's
mention the
not on that
Bulls.
level.
We can't mention Jordan making the playoffs his rookie year with a 38 and 40 like
3
four
times. He
assists and
did
shit.
it 3 times with a
You know what I'm
negative
saying?
record.
We
only
can't mention
twice.
that though.
Only twice.
He did it 3 times.
Okay.
Wait, what was the third time?
Oh, let me look. I could have sworn it was 3 times.
Because his first
But
2
hold
years,
on.
yeah, he made the playoffs with under 40 wins, but like I don't know about the third.
Michael Jordan didn't win until he got help, bro.
Wait, so was the
that,
That's
East?
like
Hold on.
that's literally every player, though, bro.
Wait, so was the East weak?
LeBron got
when
to the
LeBron was
finals
in
with
it?
no help. None.
Hold on, was
Zero.
the East
had
weak
help,
when
bro. He
LeBron
had
was
help.
playing in it, or was LeBron just that good?
He had no
He
help.
just made it look weak.
We somebody had no help, bro. Larry Hughes was an all-star.
Larry Hughes was not an
He had
all-star
no
that
help.
year.
Yes, he was. He made the all-star team before Lamont.
Before.
Hold on. Hold
He was a
on.
two-time all-star with the
Okay,
Wizards.
so Jared, so George Gervin was an all-star when he played with Jordan, right?
No, not when he played with him. He was all-star.
No. But he was all-star. He made all-star.
Horace
team.
Grant too,
Yeah,
right?
he made some all-star teams. Yeah, he made some all-star.
Okay, so was he an all-star when he played with Jordan?
No, not even close.
Why?
Wait, wasn't he older? Like he was older at that
Oh,
time.
he wasn't
Like,
an all-star
the same
that
George-
year. He wasn't
No, he
all
wasn't the same
NBA
George
that
Gervin.
year. Hold on. And then if he was an all-star, that adds more to the fact that the man couldn't play in the NBA Finals because he was hurt. So that means if you're saying he's an all-star, LeBron was missing an all-star in the NBA Finals. In Larry Hughes. Like
Larry Hughes averaged.
you are
Hold on.
literally probably one of the only people that classify Larry Hughes when you talk about him as an NBA all-star. He was not
He
an
averaged
all
12
NBA
points
level
that
player,
season.
bro.
He averaged 12 points that season. 12 points.
Man, the Bulls, hold on, the Bulls had a 30, it was 38, 44, 30, 52, and 40, 42. It's 3 straight years.
Oh, I
Negative
forgot
record.
That third year. I forgot the third year. My main point is that
What?
This is This is another narrative we have to kill. We have to kill this narrative that LeBron had no help.
Whoa,
in 2007.
MJ
We
never
really
took
have
a
to.
squad over
By
500
the
without
way, the
Scottie.
East was weak in the 90s. Old dude, they made the Eastern Conference Finals 7 times, dog. 7 times in a decade. And y'all want to sit up here and say it ain't weak.
And one without
Go
Jordan. And one without
go
Jordan.
go
You
back
can't
and
forget
go
one
back and
without
look at
Oh
Jordan.
those
yeah, I forgot
standings.
about that.
These are false narratives.
Go back and look at those
My
standings the
God,
years that
dog, man,
Jordan
you
started
stay
breaking
getting
through.
cooked, dog.
These legitimately are
Hey,
false
that's
narratives.
crazy.
Bro.
Michael Jordan team still went to the conference finals without him. That's crazy. You take
It was the
LeBron off a team,
semifinals.
they ain't sniffing the first
Nah,
round, homie.
semifinals.
They
It
ain't,
was
they
seven.
ain't,
Semifinals.
It was semifinals.
they
Yeah,
not sniffing the
semifinals.
first
They went to the
round.
next.
If you take LeBron
No,
off
but
any one of his teams, they're not sniffing the first
no,
round.
the problem I really
So
have.
hold on.
Hold
Are you saying the East wasn't weak when Jordan played?
No, not even close.
6
All right,
titles in a decade.
This is what I'm gonna do, Jared, just for you. So we're just gonna start with the 8 seed because I don't want to talk about teams below the 8 seed because we know they're trash. So we just gonna start with the 8 seeded. We'll go to 1993, and we can start with the 8 seeded Indiana Pacers, and we're gonna pull up their roster.
We could start from the first chip for real.
Hold on, let's go with their roster, man.
Didn't that team have Reggie Miller?
Bro, so you saying Reggie Miller's what gets you over the hump?
No, I'm
Reggie
saying
Miller
like,
was a
that's
super
still an
team, I
all-star.
guess.
That's a star.
1 star. LeBron was going against 4 at a time.
Not in the East.
LeBron.
That was
Hold
in the
on,
finals.
Jared. Hold on, Jared. Tell me if this is a
Go ahead.
star-studded roster.
Go ahead.
All right. Remember, they were the 8 seed. Hold on, 92, 90. Here, let me pull it. I got it right here. All right, so here it is right here, Jared. As the 8 seed, they had Vern Fleming at the point to start. Greg Drilling, Dale Davis, Sean Green,
MJ finna get exposed, man.
George McLeod, Pooh Richardson, Detlef Shrimp, Malik Silly, Rick Smits, LaSalle Thompson, and Kenny Williams. That's elite.
Hey,
Is that
name
elite?
one player you really know.
I
Is that
literally
elite?
only know like 2 of those guys.
Okay, so you know Reggie Miller. So Reggie Miller alone made that team a stacked
Well,
East.
I mean, I know Rick Smith, but
That lift was decent.
Jared,
He
just
was
admit
nice.
you're wrong, man. We can move on, man.
LeBron's East was still bad though, Cuba. Like that.
My
Okay,
God.
And Michael Jordan East was
Hold on.
worse.
We'll
Michael
go to
Jordan
the-
East was
How,
worse.
bro?
To the 7 seed. Hold on,
Hey,
let's go
do
to
another team. Do another team.
Reggie Miller's better than DeMar DeRozan.
hold on. The 7 seed that year was the Atlanta Hawks. Let's go to the Atlanta Hawks for
DeMar DeRozan didn't play
With
by
Dominique
himself. He had
Wilkins.
Kyle Lowry too.
Well, yeah, I know that. Cal Lowry's a beast.
Okay, you said they had Dominique Wilkins. All right, let's pull them up. Let's see what the Atlanta Hawks is rocking with. Atlanta Hawks, man. They had
Stacey
Pascal
Siakam too.
They had the Plastic Man. They had Mookie Blaylock, the murderous man. He locked up for murder.
He's an okay player.
They had Randy Brewer, Dwayne Farrell,
the murderous man,
Greg Foster, Paul Graham, Steve Henson, Adam Keefe, John Koncak, Travis Mays, Jeff
That's a
Sanders,
deep roster. This is a deep
Andrew
roster right here.
Spencer, Alex Sturvians, Moreland Wiley, and Dominique Wilkins.
Outside of the Chicago Bulls, the 90s East has 0 NBA championships in the
They were
conversation.
41 that year.
People, man. Look.
There's a reason why you don't know them, though, Jerry.
No, I literally don't know any of those people you just named.
I know it's a reason why you don't know them.
Hold on. 2000s East got 3 NBA championship teams. 90s East got 0 championship teams outside of the Bulls.
You're talking about Detroit, Miami, and Boston, right? In the 2000s.
Really, we only talking about Miami,
Yeah.
not even Miami. We talking about Miami. LeBron wasn't on that team. Yeah, Miami, Detroit, and Boston.
Yeah, that was the 2000s. Yeah.
All right, so we'll go to.
Well, we had the 6 seed.
The East was weak though, right? The East was weak though, right, Jared?
Back in the not in the 2000s.
Charlotte Hornets. Maybe Charlotte Hornets had a
But
little.
he made a championship. He went to the championship in the 2000s. I thought the East was weak.
No,
I thought the East was weak.
It wasn't weak at that time. But it got garbage though. Wait, who's the 16?
But he carried the team with nobody to the finals. They wasn't weak.
That man, Larry Hughes and Nogales were good players. Like we gotta stop this, man. Like we're overdoing it.
He had Larry Hughes and Big Z. Those was his two best players. So them is perennial all-stars right there. Them is two one-off all-stars. Your name is two one-off.
Hold on, what year y'all talking about? What year y'all talking about?
2007. No, we're talking about 2007 because people like to pretend that like Larry Hughes and Ilgauskas like literally weren't good at all. Like,
They were past their prime.
They
They
were
were past their
capable
prime.
of what their role was.
They were past prime. They were role players.
I know that, but like,
and there was better role
people
players
gotta
around
stop-
the league on every
No,
team.
but people gotta stop juicing it like they just were like complete trash. Like they were, for what they were asked to do, like they did a good job. Like they weren't that bad.
What team did they beat in the
No,
conference
y'all
finals?
be-
What
no,
team?
y'all
Hold on.
be
What team did
juicing.
Cleveland beat in the conference finals to get there?
Detroit.
And who was on Detroit?
Okay, so their starting lineup was Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Wallace, and Chris Webber.
Yeah. So that's a weak team right there, though, right? That team weak
No,
though,
hell
right?
nah. They were coming off. They
Oh,
were coming
okay.
off a finals appearance 2 years before that.
Oh, okay. And yeah.
Y'all really about to try to paint Elgauskas like he was like Chris Bosh or something?
Come
No,
Y'all
who
be
said
killing me
that?
with these.
Nobody said
Y'all
that.
be trying to.
We're just saying
No,
like
no,
this
no,
And
no.
not
Hold on,
even
hold on,
just
hold
that.
on.
He was
like
past
they were
his
garbage.
prime already, bro. He was already
Hold on,
past
hold on,
his
hold on.
I agree
prime.
with that.
Because even no, because even when y'all use the teammates, right, like the Hall of Fame, the top 75, none of them were in their prime. Like
I
none of these
disagree with
players
that.
were in their primes at all. Like hold on, give me a player that LeBron had that was in his prime. Because even
Kyrie
when he was
Irving.
in
Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie, yeah, absolutely. Okay, I can give you Kyrie Irving,
Anthony
right?
Davis.
Hold
Anthony
on, hold on.
Davis.
That nigga made out of glass. Even when y'all say D Wade, right? D Wade was literally off that Heat
D-Wade was
team.
past his prime.
Right, he was off
He
that
was
Heat
past
team
his
a few
prime.
years after
He
LeBron
was
left.
still a top
So
5 player in the league at that point, though, bro.
No,
he was a top.
he was looked at as a top 5 player. Yeah, the
Oh.
year
Top 5.
before
He wasn't.
LeBron came,
Hold
I
on. He
agree with
wasn't
that.
top 5.
I can agree with that.
Wait, hold
I
on.
can agree with
Hold
that.
on.
But he was also coming off an injury. You gotta take that into account as
Well,
well.
he was always injured though. His knees were bad.
Hold on. Who was D Wade top 5 over in 20?
D-Wade
We could say
he was top
2012,
5 when
2013.
LeBron came. I'll say that when LeBron
Yeah.
first came to
I mean,
Miami, when he first
so
came.
it was LeBron, Wade, Kobe, and Dwight Howard were the top 4. Like he was in that class, bro.
D Wade was top 5.
Yes, like he was literally in. I just named you the top 4 players:
I
LeBron,
can't.
Kobe, Wade, Howard.
I can't say that you top 5 if you fall off like 2 years after that. Like he fell off. He
But I
was
mean,
he was
he
at
was
the
top
top.
5 at that time. He was
top 5 at the time. It just fell off.
yeah. But he wasn't top 5 by the time him and LeBron got on the court. He wasn't top 5 no more.
But see, this is no, but see, and this is. I'm actually glad that like we're talking about this because this is part of the problem like I always have when we talk about like LeBron's like journey and stuff. Like we always like to like knock down his teammates. Like I don't know why we have to. Like
Why
it's
not?
Okay to say,
Do
it's
you
okay
not
to
see the
say,
team
like,
sometimes?
No, but what I'm saying is like it's okay to admit that LeBron played with great players. Like that doesn't take away from his greatness.
No,
We
this is
gotta
the thing
knock
though.
these guys down.
No. This is what y'all do though. Y'all sit here and y'all say like, oh, look at all the all stars and the top 75 teammates he played with. Y'all are named Shaq and Ben Wallace and all of them as though they were like in their prime when he was
Hey
playing with
Lamont,
them.
has Ron Harper
That's
ever
true.
made an All-Star team? Lamont, did Ron Harper ever make an All-Star team?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think he
So,
did.
but he was a good player. He was a real good player.
No,
he
he
was
was a
just
hell
as
of a
good as
good
Larry
player.
Hughes. Ron Harper was
He
just
just
as good
got
as Larry
Ron Harper
Hughes.
just got hurt.
So,
Like the year before he joined the Bulls, I believe he was averaging 20 a game.
so,
Yeah, he averaged
so
like 20.
when Ron Harper joined the Bulls, he was still a good player, right?
Yeah,
he
I would
just
say so.
yeah, his role just changed. He understood
Yeah,
that. Like a lot of people think that his scoring dropping was just him and his knees being bad. It was actually just him accepting a lesser role, just buying into the team. Like I feel like he could have went to another team. Like if he had went to another trash team and could have been the 1 or 2 guy, he still could have put up that 18, 20 points per
19,
game.
7
He probably
assists.
wouldn't have looked like the Cleveland Ron Harper, but he still could have put up bigger numbers. He just knew that going to the Bulls is Jordan
You get a
Pippen
ring.
and Kukoc got the load. My job here is to be a defender.
That was damn near a super team in the 90s.
Tyson said,
But people don't
no,
talk
I'm not
about
going to
it.
sleep, Tyson.
That was
You can
damn
get
near.
nice though,
That was for sure a super team in the East.
I mean,
Michael
I don't-
Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc, Ron
I tell
Harper,
Jared that all the
PJ
time.
Armstrong
Well, I
started.
mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, like, one of the problems I always have, like, when we have these arguments, and it happens all the time with LeBron fans, like, we always have to try and like cut down his teammates. Like I hate when people do that just because.
Hold on, bro.
What's up,
now, here's again, you are a master goalpost mover. You always want to when you go at LeBron, right? It's no context. It's he lost. But if you bring in Mike, Steph, oh, he was injured. Oh, he didn't have anybody on his team. You got all these excuses.
Wait, how are those excuses? That's literally what happened.
Man, my
Well,
God, dog.
So look, y'all. Let's just look at this chart to help Jared out. See,
if I'm looking right, LeBron has had the least amount of help.
So what we're saying is, see, what people like to do.
Am I tripping or am I reading this
but this
right?
is what people like to do. People like to. They'll try to look at LeBron's teammates, like they'll use Shaq. They'll take guys. Who when they play with LeBron were well past their prime, and they'll say, "Oh, LeBron played with a top 75 player," or they say this guy who played with LeBron was a 13-time All-Star. See, what we need to ask ourselves is, how good was that player in the season that they had? They played with LeBron James. Like you can't count everything Dwight Howard did prior to LeBron, and then when he plays with LeBron, LeBron had a Hall of Fame player in Dwight Howard. No, he did not.
They go to All-Stars.
So what I'm saying is, if you're looking at who had the most help, it says right here, LeBron James has only played 5 times with a teammate that's been an All-NBA player. He's only played 2 times with a teammate that's been an All-Defensive player, and he's only played 1 time with a guy who's been both in the same season. That tells you right there that all of these guys that y'all hyping up and trying to turn into All-Stars and Hall of Famers, by the time they played with LeBron James, they was way past their prime. The only and so when we look at Kobe, 13 times he played with an All-NBA teammate. We know who that was, Shaquille O'Neal and probably Paul Gasol. All-Defensive team, 5 times. A teammate that was both 5 times. I don't know, but here's the numbers right here.
I think so, yeah.
The player with the next least help was probably Jordan. But LeBron, out of all these players, a lot of these players,
Bill Russell had help.
So LeBron, out of all these players, had the least help. All that All-Star game stuff and all that, bro. Anybody can make Christian Laettner made an All-Star game. So y'all basically saying if Christian Laettner made an All-Star game, y'all would be running around talking about LeBron had elite help with Christian Laettner.
Exactly.
This graphic still has no context is the issue.
Man, it does have context, man. You better, you know what he's trying to do, man.
Let him give us the context.
Lamar, he just did it. You see what I'm saying? You see what he just did it. He just did it. He finna move. He finna shift the argument.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Hold on. We gotta let him give us the context. Give us the context.
Take your L, dog.
That's the question I have. When did LeBron play with this help that he had? Like,
if you put LeBron on the Jordan team in the 90s, I think LeBron might ended up with 10 rings, 10 and on in the 90s.
So basically what this is telling you guys is that LeBron, with a lot of guys, hasn't played with them in their prime. And there's probably the only 2 players that he's played with in their like hardcore prime and they were playing at an optimal level. You're talking D-Wade, Kyrie, and Anthony Davis.
Chris Bosh as well.
No, but Chris Bosh was a third option. His role was diminished, and I don't think he was really that guy anyway. He was just you talk about not impactful numbers. That man was up in Toronto.
He made 1 All-NBA in 2006.
This is more than this.
Hold on, Jared. And I want to say something. The guy said
Chris Bosh played a big role on that Miami team.
He said if you put Bron on the Bulls, I don't think that would work that well.
Yeah, yeah. But I still think they go 10-0. I still think they go 10-0.
I don't think. I mean, they're different players. You can't ask LeBron.
LeBron can score just as much, and he's going to get his teammates involved more. Think about it. Think about it.
Chill. The offense is designed for that guy to shoot the ball.
Right.
LeBron would disrupt that offense. So I don't know if the triangle.
Jordan don't shoot way better than LeBron.
Wait, let him
Y'all know that, right?
You're missing.
Let Beast finish. Let Beast finish.
I don't know what he's saying.
the point is that offense, it fit Michael Jordan. It fit Kobe. It fit their style of play. It does not fit LeBron's style of play. So if you swap LeBron and Jordan, that wouldn't work. Just like if you put Jordan on LeBron's teams, it wouldn't work because of the way he played.
I honest to God believe LeBron, if you switch him on that team with Jordan, he could be just as impactful.
No,
honest to God.
No. The style wouldn't
No,
work.
that team would look different because they would never draft Pippen.
Right.
It would look different because they probably wouldn't get Horace Grant. They would go with something else. So the thing is, the whole dynamics of that team would be different. You know, and like B said, if you put Brown on the Cleveland team, LeBron doesn't elevate guys around him to that degree.
Jordan, you mean Jordan?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Jordan was never the guy to elevate guys around him to that degree to where he could have Boobie Gibson playing out of his mind. That would never happen on Jordan watch because Jordan was a shot the shit out of the ball every time when he would have looked up and saw Boobie Gibson open. You're like, hell no.
Well, do you think Kobe would have won? Like you said, the 10 rings. You think Kobe would have won as many?
No, Kobe would not have won with that Cleveland.
I mean,
team.
no, not Cleveland. I'm talking about Bulls.
No, Kobe would have played. Kobe played the same role. He may not have been. You could argue whether you thought he was better or not, but he literally played the same role in the same offense. There would be nothing changed between those teams.
Right.
Right.
I honestly believe that.
Hold on. We got look at this. Look at Adrian Knight, a guy that won't hit the link, and he's saying some silly stuff. He says, "I see why people don't like LeBron. His fans, man." That's what I'm saying. So, Adrian, all I want you to do, Adrian, Jared, hold on one second. All I want you to do, Adrian, is come up here and explain yourself. Why are you so frustrated about what they're saying when the facts support? Like, if you could come up here and you can put facts with what you're saying as opposed to just spewing a whole bunch of feelings. Like, that's why I pull up game film. That's why I pull up information like this, because this is fact. I feel like y'all get mad because I've been pulling up the facts all night. Y'all be getting mad.
Hey, come cook it.
Like, I'll ask you this question, Jared. What's the best decision Michael Jordan ever made?
The best decision you ever made?
I know.
Stand in Chicago.
Hell no.
Stand in Chicago.
It was coming off that Pippen for Tracy McGrady crap.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He didn't want that to happen no way.
And he stopped the Pippen for Sean Kemp trade.
Yeah.
He shut all that.
No, he was on board with it for a while, and then he backed off because that would not have worked for him.
No, too similar.
And you realize how great Pippen was and how he fit with their team.
Well, you need two guys. You don't need two guys on the same team that play.
And was a superstar in the 90s.
Yeah, like two stars that play a similar style of game, that doesn't always work though. Like that's one of the reasons why Pippen was a better fit on that team.
And that's one of the reasons why Miami did not win more than they did. Both those guys needed the ball.
Exactly, yeah. And they weren't great shooters.
I don't know. I feel like LeBron would have been just as good on that team, even with Pippen. Like the same cast and everything. Same cast and everything. I think LeBron would have been better. You know why?
Even after what B said, you still believe that?
Yeah, I honestly believe it. I understand what he's saying, how he fits the system as a scorer, but Michael Jordan drove to the paint a lot, just like LeBron, except you could say Jordan settled for more pull-ups in the mirror range. You could say that.
Brian would have never ran the triangle.
Brian ain't shooting all the middies like Jordan did, man.
Because the thing is, Brian would have needed to play the Pippen role in the triangle, and if Pippen's there, he would have to where does Pippen go then?
Yeah,
that's why he's saying
why LeBron
played
the Jordan role.
Pippen might be out of there.
How can Brian play the Jordan role? He's not Jordan. They're two different players.
They don't play the same, dude.
I think you have a better chance of putting Kobe in Jordan's role than LeBron.
Bro, you have a better chance.
I mean, he literally plays the
DeMar
triangle.
DeRozan there.
Yeah. I get that they don't play the same, but
DeMar DeRozan would be killing in the 90s, dog.
But that offense, but that's what the offense requires of its two guard or its main scorer. So it's not like that offense dictates that person shoot the rock.
Yeah.
So I don't think LeBron would look good in that offense. Not in that role.
What team do y'all think he could have looked good on in the 90s?
Who?
LeBron.
Phoenix Suns.
The Knicks.
I mean, Jordan only shoot three 3 more percent than LeBron from mid range.
He would have looked good on the Pacers.
No, my bad. 2 more
Bruh,
percent. He only shoot 2 more percent.
You gotta understand something. When you look from an offensive standpoint, LeBron is one of the best scorers in history. But offensively, he does not have the same set of skills that Kobe and Mike have for that position.
Yeah, I'm with that.
He's got a completely different skill set. He's a completely different player.
Yeah,
I'll say this. Yeah, because Kobe and Jordan are more efficient in the mid range, and that's really what that system is predicated on. On the 2 guard.
It's not just a bit.
You're talking about almost a power forward to a guard.
Right. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I honestly believe LeBron played a lot of 2 guard his first year in the league.
But it's nothing wrong with saying that LeBron wouldn't have fit on that team. It doesn't take anything away from him. But
yeah,
because
all these guys need to, like Jordan needed,
but me
the perfect
personally,
team around him for them to thrive.
Yeah,
like
Jordan
Jordan probably needed a more perfect team around him to thrive than LeBron did.
Yeah, LeBron has never had a perfect team around him. Never.
So it doesn't take anything away, but that shit would not have worked with Pippen.
Yeah, and not to mention, if the coach had a grain of salt and understood LeBron's basketball IQ, they would never run the triangle with him.
That's what I said. They would. I don't think they run the triangle with LeBron.
Right.
Sorry.
It'd be a waste of time.
Someone just said that LeBron's never had a perfect team around him.
He has. LeBron has never had a perfect team around him.
What would you class as a perfect team around LeBron?
You said what?
Shooters and defenders. Shooters and defenders.
2011 was pretty perfect. He dropped the ball.
Miami was pretty good for a team with LeBron.
I wouldn't say that was perfectly built around him because Wade wasn't a great shooter. I feel like a shooter would have been better. Like someone who could really space the floor.
Here's why I say Miami was pretty good.
I just think Jared,
I feel like a good team around LeBron. If LeBron was on like the Warriors, that would have been like the perfect team for LeBron.
You see up, y'all. He said Pippen did fine. He totally misses the point. Pippen and LeBron on the court is an issue, bro. We're talking about LeBron replacing Michael and keeping the same team the same. What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I just feel like LeBron would do really good. I feel like they would still go 6-0.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How do you
you
feel?
The Bulls didn't run triangle in '94, just so he knows.
How you feel that, bro? How you feel it?
Yeah, how do you feel, man?
How do I feel like?
It doesn't matter how
just
you
like,
feel.
Because I'm just saying, I know Michael Jordan and LeBron got the same mindset as in you're not gonna stop me if I don't want you to.
No, they don't.
At the end of the day,
I'm a Bron fan. No, they don't. No,
They
they
have
don't.
totally different mentalities.
Yeah, exactly.
so they both don't have the mindset of when I want to score, you're not gonna stop me. So they both don't have that mindset.
No,
So LeBron don't have that mindset. LeBron don't have that mindset.
LeBron's not going to force jacking up shots where Michael Jordan would jack up shots. He doesn't care. Michael Jordan would shoot 40 a game. LeBron would shoot 40 a game.
I showed you earlier in the stream that he would shoot over 3-4 players. Notice Kobe used to do the same thing. Part of that was the role of that position in that offense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to say. LeBron don't take those shots normally.
I understand. I understand completely what
He
y'all
gets
saying. But I
criticized
feel
for
like
giving the ball up. Go ahead.
I still feel like LeBron could have fit in that system. I don't know. I feel like LeBron is a smart enough player to fit in that system. But I feel like his skill set. I feel like his skill set is more fit for a different system. That's not the perfect system for him to play in. But I feel like he can fit in that system.
Can you do me
That's
one
what
favor?
y'all not understanding.
Can you replace the word feel with I think?
I know LeBron would still fit in that system. My bad. I know,
bro. How do you know?
I know.
Wait, how can you hold on? How can you say he's going to go 6-0 in a system that we're telling you he's not going to fit in when he couldn't go undefeated in a system that was crafted around him?
Gotta make it make sense.
Jordan shot a lot of mid ranges, bro. So LeBron shoots mid ranges too. Michael Jordan shoots 52% from mid range. LeBron shoots 49. What is
I see why niggas don't like
Volume
LeBron.
of mid-range shots.
Stop it.
I'm looking at the stats right now.
Bro, it's the volume of shots.
I'm looking at it right now.
LeBron does not
I'm looking at it right now.
49% from mid range.
Look it up. Look it up. Since you think I'm lying, look it up. Since you think I'm lying,
But
look it up.
how many shots does he take
How do
from
I'm
mid
gonna
range?
present it on the screen? I'm just gonna present it on the screen, bro.
Hey, Lamont, did you hear this? He said LeBron shoots 49% from the mid range. Stop it. If that was the case, that means LeBron would be shooting like 64% as much as he scores in the paint.
Yeah.
That is crazy what you're
Hey,
saying.
in 2013, weren't the Spurs daring him to shoot the mid range shot?
Hey, look.
Exactly.
Why don't you look? Why don't you look? Huh? How buddy look? Are you looking? Did you see it? Did you see 49? Huh?
Yeah, we
Huh?
hear
Huh?
what
You
you're
saw it?
saying, but
Did you
you
see it?
got to talk about the volume as well. How many mid ranges is he taking a game?
Okay, LeBron has had a. Okay, we could look at mid ranges per game because.
I see why they don't like LeBron fans,
But
bro.
did you
Like this is crazy.
also not even just that? Not even just that. Jordan shot more. That was more of Jordan's game. That was more Jordan's bread and butter. But that's not saying LeBron couldn't do that. It's just saying LeBron was better at getting to the rim because of his size and athleticism. But I'm saying
he doesn't shoot that great from the mid range, bro. He doesn't.
Hey,
shoots
I'm gonna
49%.
show you. I'm gonna show you why it wouldn't work, and I'm gonna put it on the screen, bro. This is why right here, and this is no shade on LeBron, but you would have had to completely trash the system that worked for Jordan. You had to put something else in. That means it changes the roles of guys like Steve Kerr. It changes Pippen's role if he's even there, and if Pippen's not there, it changes the whole dynamic of what the Bulls look like, and so you would have a completely different team.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying
Here, let me
LeBron
put it on
would
the
fit
screen. I'm
better
going to
in
show you why.
Pippen's role.
No, I'm just going to show you why. This is why right here.
They gonna bring up that shot chart.
This is why it won't work.
Somebody said,
you know, because if you look at this top area up here, this is where LeBron would need to operate out of the triangle, right? This is where Pippen operated out of the triangle. And so if you remove Pippen from here, where this is where Pippen thrived in the triangle, where do you move him in the triangle where he can still be impactful? Because he was still a 20 point per game scorer. So if you remove Pippen, who are you replacing him with that plays one of the other roles, if you even stick with the triangle? So that's why I say it's hard to say that he would have won, because you would have to eliminate Pippen from the equation, bring somebody else in. And I don't know who else you even bring in. Like, do you stick with Olin Polynice, who was traded for Pippen on draft night?
Never seen. I get what you say, his shot chart, but we've never seen that LeBron in that role to where he's going to take a lot of mid-range shots in general.
But the thing is, if let's just say if you just replace, you keep the roster the same, you just throw LeBron in and say you got to play.
I'm talking about the shot chart. It's just
what I'm saying is
that's not the system
he
he's
would
played
have
in to
he
take
would
those
have to
shots.
operate from here and here. He would have to operate from these two
And
spots.
look at the percent.
Yeah,
39, 39, 33, 38. This is where he would have to live. He would have to live in these areas right here to operate successfully out of the triangle. But he would be it would be much better if he played the Pippen role where he can operate here. But even still, I don't even know if that's getting the most out of him. But I mean, it is what it is.
I didn't say LeBron would have been better in the role, but I'm saying I feel like LeBron could have fit in the role.
Yeah, but 39% in the triangle shooting from this part of the floor is not going to win you championships.
Horrible.
Yeah, and then you said he would go 6-0, so you're saying he would be. You talking like he would be better in the role.
I feel like he'd go 6-0 on that same team. I feel like he would go 6-0.
Nah, he can't go 6-0. He won't go 6-0.
He could potentially pull one championship out, but
he gonna get a ring, but he gonna get 6.
Like, I don't even know if they would have beat the 91 Lakers.
Hey, now go in the paint, Lamont. See what his percentage is in the paint.
That motherfucker is ridiculous.
This is where you get the 49%, bro. This is how you get to 49. It's ridiculous in the paint.
This is why I think he could still
I
operate in
understand that
the
the
role.
different players, different systems, but I still feel like Jordan could. I mean, I just feel like he could have played that role. I'm a LeBron fan, so of course I'm probably gonna feel like that.
This is why they hate us LeBron fans, because sometimes you just got to know when to hold him and when to fold him. Like, bro, he's not gonna fit in this system, bro. Like, it's okay.
Man, that's what I ain't saying a word.
Yeah.
One thing I do agree with the guy though. I do.
What up, Sturdy?
Hey, what up,
Yo, what's good, Beast? Yo, Lamont, my bad. I had to take a phone call. Did I miss the cooking? Like, did I miss you cook them niggas on 2014?
Yeah, they got up out of there.
That was like a half hour ago.
Man, it was so bad the stream was suspended, man.
Yeah, it did suspend for. Yeah, it was like a half hour ago.
The
Started.
I
stream
started
got
playing the game.
suspended?
Yeah, because I started playing that 2014 game, so they
Oh,
suspended it
okay.
for like 2 minutes.
Yeah. See, T, when you see something like this, bro, you have to be able to acknowledge it and change your opinion.
No, I acknowledge.
Hold up,
it.
bro. Or you lose credibility.
I never said I feel like LeBron would have been better in this system, but I feel like, well, I don't know. I don't
I'm
think
not
he would
gonna
have been. I
lie. I don't
definitely
even
think he would
think.
have been better in the system, but I don't
I
think he
don't
would
even
have
think
just
he
been
beating the
terrible.
Suns. I don't got him beating the Suns with in this
Well,
system.
it's like
Like for
Lamont said, they'd have to completely restructure the Bulls a different way.
Yeah, they would.
The Bulls, as you know it, would not work with LeBron James in the Michael Jordan role.
I think the Spurs 3P he wouldn't be able to operate in. The second one, I give him a better chance. I think in the second 3P team, you put LeBron either at the point and you make Ron Harper play the shooting guard. I think that's the
hold on,
only
Beast.
best way.
Beast, you ever thought about like under those circumstances, right? Like the fact that LeBron wouldn't be asked to do as much, because as we know, like Jordan's main primary responsibility was to score, defend his guy, help on occasional defense, and then play make when he can. LeBron did have more responsibility, you know what I'm saying? So you think under those circumstances, with a guy like Phil Jackson, with a guy like Jerry Krause who knows how to build around his players, you think that would actually help LeBron, the fact that you have less responsibility?
I think overall, I think you were right. I think if LeBron did have less responsibilities overall, he would have won more. But I don't think you could just take LeBron with his game and replace him on the Bulls, and that would work that well. And that was the argument.
Yeah, because that was perfect for Michael Jordan. I understand what y'all playing. I
You
do
see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, because that was the perfect offense for
he's
Jordan
not,
and
He's
Kobe.
not that type of offensive player.
Yeah, he's not that type
He's
of
not that
offensive player.
skilled. He's
But
not that skilled in the mid range.
the way I see it be like the triangle offense through all its iteration of success with like the first peak Bulls, the second peak Bulls, the Shaq and Kobe Lakers, and even the Kobe led Lakers, right? Through all its iterations, it always became successful when you had a guy who's able to play make from the post. So I do think they had to restructure that team a little bit for LeBron, but I think he would develop his post game faster under those circumstances.
I promise you one thing. Phil Jackson would never run the triangle with LeBron because remember, the triangle offense is in all reality one of the worst offenses in NBA history. It was only designed because you can contain out of control ball hogs who would shoot too much. And it was the only system that could contain. And this is why the system only worked with Kobe and Jordan. And it never worked. It didn't work with all the other teams that tried it. Go see how that played out with them. It did not
Who
work.
were the players on the team?
What you mean?
Like what teams tried out?
No,
what
we
other
can go.
teams?
We can go to when the Clippers tried it with Chris Paul. We can go to when
I know the Knicks tried it.
We can go. The Knicks tried it when Phil Jackson was the GM there. There's a lot of teams that tried it and had to scrap it quickly because it only works when you got them ISO heavy guys with the mindset of shoot, and it's the only way to contain them.
You think it could work with somebody like the
all around enough
Timberwolves?
to get the others they touches.
Lamont, do you think it worked? Do you think it worked primarily? Lamont, do you think it worked primarily because those teams had multiple playmakers?
No,
high
by
IQ
design,
like.
No, by design, the triangle the triangle does not work until you get a ball reversals. The one thing that Tex Winners discovered was that your percentages as far as scoring the ball increased by like 65% after one ball reversal. So the first thing for to make the triangle work was you had to get a ball reversal. Now you increase the ability to score the ball because you've shifted the defense. And with good playmakers, like what B said, whether it's in the post or whether it's at the top of the key like Pippen, if you can get that ball quickly to Jordan and allow him to operate at that high post or on that wing. And then the Bulls obviously took advantage of an era with illegal defense, which made it much harder for them to kind of load up on the box and help. Well, then now you can exploit a little bit. You can exploit all of the mismatches. You can take away any help defense. and your best player can get all the shots that he wants. And with the ball reversal, it opened up opportunities for Pippen to not just always dump the ball to Jordan. Pippen, as a playmaker, could feed the ball inside and hit a cool coach, hit a Winnington, hit a Longley sometimes, or in the transition, if they were going in transition, he could score for himself. So, I mean, it's just an offense that's designed to reel guys in and contain them. It is not designed for every team. It does not work.
Right.
Trash offense, to be honest.
It was good for its time. It was good for its time, in my opinion.
No, it was not good in the 90s. You couldn't give the Utah Jazz a triangle. That shit would not work with the Utah Jazz. It wouldn't work with any good. It wouldn't work with the Spurs of the 90s.
Maybe
it wouldn't work with any good
Trailblazers
team. Maybe the
Clyde
Trailblazers because of
Drexler.
Drexler. Maybe the Sacramento Kings because of Mitch Richmond. But then you also got to have a playmaker. So that means you have you could go with Kevin Duckworth or Terry Porter. I don't even know if I remember any of the Sacramento King players. Shit, they had some complete bums, so I don't know if it would have worked. But
would have worked with the Orlando Magic.
Those teams didn't have a Jordan Lamar.
Yeah, I don't know if it works with Orlando.
What Orlando team?
Of course.
In the 90s,
Could have
with
worked.
Penny and Shaq. You talking about with Penny and Shaq?
Yeah, of course.
It's one of the hardest offenses to learn. So it's just like, did you really trust Bryant Hill?
Was Penny that good at the mid range? Was Penny Hardaway that good at the mid range? And he ran the 1, not the 2.
Penny was decent.
Yeah, Lamar, that is a good question.
I want y'all to look at the guy. Look, I want y'all to be look at the players that Phil Jackson would pick up. Like some of these guys, like the Jed Bushes and shit. You're like, why the hell is Phil Jackson? And all the players you got at your disposal, why are you getting Jed Bushler and why are you getting these guys, the Bill Winningtons and shit?
It's Sally.
You know why? Because these were the only guys that he could find that were smart enough to operate the triangle.
I agree.
John Sally talked exactly what you said, Lamar. He's like, because at that time when he went to the Bulls, even the Lakers, he couldn't play like that no more. But he exactly like Phil. John was a good locker room guy, and most important, he knew the triangle. He was a high IQ player. So even if he didn't get that much burn on the court, he was still able to deliver that information to his teammates that couldn't necessarily understand the concept.
And Phil Jackson that motherfucker was a damn near communist with that offense, man. Basically, that motherfucker threatened his bigs. He threatened his bigs. He told John Sally and them boys,
Miami could have played in the triangle with
he said if y'all shoot threes, if y'all shoot any threes, that's a fine. He fined his bigs. So even if his bigs had the ability to shoot from range, because he needed Jordan to get them shots up at volume, because it was more important to cater to Jordan and even Kobe's ego, he would fine guys for shooting threes. He would fine, and then if you didn't make it, like John Sally talked about it. He would fine them. So some of these guys knew we can't shoot that motherfucker. It's Jordan, it's Pippen, it's Kukoc, it's them guys. But after that shit, you better get it off the glass.
You think the Miami Heat with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh could have ran a triangle?
I mean, you can, but man, bro, it's just not a very good offense, man. And now that teams can zone up, once they zone up on it, you're gonna be
too ISO oriented. Too ISO oriented, huh?
Well, not too ISO oriented, but
and then one player getting the ball.
If you go into any type of serious zone with good principles, you're gonna have somebody like, let's say if you go into a man-to-man matchup zone. That means you're probably gonna have your best defender, probably biggest defender, sitting right on that elbow where Jordan would be. Then you're gonna have another defender right behind you for help. You're also gonna have another defender on ball making that pass into Jordan difficult, and then you're gonna have two wing defenders, one probably at the top of the key if there's a ball reversal, and one in that corner who are going to be squeezing in on any pass that you make to Jordan. Bro, it would have been a living nightmare trying to get the ball into Jordan.
I'm gonna change what I said instead of LeBron and Jordan going. I mean LeBron switching, where he's like LeBron switching with Jordan. If LeBron and D Wade switch with Michael Jordan and Pippen, then maybe they go 6-0 at the ages they were.
Bro, so what do you got Jordan going?
What do you mean?
You go down that hill, ain't you?
That shit ain't
Yeah,
gonna work.
Lamont, have you seen
Nah, it
Lamont?
wouldn't
Have you
work with
seen
LeBron. It wouldn't work with LeBron. I agree that it probably wouldn't work with LeBron. But I think
Well,
LeBron,
hold on,
as
what'd
good
you
a player
say,
he was, he
Sturdy?
would have learned to play in the system.
Lamont, have you seen Flagrant Foul on Netflix?
What's that one about again?
It's about a bunch of stuff, but essentially it's about the role refs played in certain aspects of NBA history.
I watched that on the
And
plane. Yeah, I watched that on the plane the other
yeah,
day.
like there's some stuff in there that's like very interesting. And like I like Lamont. I noticed when you enlighten the people on facts of the '90s era, and especially how much advantageous Jordan had. For some reason, people don't like them facts.
Bro,
Like for some reason,
we lit them up all the beginning of the stream, man. We got them already, man. You have to go back and watch. We put up the video. Jared out here talking about the physicality of the 90s. We put up video of the 90s and motherfuckers. We put up video of motherfuckers literally when Jordan come in, Rod Strickland had an opportunity just to take the charge. This motherfucker run out the way. Sam Perkins, man, Jordan coming down the line. These motherfuckers don't care nothing about physicality. They literally jumping and running out the way. Dunk the
Because
ball,
at that
Jordan.
time, niggas already know niggas are getting banged on.
dog, when you go rewatch those games, bro, it's like
That's
it puts
fear
so
more
much
than
things in
anything.
perspective.
That's
It's
like
like
even like LeBron, they do the same thing. That's fear.
Bro.
I don't know about that.
You know how many times people try to take charges on LeBron and shit?
It go bad.
Let me tell you something. You know what you learn in the NBA? When your name is Bill Weddington or your name is Rod Strickland.
Mm-hmm.
That's the man. And if you put a scratch on him, you may not be in the league no more. You don't think these players understand that?
Beast. That's one of the refs. One of the
bro. Go ahead.
exactly one of the refs in Flagrant Foul. He talked about that. He was like, for the sake of marketing, for the sake of business, for the sake of pushing Jordan, we literally had to officiate him differently. And the interview was like, don't you mean like every superstar gets certain calls? He's like, no. That is the case, but like with Jordan especially, we literally didn't call certain travels, certain carries specifically for him.
Well, that
It was
makes sense though.
a lot of interesting stuff in that thing.
Jordan's the superstars in the 90s. That makes sense. He's basically bringing in about 90% of the revenue into the NBA on his own. That makes sense.
Because what it does too is like when you do more research, you see there's a lot of credence to people saying the NBA implement a lot of rules, a lot of
So
they did a lot of adjustments made to boost up Jordan. That's a fact. Like
that means there's
I mean-
credibility to when I say the 90s is complete garbage if you remove Jordan from it.
The 90s is complete garbage.
What do you mean by complete garbage?
I mean, if you take Jordan away from the 90s,
I'm just saying.
Jordan away from the 90s,
I'm just saying. What can we talk about in the 90s if we remove Jordan?
Hakeem Olajuwon and Karl Malone.
No,
Because
you can't talk about Hakeem without talking about Jordan because you have to talk about Jordan retired and then Hakeem
That's
wins
foul.
2 chips.
There you
go.
go.
You foul.
But if Jordan was
so
in the
then,
90s, all we would talk about is Hakeem.
Really, you can't really talk about the 90s until 1998.
No, you can talk. No. You could talk about Shaq and them, like maybe Patrick Ewing and them got like.
But Jordan wasn't there. That's
And then-
his whole point.
but hold on,
can
but
talk about
The
them.
storyline is
Jordan
Shaq
wasn't
breaking
there.
the backboard in Phoenix.
But Jordan was dodging the king too.
That is
He
a
ain't really
story.
want that smoke.
Little
He ain't want that
paragraph.
smoke
Jordan
with
weren't
Hakeem.
dodging no Hakeem, man.
He
I
ain't
ain't
want
gonna
that. He
lie
ain't want
to
that
you.
smoke with Hakeem.
He weren't dodging
dog.
no Hakeem, man.
He ain't want that smoke.
People like to say
Hakeem-
say that to make them feel
Hakeem
themselves
wouldn't have
feel
2
better. He
chips.
went dodging no Hakeem. Man.
Listen, how
Yeah,
y'all
but
know
hold
this?
on. They said Jordan maybe he was ducking Hakeem because remember what Jordan said. Jordan said, I'm gonna put it on the screen one more time.
Bro, his dad died. Let's be for real, man.
No,
His
that's
dad
not why he
died.
died.
I gotta
Remember,
see
Jordan.
this.
Remember, the only team in the league that could successfully run zone
In the
and
90s.
get away with it was the Rockets. And Jordan said, wouldn't have had my career with the zone defense. He knew if it was the Houston Rockets were up next, he knew he would have had to face them twice in back-to-back years. That'd be 2 losses.
I hear
Because of the
you.
zone.
Jordan,
And they
See,
play
in the
zone
record
90s,
against
this is y'all
Hakeem's
not
10
getting,
and
bro.
13. I know
In
this.
the 90s,
It's
in the
like
90s, when with the legal defense, right? Certain teams, like maybe 2 or 3 teams, can get away with it if your bigs, and particularly your front line, was mobile enough to quote unquote cheat it. If you had a mobile big like a Hakeem, like a Ori, like a Pippen, like a Rodman, you can cheat the quote unquote illegal defense if you were fast enough on your rotations and cover enough ground. And even the Knicks in the early '90s, after Ewing's knee injury, like that went away. But the reason why the Rockets had so much success against the Bulls because they was able to implement zone principle defenses while keeping Jordan, most importantly, keeping Jordan honest on the defensive end. Because Jordan was a good help defender, but he could not leave his guy on the Rockets because they all can shoot threes. And then most importantly, people take this thing out too. We also had a king whose best attribute was protecting the paint. So you're showing resistance to one of Jordan's biggest strengths, which is finishing at the rim.
Okay.
Jordan didn't play no defender that was as great as a king defending that paint in the playoffs in his whole career. Not a single defender was that great defending the paint at the level of a king.
Hey, bro, who's
wasn't good at defending the paint?
Hold on. Who from that Bulls?
What year he faced Mark Eaton in the playoffs? And even then, Mark Eaton's not messing with a king defensively. What are you talking about?
You saw what Shaq
got good
on him.
No,
is
that
he messing with
motherfucker
a
was
king?
not good, man. Why y'all talking, man?
What? He's not good.
He's a
Okay.
big
So
ass
why?
dude in the paint, bro.
Why?
Yeah.
Bro, Marky, like just like in the '90s, bro, motherfucking. All you had to do was be 7 feet tall. You could average 4 blocks a game, man.
Okay, so then why can't you?
Marky, remember,
Okay.
Hakeem Olajuwon. How did they describe him in the '90s? They Rudy Tomjanovich basically said that's a small forward in a center's body. The man could take these bigs out to the perimeter and go to work. That's why the motherfucking dream shake. Really, the dream shake wasn't even that good of a move. It's just them big, slow, sorry bigs in the '90s kept jumping at every goddamn thing. Them motherfuckers couldn't stay down. And then he had them jumping so much that y'all done turned a basic motherfucking move into a dream shake that y'all think ain't nobody repeat. And when you got motherfucking bigs today doing the damn dream shake every game, and that shit easy than a motherfucker. You just got to stay down and not jump. These motherfuckers jump.
Okay, Lamont, let me ask you a question then. If Hakeem was a small forward in a center's body, why, and these were your own words, why was he terrible defending 15 feet and out?
Bro, offensively, he was a small forward in a center's body. Defensively, outside 10 feet from the rim, he struggled to defend in pick and rolls. He just struggled to defend guards. I'm not talking about his defense. I'm talking about his offense and these other slow bigs of the 90s. Literally jumping at every move he do, thinking the dream shake was the hottest thing smoking, and it was just a regular ass move.
Okay,
to the point so it had LeBron going to pay to go learn how.
Look, I'm gonna pull up the dream shake. Watch this video, y'all. Watch this.
You really hate the 90s, man.
Bam Adebayo does the dream shake. Y'all know that?
Well, no, he is always hating on the 90s.
I'm not hating on him.
Wait, how you not hating on the 90s?
I mean, like, look at the night. Like, give me 5 shooting guards from the 90s off the top.
I feel like we're hating just because we hate Jordan.
5.
Okay, Jordan. Hold on. Look, check this out, y'all. Here, I'm gonna show y'all the dream shake. Look at this. It's basic. Look at this shit. This is nothing. And just because them sorry defenders of the 90s would jump at everything, y'all thinking this motherfucker move. It's not like it's the skyhook from Kareem. That motherfucker. This move has been replicated a million times.
Yo, Hakeem was feeling it though. Then
that dream shake was filthy, Lamont. That shake was filthy.
No, it was not
filthy, bro.
How is it not filthy though, bro? Like
it's a basic.
You overdoing it. You overrating that shit now.
Because you know what the number. So Jerry, I'm gonna tell you what the number one rule of defense is. So then one of the number one rules of defense is, especially in the paint, if you are guarding the ball in the paint, you can never jump to contest a shot. It has to be the help that jumps to contest. Now, I want you to watch all of these bigs of the 90s with no defensive principles, bones in their body, literally just jumping, flying all around the court every time Hakeem throw up a fake, when all you got to do is stay down and be big. Watch this. Wait till he get to shaking and baking on these bums. Look at this. Look at David Robinson. Jumping for no reason. That wasn't even
Lamar. You can't cap that one. Come on, that was like
that was a greasy move. That's what I'm thinking. That was a Kobe Bryant.
Hold on. That was just a turnaround fadeaway. That's something Joel Embiid does every game.
No, he don't do it like that.
And
That's
Joel
not
Embiid is
smooth.
one of the
Are you
most skilled
serious,
scorers in the
bro?
league, Lamar.
He don't do
That's
it like
not
that.
smooth.
He
Okay,
doesn't
hold
They
on.
have
don't
Look,
do it
look,
a-
look,
like that.
look.
he doesn't have
Lamont,
a dream shake.
Lamont,
Nah,
that's
man,
smooth.
Lamont.
Come on,
Nah,
that's
Lamont,
Joel
man.
smooth.
You
Embiid
need
does
to get
that.
that hate out your heart,
Joel
man. Get the
Embiid
hate out
does
your
that
heart,
same
bro.
move 100 times
They
in a
wasn't ready for
season.
that, Lamont. They
Hey,
wasn't
nah,
ready for
Lamar,
that.
he just put the
They
work.
wasn't
Nah, he
ready
just
for
put the
that.
work on,
Hold on,
buddy.
Lamar. Hold on. Y'all didn't hear what Lamar said? Hold on. Y'all didn't hear Lamar said? Joel Embiid does that move all the time.
Nah, he
One of
don't
the
do it like
league's
that,
best
bro.
scorers does that move all the time. You're right,
Hold on.
Lamar.
But it's not as
Hold on. I said
effective.
Bam does it too.
It's not as effective though, Lamont.
I'm not gonna lie. I
Look,
got to
look.
see Bam do
It's not as effective
it.
when they do it though.
Yeah,
That's
'cause
the
Bam
dream shake.
No,
undecided.
It's
but
effective. No, it's effective with
Look at Anthony
Joel
Mason.
Embiid
Sorry
do it.
ass jumping. Hold on.
Lamar,
Anthony
you can't
Mason.
even lie. Come on, Lamar. Look at it. Look at this. Look at that
Joel
shot.
Yo, he done two
Embiid be
reverse
doing this
pivots
shit.
in
That's a
one
Joel
basic
Embiid
game,
be doing
buddy.
the
move.
same
Reverse,
thing.
Look at that
reverse,
though.
reverse.
Yo,
What is
look at
that?
that
Nah, come
footwork.
on, man.
Look at that footwork
Hey,
though,
Come on,
Lamont.
man.
Lamont,
Come
I'm
on,
gonna
Lamar,
man.
keep
he
it a buck
Jordan
he
hit
with
that
you.
drained that
motherfucker
shit.
with a move,
People
man.
will still get worked with this game, with this move
Yo,
Get
today.
out of
He'll
here.
still be worked. He'll still be
No,
a
hold
top
on, y'all.
five
Look,
center.
look, y'all. Hold on. I'm not saying that the move's not effective. I'm saying the move is not good enough where it designates the name, the dream shake. Look, I've done that move in the
You sure?
YMCA.
Nah,
Yeah,
that's
I
now
did
you
that
hate
shit.
Lamar. That's hater
Bro,
Lamont, it's
tactics
how
right there.
look,
That's
look,
hater
it's how
tactics
quick,
right there.
it's
all my
how
life.
quick
Hold on.
you do it.
Sturdy,
Look,
sturdy. I promise you. I promise. Put it on my life. I've done that. That same move where you throw the fake, you come back to the other side, bro. The move is not very hard, and I'm not even a post player. This is the only move that deserves a name is the sky hook. It's not
hey
duplicated.
Lamont, you got hoop game?
Hold
You
on,
got
hold
hoop game?
on, real quick, bro.
Yeah, I
But
play
Lamar, you
D1.
know how this go. Lamar,
Hey,
you know how
hey,
this
put a
goes.
highlight up. I just want to see
Hold
what
on,
the hoop game look like.
real quick, bro.
I'll
Hold on,
catch y'all later.
real quick.
Hold on.
Lamar, but you know how it is in basketball, bro. Like dudes get named after moves for what they did best. Iceman was
Hold
the
on.
finger roll.
Is
Jordan
that a
with the
good dream
fadeaway.
shake? Look at this. Look at this. Basic. But then why is David Robinson jumping?
Because no, I'm about to tell you why. Because if you watch that whole game, he was conditioning him. The thing what made
He
the dream
wasn't.
shake quote unquote nasty is the fact
Oh
that
my
Hakeem had good
god,
fundamentals in the
he's a
first place.
Had that
monster.
man
Bro,
off his feet.
What the
that's
fuck,
average. These are very basic moves.
bro? What?
And
Why?
NBA
you
centers
said
can't do that right now.
dude,
NBA
dude,
Why?
centers are
Lamar,
not
he's
doing this.
6'10". He's
So you saying?
6'10".
Are you saying I can't pull college highlights of Zach Edey doing similar moves?
Yes, that's the top center in college basketball.
Anybody? You name a name.
Nah, show us
Jackson
Bam
Hayes.
Rudy
now.
Gobert.
No,
Rudy
Okay,
hold
Gobert.
so
on,
you
hold
said
on.
Jackson Hayes. So you saying I can't pull up highlights of Jackson Hayes hitting people with similar moves?
Nah, you gotta pull up. You gotta
Nah,
pull up
not
Bam
like that.
Adebayo doing
Hold
it.
on, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I ain't
Watch
never
this.
seen no center
Watch
move
this.
like that, but Joel Embiid, bro. Hakeem and Joel
Nah,
Embiid is one offs.
hey, look, no. He said
Watch
he
this.
seen
Watch this.
Bam do it. You gotta show us Bam doing it.
Yeah, but it
Okay,
don't look
Bam.
like
Okay,
that.
Bam
It
is
don't
even
look
easier.
like that. It don't look like that though. I promise you, it don't look like that. How Hakeem doing it? If I know I'm not tripping, bro. He look hella smooth doing that, bro. He dicking the fuck out of them. That's why. I think if he was in NBA, if he was in NBA today, he'd probably still be able to do that.
No, this thing, Lamar. You
We
can't
gotta
lie.
play
For a
that lingo.
16 guy, moving like that, and once again, like I said, the reason why it was so effective
Bro,
because
how is that amazing? KD moves like that.
that's amazing. Bro, what's the number one thing people say for KD? The fact that
Kristaps
7
Porzingis
foot can
moves
shoot
like
and
that.
move like that. Porzingis don't move like that. He's
Yes,
slow
he
as
do.
hell. He's
No,
slow
he's
as hell, Lamar. We're not doing
He's
this.
not.
We're
Who
not
did
doing
you
this.
say? Who did you
Hey,
say?
He
nah,
said KP.
hey, sturdy. We got no. He has to show us Bam
KP's
doing
nice,
it
man.
because he said he
Yeah, I'm
saw
waiting for
Bam
That's
Bam.
do it.
that's what Hakeem looked like. Hakeem looked
Even
like
if
a
Bam did
faster.
anything similar to that,
Hakeem
Lamar,
Olajuwon looked like a faster,
Bam is
skinnier
like
Joel
6'9",
Embiid.
6'8". Bam is
Hold
like
on.
6'9", 6'8".
That don't mean nothing.
It does mean, bro, Lamar, you know for a fact, the shorter you are, the more easier it is for you to adapt footwork and be more
Not
fluid with your
true. Hold
movement in
on. Hold
basketball.
on.
Wait, hold
Y'all said
on.
Bam.
We got Bam.
Yeah, I said Bam ain't done it
Let's see.
before.
Let's
The
see.
same little bullshit up fakes. Bam be doing too.
Let him finish.
And And look,
Play
it's
it out.
still gonna
I'm
work.
not
It'll
stopping
still
it.
be
This is how the
working.
video is.
Jab step. Okay. Nice triple threat game.
I'm not slowing it down. That's the video. I mean, the guy who's running it. So that's a
Man, that's a
basic.
mid-range.
Hold on, that's the
Okay,
same.
okay.
Hold on, that's the same basic jab that Akeem did. Jab. Hold on. There's more moves to come. This is gonna break down all of his moves. He's versatile. Like in the post now.
That
Hold on. Let me
still
scroll.
don't look like
Let me
Akeem.
scroll to the rest of his moves.
Yeah,
Right now
because
they
this
just
is not
doing
the
the jab.
same. Yeah, it's not.
Hold on. Well, right now they just doing the jab.
Oh.
Hold on. Which ones you want me to go to? They got open hip. They got the jab cross step. Let's go to this jab cross step. I need to pull up just his post move because these are mid post moves.
Is that Powell guarding him? That's Powell guarding him. Like,
that's Powell. That's even worse.
Yeah.
This is sick. I don't know why they keep stopping it.
Lamont, man. No, stop. No,
like one of the
worst. Footwork.
Get the hate
You
out
gotta
your
play
heart, man. This is
Hakeem.
looking
You gotta
bad,
play
man.
Hakeem for it.
Look what he
even
just
look-
did to Andre
I mean,
Drummond's
you gotta
ankles
play
as a
Joel
center
Embiid
spot.
for it to look similar.
Get
And
the
Embiid
hate
don't
out
even
your
be
heart,
that
man.
fast. And B not even that fast, man.
Hold on, who's that?
Jab. Hakeem really wasn't even hitting people with this jab either.
So what you trying to say about Hakeem, bro?
He's saying
Wait,
Hakeem's
hold on.
overrated, which I
He broke
believe,
it.
but none of these
Wait,
guys
hold
are
on.
doing what Hakeem does.
Wait.
I'm not
You said
stopping it, y'all.
Hakeem
That's
is
just a video.
overrated?
Hold on. I'm gonna give
Hakeem
y'all
is
a hint.
overrated.
Yeah, Hakeem is overrated.
Hold on, let me give
How?
y'all.
In
Listen,
what
hold on,
facet?
hold on, bro. Listen, hold on, Trey. Listen, don't be a checker player. Lamont plays chess. Listen to me,
That's
man.
not
I'm
true.
gonna give you a hint. To help Lamont's narrative of the '90s being complete trash. What's the biggest epithet of the '90s? Is the greatest big man era, quote unquote, right? So if you make the best center of that era, quote unquote, look fraudish, make him overrated. What's that say
Then the
about the
whole
rest of the
over
bigs?
era is fraudish. Yes, I
Exactly. Y'all
understand.
gotta
I
see.
understand it.
You gotta see the forest for the
But
trees, man. Like
I'm
Lamont used
I'm
to.
I'm I'm not based. I don't base my opinion like Lamont. I'm black and white. The way that people rate Hakeem, you would think he was the best center ever or the second best player ever. That's how much people talk about
I don't.
Hakeem. They
I
say he's
wouldn't say
think anyone
second
offensive.
rates
best
him like
ever.
that though.
I would
Okay.
say, yeah.
What do you
I
say?
think top 5 center is solidified. He's a top 5 center all time.
Yeah, but
That's
then
solidified.
I agree with that. But people talk like he's a top 2 player ever.
This is
I-
he's
I
doing
wouldn't
the
say
same
that.
moves.
He's
Behind the
super
back
skilled.
dime. Lottie Divac doing the same shit. Just
Nah,
better.
you need to stop. No, Lamont, you need to stop now.
Look at
Stop.
Lottie Divac.
This
Lottie
nigga
Divac with
Lottie
the block.
Divac.
Stop, Lamont. No,
Lottie Divac in transitions.
no,
So
you need to stop, Lamont.
Lamont, you didn't see Hakeem doing like cooking these dudes? It don't look similar to nothing we done seen, bro. Straight up, dog. I ain't seen
Yeah.
nothing like this
But
out
you
of
know what
nobody
though?
you done
But you know,
played.
but check this out. When
That
I go
was
to
terrible.
LA Fitness, all my moves look extra nice too when I'm playing bums. Hakeem was doing his moves against bums.
See, Lamont, that's the thing. It don't work. You can't
Hold
call
on.
guys.
Tell me right now. How was Oliver Miller at 379 pounds supposed to stop the dream shake?
Why are you going to Oliver Miller?
He
Why
was
don't you say
playing.
Patrick Ewing?
All
Why
right,
don't you David Robinson?
Okay.
At
How
the
was,
end of the
remember,
day-
hold on. I'm saying starting centers. How was Stanley Roberts out of shape, overweight?
I feel like
supposed to do
Hakeem
anything with
Olajuwon
Hakeem?
could do this versus NBA centers today. He could
Yeah,
do this
but
versus
unfortunately he
Jokic.
didn't.
He could do this versus Powell. He could do this versus Embiid. He can do this versus a lot of people.
The
But how
funny
do you
thing
know?
is, I think he cooks them
Because
even
I
more.
can tell by how fast he is, how fast he's moving.
Yo,
But
did
the thing
bloody
is, we will never
did
Our
know.
Divac
Lord
just do it up
digital.
and under then? Yo,
How
Lamont,
fast
reverse
he's
that. Did he
moving.
just do it up and under?
Look at Vadi
Reverse
Divac's
it.
footwork. Just like the dream shake. Look
Hey,
at that.
Vladi was
Same
kind
thing
of decent
Hakeem
though.
does.
Yeah,
Same
nah, did he
thing.
just do it
Lamont.
behind the
Oh, he
Nah,
cooking.
rewind
Divac
this,
out there
Lamont.
balling. Because you know what?
Rewind
Hold
it,
on. Now look.
Lamont. Lamont,
Look who
rewind
Divac
it,
doing
man.
it against.
He looking like Jokic out here.
Mark
Yo,
West.
rewind it, Lamont.
Rick
I'm sure he
Smits.
just done it up and under.
Look
Hey,
who
Vladi out here looking like a king.
Look at it. Look what he doing. Look at Karl Malone non-defense
He
has.
looking like a Jokic.
Oh, he just got
This
Bird right
is
there.
crazy.
Defense. Pass to Sedale Threat. Handles Pippen. Put him in a
Hey,
blender.
shit.
See,
Hey,
doing the
Vladi might be
same
the
shit.
GOAT, man.
Doing the same shit.
I wouldn't say he's the same, man, but yo, I think he's got
Hold
a
on.
bit of more
died.
flair to it, man.
Keem wasn't doing that. Keem
Got a bit
wasn't
more
doing
So
flair
what
that.
you
to
think
it,
about
man.
Shaq? You think Shaq
George
overrated too, right?
Mearshine. What is George Mearshine supposed
Shaq,
to do
Shaq
with these
ain't
moves?
overrated. Shaq's actually underrated in my
Get
eyes.
that.
Man.
Look, Kobe. Put Kobe in the basket.
So hold on. Hey Lamont, you think Shaq overrated too?
Nah,
No,
Shaq's
Shaq's top
underrated.
10.
All right,
Wait,
what
hold
about
on.
Patrick Ewing? You
Shaq's
think Patrick
Shaq's
Ewing
a 2000s
overrated?
player. Shaq's not a 90s player.
What?
Well, he
He's
was
both.
no, that's
He's
not
both,
true.
Lamont.
He's
Stop
both.
that.
He's both.
He's both. Stop that, man.
Hakeem's overrated, but
His
then
prime
Shaq's
probably
underrated.
lasted longer in the
Shaq is
90s than it did in
underrated.
2000s. Straight facts.
Shaq is one dimensional. That's why,
And
like,
And that one-dimensional
see,
move
what
you
Sturdy
can't
didn't
stop.
tell you.
So that's
What Sturdy didn't tell
underrated.
you is that
but
I
who is he
hate
stopping?
players. I hate players that are
Bro, you
bad
know what?
teammates that
I'm
quit on
done,
the
man.
game.
Yeah.
Hakeem Olajuwon was a quitter. Hakeem Olajuwon faked injuries. Hakeem Olajuwon
Yes.
did everything bad. He punched teammates. He was a horrible teammate. He disrespected the game too much. Faked injuries, got suspended twice, multiple times for doing it. He demanded trades. Y'all said y'all hate guys that demand trades and want out their situation. That's who Hakeem Olajuwon was.
Let me ask you,
demanded the
Lamar.
trade
Just hold
before,
on. Let me
so
ask
did
you, Lamar. Hold
Kobe.
on, Lamar. Yeah, hold on. Exactly. Hold on. Because Kobe did 4 of those things you just listed. You listed like 6, 7
And
things.
so did
Kobe did 4 of
Jordan.
those things.
So did
Do
Jordan.
Kobe?
Lamont's not
Do
in.
Kobe? Hold on. Do Kobe gets
Do I have
the
Kobe in my
same?
top 10?
You don't have Toby in
No,
your
you got
top
him
10.
11.
Yeah, so he's not in my
And I have
top
to
10.
pull you up on
All
that
right.
as well. I'm sure
Jordan
last
did
year
like 3 of those things.
Hey, Lamont,
Jordan
give me
did.
your top 10. Hold on, Lamont. Give me your top 10.
I gotta pull you up on that as well, Lamont. Actually, about your top
Hold
10.
on. I gotta know now.
Yeah, you better drink from your cup, man. Drink the Kool-Aid, man. You must be drinking some
Why
Kool-Aid,
I
man.
gotta be
Something in your
Kool-Aid?
cup.
My top 10, you want to know who it is?
Go on, Don.
My number 1 is Jordan temporarily holding the spot.
Why temporary? Ain't
Because when
nobody
LeBron
catching him.
retires,
Let him finish, Trey. Damn, you asked for a question. Let him finish.
When Jordan's number, I'm not going to put LeBron as the GOAT until he retires. I'm not going to be like the 90s fans who label him the GOAT in 93. And he's still playing. I don't think you could be labeled the GOAT when you're still actively playing. So you got Jordan at 1. I got Bryant at 2. At 3, I believe on my list I had Kareem. At 4, I believe I had Tim Duncan.
Hold on. Who you got 3? Kareem and Duncan at 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
At 5, I had Bill Russell. 6. I'm going to tell you my 6 through 10, and I'm going to. I can't remember the exact order. I'm just going to tell you the names. I had Wilt Chamberlain. I had Shaquille O'Neal. I had Magic Johnson.
I guess Bird probably.
I think I might have dropped Bird, but I can't remember what I did on my official list.
You did.
Yeah,
you did.
No, I definitely have Steph Curry.
There we go. That's 10. That's 10.
And so that should be my 10. I think I dropped.
I think that's 9.
I think I ended up dropping.
Because you always had Kobe at 11, but you dropped Bird. Curry skipped Kobe and
I dropped Bird to put Curry in.
So hold on, Lamont. You don't think Hakeem Olajuwon is better than Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell?
No, no.
I'm just talking about as a basketball player.
No. You asked greater. You asked greater.
My list has nothing to do with who's the better player. My top 10 list has to do with how dominant you were, and dominance can be anything, and your career. And your career consists of accolades, achievements. Winning also has to be thrown in there, but it's not a major factor for me, like some people put it. So it's everything in a bunch. It's everything combined up. So I think.
Can I say something to Lamont?
With Kobe, the one thing that hurts him is the one MVP. It's unfortunate that Kobe only has one MVP.
Can I
but
say
that's
something
one of the things that hurts.
Can I say something to Lamont? Even if you look at it, Kobe should have got an MVP the year the Nash won it.
I can't count what he should have got. I only count what
he got.
Okay,
I know, but it's really hard for me to put Steph Curry over Kobe because Kobe is such a big time player in bigger moments than Curry. And I think
Steph Curry
had a longer prime.
If you're asking me who's the better player, Steph Curry or Kobe, I would probably lean towards Kobe for the defense. But if you're asking me who's in my top 10 list, which is based on career and player, then I got to go with Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And Steph Curry's actively playing, still adding to it, adding to that resume.
Kobe,
Lamar, you got to answer that
rings as well. You can't,
because I'm projecting a little bit with Curry with the understanding that he's going to add a lot more to his resume, which is ultimately going to
he only got so much time.
I thought so.
Yeah, but the last time I saw him playing, it looked like he looked pretty damn good. So
I know
think
Curry
he'd be
looked
fine.
good, but I don't.
But hold on, Trey, real quick. But Lamont, outside of MVPs, Curry's not gonna catch Kobe and the other accolades.
Bro, I already told y'all what I'm doing with Curry is projecting.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
By the time he's done playing, he's gonna been past Kobe in a lot of accolades and a lot of things that Kobe has right now. Kobe he has some stuff. He has the defense, but I'm not just talking about one aspect.
I know.
And then the number one element is I think Steph Curry's just sheer dominance and what he's done to completely change the game and how teams defend. I think that, because remember, dominance is the number one attribute in my top 10. Because if you look to these guys, Shaquille O'Neal, he's known as the most dominant player in NBA history. Tim Duncan, he's quietly dominant. Whether you need to get 30 to win or whether you need him to be the most elite defender on the floor, he was dominant in that right. And he has the MVPs and championships to support. Jordan, the most dominant player of the 90s, dominated his decade better than anybody ever over a 10-year span. Bill Russell, dominant. How is he dominant? Because defensively, the man led his teams to 11 championships. That's the hardest thing to do, to be the best player defensively, and you're leading your team to championships. You're getting MVPs and a lot of accolades that he could have potentially got, like other players have, just didn't exist when he played.
And John, if
hold on, let me finish.
They played
Wilt Chamberlain, dominance. Well, why is Wilt Chamberlain dominant? The man scored the ball like nobody else could. When the statistical numbers that he output, you can cry about the level of competition. He still did it. He still accomplished it. And I don't think a lot of the things he's done offensively will never be matched in NBA history.
Yeah, because nobody's playing.
Don't matter. Listen. He did it though, and he kind of
Lamont.
It's not fair.
Lamont, I like your list, but the only thing I say is
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, dominant, the most unstoppable move in NBA history, the sky hook, and it's never been truly replicated by any real player. That's how you know it's a dominant move. Because can't nobody even figure out how the hell to replicate.
You remember that list you pulled up with the players who played with the most All NBAs and All Stars?
I don't care about all that. I don't care about all that. I don't care about all that. I don't care about your help. I don't care about your help because I don't have winning as a number one priority. Your help only matters because your help helps you win championships. Championships aren't the number one criteria on my list. You can be dominant like Wilt and not have a ton of championships, right?
Okay,
you could be dominant like Magic, but not be the best defensive player on the floor.
But that's moving.
Right? You could be dominant like Bill Russell, but not be the best offensive player on the floor.
But you literally said that Bill Russell was the best defensive player on the championship team for 11
Bill Russell's
years.
Defensive dominance alone led that team to 11 championships.
That's one aspect of the game. When you have players like
that, don't matter.
If you're not, hold on. If you're
you
not
can be dominant in one aspect.
If you're not dominant in one aspect, you're dominant in multiple aspects. You're dominant in multiple aspects.
You can be dominant in one aspect and still be dominant.
Didn't he win as a coach and player?
Magic Johnson was dominant with regards to playmaking and passing. Not really truly a dominant in any other thing, but he's still dominant. Controlled the game.
But what if you look at somebody like Hakeem Olajuwon, who's a dominant scorer and defender, and you look at somebody like
I give you the thing is the unfortunate reality is his dominance never truly shined in the 10-year span when Michael Jordan dominated. His dominance truly didn't shine a lot of the times when they was getting bounced out in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
I don't call that, like, the thing is, because ultimately when you talk about your top 10,
that's before he had that help.
Ultimately, when you start talking about the top 10, you have to start considering winning, and you have to counting MVPs. Those are the unfair things that when you look at your top 10, you got to start counting. And when you get to Hakeem, you talk about shortcomings and choke jobs in the playoffs. Well, shit, y'all don't talk about this man getting bounced out as the higher seed in the first round and all this crazy stuff happening. I want to know when y'all gonna talk about them choke jobs. See, y'all don't talk about because y'all don't remember.
Tell them about it,
Lamont. Let me just. I think here's a more important question, right? So, level of importance of your criteria: dominance number one. What's next?
Well, I think dominance and then career.
So
when I say career, I understand that sometimes accolades can be unfair. Do I think Kobe should have more MVPs? Yes. It's unfair that he doesn't, but he didn't get them. So I can't rank them on the basis of what if MVPs. I only rank them based on did he get him or did he not get him.
But what do you go off of finals MVPs?
Hold on.
In my eyes, finals MVPs really don't hold that much weight. It's you getting judged over a 4 to 7 game series.
But that's
anybody can win it.
Hold on.
The thing is, with finals MVPs, we've seen anybody win it. Andre Iguodala won it over Steph Curry, but Andre Iguodala will never win a league MVP. Like there's certain so Finals MVP can be won by literally Draymond Green. If he didn't kick LeBron, he would have probably been Finals MVP. Anybody can win it because it's a small sample size and it's up for grabs by anyone. Jerry West won it, and he didn't even goddamn win the championship.
He got it. He got it at Game 6.
So all I'm saying is it's not a very significant award. I think what you guys have done is you elevated Finals MVP to such a high regard when it really ain't that significant. MVP is far more significant.
Trey, listen, bro. Trey, listen. Trey, listen. Trey, listen, bro. Trey, listen. I'm trying to help you out, bro. So let me cook for just 2 minutes. It's not gonna take long.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to help you out, bro. You keep falling for these simple tactics by Lamont. He just don't know no better, Lamont. I got it. Listen. So Lamont, dominance number 1, number 2 career, number 3 is what's next?
Because
you mentioned accolades.
I have it wrote down. And I can't remember it because I don't want to misquote it because I've said it before and I don't want to misquote it. But I would tell you the things that I highly regard. Dominance, career accounts for individual things. That right? Individual, irregardless of winning and losing. And I think from that point down, that's when we have to start getting petty, nitpicking all of the other stuff. Who you were as a player, big moments, the winning and losing, things, how your impact on the game was, things, and that's when the petty stuff starts kicking in. Like the top 10 is just all pettiness, really, if you're being honest. I think the top 5 is the only thing that can truly be debated because once you start getting the 6 through 10, I've told people, almost everybody's 6 through 15. Everybody from that 11 to 15 range can also be in the top 10. I mean, not the top 10, but they can also be in the 6 through 10. So, like with Kobe, when people tell me why Kobe not in the top 10, I tell them, well, I'll just swap him with Steph Curry, and I'll have him at 10. Now, does it make you feel better? It really don't change. Like I said, you don't really change anything until you crack the top 5. So, unless you're really talking about Kobe being top 5, me putting him at 7, 8, 9 really don't mean nothing because those are all grouped in with the guys that's 10 to 15 anyway.
Lamar, I got a question. Do you have level of competition as a criteria?
No, I can't control that.
No. You would have said it.
Level of competition does not matter because that's unfair to players that Bill Russell could not control that. He just had to beat the life out of the people that stepped in front of him. So with Will.
Same thing with Will, right?
So with Jordan played an era with expansion and rule changes and things like that benefited him and prevented teams from getting better. Do we diminish Jordan because of it? No. People like to make excuses when it comes to the 90s being weak in the league expansion, even though coaches complained about league expansion, even though players complained about it, they couldn't get better, but nobody takes it away. So the thing is, we would have to really start, unless y'all prepared to remove Jordan as the GOAT and probably put him 6 through 10, y'all better not stop playing around with level of competition. Don't play with it.
Last question is the money question.
Me personally,
do you have a King top 15?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. That's all I need to know. Go ahead,
I have Akeem in the 11 to 15 range.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
So what you're saying is your top 10 is interchangeable from 6 through 10.
I think guys from my 6 to 10 can be interchanged with anybody that's 11 to 15.
All right. I agree with that
because that's all preference from that point forward. It's all based on biases, preferences. Like my style of play, just how I played as a player, might influence me liking certain guys that might facilitate more, that might pass, like the Tim Duncans, like maybe as a shooter myself, a guy that relied on playmakers to get me the ball. I really don't have a care for guys that like to shot chuck. I might use personal biases to bump Kobe down. That's just the pettiness of the list. I just be honest with it.
Same thing with Hakeem Olajuwon.
So Lamar, hold on.
I told y'all the bias with a King. Bad teammate.
He told you.
Lost a lot early. Faked injuries. Beat up his own teammates all the time.
Jordan
all this stuff was going on.
Jordan did the same thing.
So his thing, Lamar.
Jordan did not fake no injuries, bro. Faking injuries.
He didn't fake injuries. But
bro, that's like a capital sin. That's like a capital sin in the NBA. The fake injuries to
How
sell
you
out
know
on
he
your
fake?
team
How did he fake an injury?
because he got suspended twice for it by the NBA.
Yeah. He tried to get out his contract for it, but yeah. But hold on. So knowing you, right? 11 through 15 ranges: Kobe, Bird, Hakeem, and Oscar. Who's that? Who's the last guy?
Oscar. I think I had Dr. J.
Okay.
I think I had.
That's all.
You wouldn't put KD over Dr. J?
KD's not there yet for me. But I believe by the time
Dr.
KD's
J has
done,
no rings.
I believe it.
Dr. J has no rings.
Yeah, rings don't matter.
What? Even then, like, nigga, what are you talking about? He got no rings.
Like rings
does
is
have
a
a
team
ring.
accomplishment. Like
Yeah,
that's
Yeah,
not like
bro.
we're talking
Trey,
individuals.
do your research, bro. Trey, do your research.
Yeah, Dr. J has
Didn't he
rings.
get one? Don't he got? Don't he got
Yeah,
like
he's
one or
got
two?
he's got one NBA and he's got like two or
And
three
then
ABAs.
if you go 15 to 20, I got guys like Pippen.
Is it an NBA ring or is it
All
like
right, Lamont. That's where you tweaking. That's where you tweaking. That's where you tweaking.
Hold on. How was Scottie Pippen not 16 to 20? Based on my criteria.
You know, Lamont, keep this. Keep this. I want you to keep this. I want you to keep this. I've already clipped it.
Sturdy. But look, Sturdy, ask yourself this. Based on my criteria, when it starts with dominance and how I apply it to everybody else, how does Pippen not in my 16 to 20? Because
all right. Let's
you go dominance, defensively, arguably one of the most defensively dominant players of the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
That's no
So
question there. And then when you talk about accolades, a gang of all defensive teams, a gang of all NBAs, and then you have the accolades, you know, like the All-Star Game MVP and whatnot. However you want to weigh that, there are accolades there that he goes home with. Not as many as some other guys, but he does some accolades. But then when we go to some of the other categories, the pettier categories, the man is 6-0 in the finals. That's the petty one. That's the petty go-to with Pippen.
Lamar, I got a question. Did Bill Russell win any rings before the NBA merger?
I don't know. I don't care.
So you don't know if he won any rings before the NBA merger?
Bro,
why does it matter?
It don't matter. To me, it don't matter.
Because there was a level of competition.
Yeah, but the thing is, let me ask you. Let's just ride out with the level of competition concept. I'm fine with you dropping Bill Russell, but are you prepared to drop Jordan from 1 to between 6 to 10 because of level of competition?
I feel like he played a better level of competition.
No, but his level of competition. Okay, name your top 5.
I think
I can name my top 10. I can name my
no. I just want to hear your top 5.
Jordan is 1. Okay. But I feel like LeBron is a better player. I feel like Jordan played on a better team.
Okay, so you got Bryant at 2.
Better for a spit. LeBron, I feel like he's a better player, but he's the second greatest of all time.
LeBron
at 2. Kareem at 3.
You said Kareem?
Yeah, Kareem at 3.
Okay,
Magic
Kareem
Johnson
3.
at 4. Kobe at 5.
Okay, just stop right there. So you saying Bron and Kobe?
No, I'm gonna put Shaq over Kobe. My bad. I'm putting Shaq over Kobe.
Okay, let's go. Bron and Shaq both played significantly tougher competition than Michael Jordan. And it's not even close.
I wouldn't say significantly. I wouldn't say for Shaq. I would say for LeBron. I wouldn't say that for Shaq. I would say for
even
LeBron.
played Jordan.
Shaq played in the 2000s, right? One of the arguably the toughest era of basketball of all time.
Shaq, if you look at it though, he
went up against the Detroit Pistons. He went up against some of the greatest defensive teams of all time.
Yeah, but they were dominating these teams. These weren't
Shaq is the reason Kobe's not top 10.
These teams in the finals. And you can't say that because Kobe won 2 rings after that.
No.
So,
but you talking about Shaq dominating teams in the finals. That motherfucker dominated every Western Conference team on the way to the finals.
Exactly, but I'm saying he had Kobe on his team. So
no, Kobe had him on his team. Kobe had Shaq. Shaq didn't have no Kobe. Kobe had Shaq.
So Kobe and Shaq was equal. Okay. And
the
last 2 rings, they averaged basically the same amount of points.
Wait.
Averaging the same amount of points don't make you equal.
Yeah,
averaging
Shaq,
points don't make you equal with another guy.
I agree with that. Shaq could have been better while they was on the team, but I feel like
people, y'all be acting like Shaq wasn't getting them better looks because Shaq, when you see them videos of Kenyon Martin and all them boys ganged up on Shaq 4-on-1. Now you look at them videos. Now you see why Kobe was getting some pretty solid looks when he was playing against some of them teams in the finals.
Lamont, I like
Shaq-
your top 10. The only thing I was going to change out the top 10 was take Wilt Chamberlain out because I was trying to overthink it. I was going to take Wilt
Oh.
Chamberlain out and Bill Russell out and put in Kobe and put in Hakeem. That's it. That's
So
it.
hold on. So
What?
that means Tyson. Look, Tyson. So if Bill Russell is not two-way player, you better not have no Magic Johnson in your top 5. See, the thing is, you talk about two-way requirements. I don't require that. That's petty to me because you got to be dominant in a fashion that just gets the job done to a certain degree. You don't have to be two-way to get the job done.
So y'all don't
You
think
know-
level of competition matters at all,
No, bro, you can't control it.
and you don't care about the ABA merger. That don't matter
No.
either.
Bro, but they can't. But why should I use any portion of my criteria that players can't control?
I understand the players couldn't control it, but if we're looking at better overall players,
but let's do this now. T, if I said, you know what, I'm gonna take his advice, I'm gonna consider level of competition, then I come back tomorrow and I got Jordan at 6, you gonna laugh at me?
Yeah, because I mean,
you know why?
I feel like,
you know why? Because I'm gonna take what Jerry Salone said. I'm gonna take what Bob Costas and Dennis Rodman and Larry Bird, who was coaching at the time, said, and I'm gonna take their advice about the league expansion, adding 6 teams in a small amount of time, sending draft compensation to the bum teams like the Miami Heat, like the Charlotte Hornets. So the Charlotte Hornets, the year they drafted Kobe, they had back-to-back picks. They got Tony Delk and Kobe because of draft compensation. Right? What if another team like the Pacers, who got their draft pick stolen and sent to an expansion team, could have drafted Kobe? It changes the dynamics of the whole NBA. Remember, all the expansion teams got good really quick because they was double dipping in the draft. Charlotte Hornets with Larry Johnson, Alonzo Mourning, didn't even know how to keep that duo going because they had trash coaching. The Miami Heat was able to get a whole bunch of talent, get good, really fast. And then they got draft compensation, so they got good veterans from other teams to complete the roster, right? Certain teams just didn't know how to draft at all, like the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Was that the first
trash.
expansion though? Was that the first expansion?
They did multiple. They brought, going into the 90s, they brought in I think 6 new teams. And what happens is they gave each of them teams 5 years of draft compensation. So all of these mid-level teams that are looking to get better, when you look at teams like the Utah Jazz, who had to go up against the Bulls in back-to-back years in the finals, I want you to ask yourself, why the hell could they never draft or bring in any free agencies players to get better? These motherfuckers had to draft a second-round guy in Howard Isley and hopefully try to get better with a Howard Isley out the second round.
But if you look at it, did the Bulls have their first-round pick?
But the Bulls went into the 90s set because they drafted a lottery pick in Horace Grant, developed them. They drafted Scottie Pippen going into the 90s, developed them. And they had their core of Jordan, Pippen, and Grant locked in going into the 90s, while a lot of other teams wasn't locked in and ready to go. So it was about timing as well. The Bulls got a little lucky, which is not Jordan's fault, so I can't hold it against them. But then league around that time said it's time to expand because what was happening? They were soon about to lose Bird. They were going to lose Magic, and they had to find a way to expand the league, to gain money, and then they had to find a way to start pushing Jordan and make him the face of the league. And that's exactly what they did.
Quick question, Lamont. Quick question, Lamont. How come you don't have Bird in your top 10?
I think with Bird, I think what happens with him is I think the longevity really starts to hit him too, which he was good for a stretch. Went through 3 MVPs in a row, which I did have Bird in my top 10. And I just thought after Curry won that last championship, I just started to come to the realization that this is a man who's still playing at a high level. He's already knocking on the door, and I just don't see how he doesn't complete his career doing enough to pass Bird. So I just went ahead and just bumped him in over Bird because I just think too many people
already.
Well, I just say this. I think too many people like to hold on to because of nostalgia. They hold on to players of the past just because they like them, and they never become accepting of the fact that these new players, this new crop that are about to retire and go into the Hall of Fame, they got a place too. And it's time that we, the unfortunate reality is we're going to have to start dropping the Magics. We're going to have to stop dropping even guys like Shaq. When these new guys start to retire, we got to make places for the new people.
Why
And I
not
think we
Wilt?
start with
Why
Steph
not
Curry,
Wilt
and I
and
think
Bill
Bird
Russell?
might be one of the first to go.
Why not Wilt and Bill Russell though? You keep them there.
Well, I
But
think with
Bird body
Wilt,
start
like
breaking
here's
down
the
too,
thing with
bro.
Wilt. Here's the thing with Wilt. I think defensively, which I hold defense at a high. I look at it very, very highly, which is why I have Pippen in my 16 to 20. But I think that as a guy that did have offensive struggles, and for him to do what he did defensively, which is completely dominate to the tune of winning 11 championships, there's something to say about your defense if your defense is that nice. And I don't think we'll ever see it again. I don't think we'll ever see a Jordan again. We
You
will
know how
never
you
see another. We'll see.
said if you were
My
7
top
foot that you could average 4 blocks in the 90s?
my top 5, and Bill Russell did a lot more than average blocks, but they didn't even record blocks when Bill Russell played. So we don't even know if that man might have averaged 9 blocks if they would have kept count of them. That man might have averaged 10 steals a game if they actually, but they didn't keep count.
Exactly. So if the game wasn't as developed as it is today, you can't even say it's the same game with Wilt Chamberlain.
But I've
and
never,
Bill
just like
Russell
when I
played
did
to
my,
even put them in the
it's
top
just like
10.
when I did my top 75 list. I'm not punishing guys when I do my list for playing in eras that just weren't as developed. Bill Russell played at that seat. Remember, the basketball as they knew it at that time was elite. Basketball as we know it now, is looked at as elite. 50 years from now, people going to be looking at Steph Curry. Oh, that shit trash. 50 years from now, people going to be looking at LeBron. Oh, that shit weak. That shit, the LeBron, that crab dribble, that shit weak as hell. They going to be saying that shit 50 years from now. Y'all think I'm joking. Just like we look back on Jerry West.
It might not even be 50, like 20 years from now.
Bro, we look at Jerry West and them boys dribbling and Bob Cousy. That shit trash. Bro, they about to be saying that same shit about us. So
yeah, because they're going to go dumb.
It's only fair that I at least hold a place for them because they can't, that's not something they can control.
And then you can't blame, like, I hate the level of competition argument because it's like, what are they supposed to do? Like, are they supposed to like just sit out?
Control. It's nothing they can
Right,
control.
but so that's what I'm
exactly.
saying. No, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, so what are they supposed to do, right? Are they supposed to just, you know what, y'all, let's sit out because the level of competition isn't up to what we think it should be. So we just
they played in the era.
Team.
This is just how I rank my top 10 and my top players. Because at the end of the day, Bill Russell, if you put somebody like Jackson Hayes, he probably turned into Bill Russell at that time. Like, real talk.
No.
I'm honest
like,
to God.
I'm
saying, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying the athleticism was so far ahead of his time. That's why he looked like that. The same thing with Wilt Chamberlain.
He's more athletic than Bill Russell, man. Like Bill Russell
but hold on,
was a very good athlete.
But T, like, you got to think too, bro. Like, we be like a lot of us are ignorant in our talking points, right? Because we didn't see that shit. Like we talk about it like it was just some easy shit, or it was like, you know, they were doing like some minuscule stuff, but it's like, bro, we didn't see that shit for real. That's why when I do my top 10, I don't put players in that I didn't see. Like, I don't put players in that I had to go look on YouTube or I had to listen to Stephen A and Shannon Sharp and them. Like, I literally put players that I grew up watching. I'm not gonna put Bird. I'm 32.
So you won't put Bird, Magic, none of them in there?
No, I can't. If I'm talking about just, if I do like, okay, just doing my history of the game.
I get what you're saying, but that should be only so far back. Like, that's what I do. But I only do that so far back with Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell because how long ago it was.
It's not genuine though, right? Because like, I can't put Magic in my and I never really watched the full game of Magic, right? Like, we watch the highlights. Do you go back and watch the lowlights of these players, like to fully assess the player? Like, it's easy to go back and look at Akeem and look at Kareem and them and be like, oh yeah, like, yeah, they were great. But it's like, nobody's watching their lowlights. But I remember Dirk and them. I remember, you know, Kobe. I remember Shaq. I remember AI. I remember Melo and them. I don't remember like Jordan. I was like 4 and 5 when Jordan was really dominating. I don't remember that shit.
But
that's what I'm saying.
then
like, these lists need to be more honest.
I think the tricky part of it is if you start looking at competition, and then that means I have to look at every aspect of competition. For example, with Magic. Well, Magic, because he was there really in the 80s, there was only really 2 premier point guards in the 80s. That's Isaiah and Magic. After that, you got Mo Cheeks, Dennis Johnson, Nate Archibald. So when you got those premier point guards, that could potentially lend to Magic absorbing all the goddamn first team all NBAs and shit. And so then if we start looking at that, do we then also start to discredit his accolades that he achieved? You know, as far as like first team All NBAs, because that means you have to start diminishing a lot, because it's more than just level of competition. Your level of competition can also affect the accolades that you get, and it's going to start to really
But
affect a
I
lot
feel
of
like
guys.
Magic Johnson played a better level of competition than Bill Russell and Wilt
No,
Chamberlain. Those are the only two who I
No.
really
But if I
put
look
on
at level of
level of
competition,
competition.
if I look at it level of competition for awards that are driven by your position, what competition did he have at the point guard position in the 80s that prevented him from literally taking all of the awards that went to point guards on the offensive
Isaiah
side of the
Thomas.
ball?
He had Isaiah Thomas.
no. Look at the
Okay.
situation he was drafted to, though. Like that also matters. Like
So
this
you
is
telling me
That's
throughout
the
the
one.
whole
That's the one for
80s,
me.
you
That's the one.
tell me throughout the whole 80s, Magic only had one significant point guard in his way that could potentially challenge him for major awards.
No, I'm
at
sure
the
there
point
was
guard
more.
spot.
I'm sure it was more.
Oh,
Isaiah Thomas is the only one I know of.
okay. Was it Norm Nixon? Was it Mark
see,
Price?
Norm Nixon was
Mark,
on
I
pace,
mean, you
man.
could say
So it
Mark
can't
Price
be
was
him.
good. Mark Price
So
was
you
really
said
good, but I don't think
but
he was on the
was
level of
Mark
Isaiah
Price?
Thomas and
Was
Magic
Mark
Johnson.
Price? He said, okay, we can even go, but we're talking in the 80s, Tyson. In the 80s, Stockton was not challenging no Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas for any significant awards. Stockton really didn't turn into Stockton until the 90s.
Into the 90s.
True.
But
So
Lamont,
was
you
Mo
see
Cheeks?
why I say you see why I don't rank, like, because even you listening to him, he doesn't even really know any point guards from back then to even be
Okay.
ranking players
Who
from
was
the era.
Jordan's comp at the shooting guard position to get all the first team and second team All NBA awards?
Clyde Drexler, Reggie Miller,
Clyde.
People
Y'all,
he
most
saw in the
most
doc. People
of
he
y'all
saw in
don't
the
even have
doc.
Clyde in y'all top 25.
People he saw in the doc.
Most of y'all don't even have Clyde in y'all top 30.
But then
and I'm
again,
sure
Lamont,
it's more than
isn't
that.
that down?
It's somebody else I'm forgetting about too.
Who? Mitch
Yeah,
Richmond?
Mitch.
Man,
Yeah, Mitch
you
Richmond.
don't
Yeah,
stop.
he was in
I
my
hear
head.
you.
I swear he was in my head.
They
I hear you.
saying Moncrief.
Sidney Moncrief.
He's not a
Sidney
90s player.
Moncrief, he was like a
Moncrief didn't do nothing in the
80s.
90s.
it's like a combo guard though as well, man. So
He had mid 80s, late 80s.
So Sidney Moncrief was really challenging Jordan for awards.
no. But again,
I
Lamont,
mean,
isn't that down
if
to
you're talking about
how
in the 80s, not in his prime in the 90s.
Lamont, isn't that the Jordan situation down to how they viewed the game of basketball being played? Because people thought you couldn't
Yeah,
win
and
with a
that's
player
another thing too.
like
You don't
Jordan.
put Kobe in your top 10, but you got Curry in there. But Kobe is good at defense.
That's because
Curry's
Kobe
not.
was in nobody's top 10 until he passed. Respectfully,
Bro,
RP to
I
him.
said on my
He
last
was in a
live
few
stream.
people's top 10.
I
Respectfully,
said
it
on
was
Not
people calling
everyone's.
Kobe the
He was in a
GOAT.
few people's
But
top
bro,
10.
I
Before
said
he
on my
died,
last
people was
live
calling
stream,
Kobe the GOAT in LA.
Kobe was a good defender, but I think people completely overrate his defensive capabilities, man.
He has 9 All NBA defensive teams.
Yeah,
How
I
are you
know,
overrated at
but
defense?
one of
If
the
you have
reasons why he has
9,
9, one of the reasons I think one of the reasons he has 9, I just don't believe a lot of those 9 first teams was just him being a true lockdown defender. I can't recall one true Kobe defensive moment.
but there's a lot of them.
No, I can't. The thing is, like, we can look to LeBron with the block. We can look to Jordan with the steal on Karl Malone. We can look to all these moments in NBA history, right? We can look, all these moments in NBA history. If you're a great defender, we could point to it. We could talk about Dennis Rodman and the time that he shut down Shaq in the first half of that game and all the pesky things that he did. When we talk about the great defensive players in history, they usually have moments that we could talk about. Tell me about Kobe's defense, the great defensive moment.
I'll tell you one when he sat in the chair for the whole fourth quarter against Kyrie.
We can talk about LeBron shutting down D Rose late in the game against the Bulls.
Okay, let's bit on. Yeah, but LeBron sat in the last 2 minutes, not the whole fourth quarter. Kobe sat in the chair the whole fourth quarter.
Against who?
Kyrie.
When was this?
I mean, he's probably older then, though. Like
it was older. It was like 34. That makes it even better.
Hold on, when was this?
Kyrie, I think it's either Kyrie.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
what game
Kobe
was
is
this? Was it a playoff game?
exponential
What you talking about?
Nah, it was regular season. It was regular season.
Lamont, that wasn't the question though, about
talking
Kobe.
about
Kobe is
defensive
a way
moments.
better defender than Stephen Curry.
I
That's
know,
what I was saying.
but I'm not
He's a
weighing this on defense. I'm weighing it on dominance and career.
AT
And I'd say Curry. I mean, I would say Kobe was more of a dominant player than Curry.
Hold on. T, let me ask you.
Lander 216. You gotta to fix it. You gotta unsubscribe, and then you gotta subscribe, and then turn on the notifications again. And that's the only thing that I've seen fix it right there.
Hey T, let me ask you, who did Kobe dominate?
Who did Kobe dominate?
Raja Bell.
Yeah, the West.
Who did he dominate?
I mean, it was more of him and Shaq dominating in the 2000s.
Right, but when you say him and Shaq was winning the MVP, so it was Shaq that was dominating. So who did Kobe dominate?
You can't act like Kobe wasn't no help because Shaq wasn't getting none done before Kobe turned into that player.
Listen. I'm talking about if we're comparing dominance between Curry and Kobe. I've literally seen Curry hit shots that took the energy out of arenas.
You can say the same thing about Kobe Bryant.
Wait, you saying Kobe's never had those moments?
Who did Kobe dominate?
Well, you know what, man.
What do you mean? Who did Kobe dominate?
Who did Kobe dominate? Just answer the question. It's a simple question.
You want me to name players or teams?
Teams, players, do whatever. Whatever.
This is just
like that's hard to just remember the players that he dominated.
Or should we just do like they? We could easily just do with Kobe what they do to LeBron with 2011 and talk about how JJ Barea and Jason Terry clamped him up and gave him buckets.
They
the
swept
whole
them.
4-game sweep.
Swept them.
You know, we can just talk about that.
I ain't gonna lie about that.
Just over blow V8 on 2011 like they do.
All right, and we could bring up how Matthew Dellavedova clamped up Steph Curry, and we was all calling the Curry stopper.
Listen.
Hold on, bro. You want me to pull up Steph Curry's numbers from that series?
Yeah,
it really
averaged 23 points and 7 assists.
He was
Matthew literally went to the hospital, bro. Like,
all right.
Hold on, let me see.
The second half of the
Steph
series.
Curry's. I'm gonna type it in Chat GPT.
But that's like saying JJ Barea and Jason Terry clamped up Kobe. Look up Kobe average. I'm sure it's no less than.
Hold on, bro. We can look in that series in 2011. I want you to ask yourself in 2 closeout games when they faced an elimination, how did they hold Kobe to 17 points?
Real talk, man. I remember that because I'm a Lakers.
Curry had a 16-point game versus Matthew Dellavedova in the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Are you making that up?
JJ Barea.
I'm not making it up. You can look it up.
Chat GPT is answering the question for me right now. It says, here's the breakdown of Curry's scoring average versus Matthew Dellavedova in the 2015 finals. And I'm going to give you the numbers game by game. Game 1. Hold on. Game 1, 26 points. Game 2 is the game. That one game where people say he got shut down, 19 points. Game 3, 27. Game 4, 22. Game 5, 37. Game 6, 25. It says on average, or actually it says right here, for Steph Curry's entire career, he averages 26 points per game versus Matthew Dellavedova. That's for his career, 26. And then in that 2015 NBA Finals, Steph Curry averaged 26 points per game.
That don't sound
like all right, so if I go look up in the 2000, you said 2011 finals. I mean 2011 playoffs.
15.
I can pull it up right here with Chat GPT. It takes 2 seconds. Watch this. Kobe stats.
See what Kobe averaged
in the 2011 NBA Finals versus Dallas. I mean 2011 playoffs. I mean not the NBA Finals, NBA playoffs. All right, here it is right here. ChatGPT be so quick with it, man.
Yeah.
Okay, game 1. Game 1. Hold on, make sure we got the right year. Okay, here it is. Game 1, Kobe went off. 36 points on 14 to 29 from the field.
Uh-huh.
But this is when things go haywire. Game 2. 23 points. 3 rebounds, 3 assists on 9 of 27 shooting.
Damn, JJ shut him down.
Game 3, 17 points, 1 rebound, 6 assists on 8 of 16 from the field. And game 4, 17 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist on 7 of 18 from the field. And it says over the 4-game series against Dallas, Kobe averaged 23.3 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, shooting 45% from the field. And it says, despite Kobe's efforts, the Mavericks, led by Dirk, JJ Barea, and Jason Terry, outplayed the Lakers and went on to win the NBA championship by defeating the Miami Heat.
You got to also got to realize that the Mavericks' game plan was to stop Kobe Bryant.
No, it
listen,
You also got to
wasn't.
realize
It
that too,
wasn't. It
though.
wasn't.
You got to realize that, bro.
Their game
JJ
plan
shut Kobe
was.
down.
Yeah, I bet the game
Jay-
plan. You telling me the game plan was to sick Jason Terry and JJ Barea on them and shut Kobe down,
No,
right?
no. From what I
No, but I'm
remember as
saying,
well.
okay, so who you think they're gonna go after? Dwight Howard, Steve Nash? No,
They were
going
wasn't.
after Kobe.
Wait,
Come on,
no,
bro.
they
Dwight
weren't
you
on the
Howard
tell
wasn't
team.
there yet.
you
Dwight
telling me
Howard
that
wasn't there yet.
they were
Nah, he
successful
wasn't
in
there.
utilizing JJ
No,
Barea and Jason Terry
no.
No.
to stop
At the
Kobe.
end of the day, he still averaged 23 points. At the end of the day, he still averaged 23 points.
But
In his
no, I
worst
want to
game, he
talk about
scored
the
17
closeout
points. You
game.
said on his worst
No,
game, he
the
scored
two,
17 points. On Curry's worst
no,
game, he scored 19. So it's really like
no.
it's really the same.
But what happened with Curry is Curry
They
erupted
won.
and they won the series. He didn't just collapse and get swept.
I remember that series.
Curry
Remember, the
also had
Lakers had
Klay
home court
Thompson. Curry
advantage.
had other scorers on the team.
The Lakers
Kobe
had
was the
hold
main
on.
scorer, and he really didn't have.
Kobe had a championship team, the team that just won the championship the year before. They were a
That
50-win
that
team.
wasn't the same team. Lamar Odom was not on that team.
They were a 50-win team.
Lamar Odom was on the team.
And he was on the team. They were 50 wins.
Yeah, it was the team what just won.
Are you sure he was on the team or he was on crack?
No,
he was on the team or he was on crack?
he was on the team.
Wait,
It's
so
the team what just
so
won
crack
the
changed him within a
championship.
year.
I'll tell you the whole roster right now. Here was the
Yes.
whole roster that got
Yes,
swept.
check. Crack changed him within a year.
No.
Okay, let's
Bro,
look at
let
Lamar
him-
Odom 2011
let him go through
stats.
the-
No, hold
through the
on,
roster,
y'all. Let me
because
tell him
I
the
remember-
roster so he's not confused. Since he says the
remember the
roster
roster.
was different, it wasn't. You had Kobe, you had Paul Gasol, you had
Mhm.
Andrew Bynum,
Yep.
you had Lamar Odom,
Yep.
you had Ron Artest,
Yep. Yep.
you had Derek Fisher,
Mhm.
you had Shannon Brown,
Same roster.
Mhm.
you had Steve Blake,
the
Matt
same team.
Barnes as well, and Luke Walton. So that's your core. You also had guys that didn't really play, like Devin Eubanks, Derek Carricker, Joe Smith, and then Theo Ratliff.
Yeah.
Trevor
Matt
Ariza was gone by that time, right?
Matt Barnes was the addition.
Yeah,
from
Trevor
last
Ariza
year.
wasn't on that team.
Matt Barnes was the addition from last year. I think he was the addition. Matt Barnes.
So
That's
so
the
they,
only
they
player
actually
who
got
was new.
swept with a really good team.
Yeah, I remember. Now we're being a bit disingenuous saying that JJ Barea was on Kobe. It was I think it was Deshaun Stevenson and Sean Marion what guarded a lot of Kobe.
But it's just like it's disingenuous to say JJ Barea, Jason Terry stopped LeBron.
When there was a zone.
Mhm.
When it was
I don't-
when it was
I
a
don't-
zone and when it was primarily guys like Sean Marion and some of the bigger guards that they had on that team.
definitely, exactly. But
So all I'm
And-
saying is,
I agree.
I mean, I just
I
like
agree.
running with the narrative that the people just like saying JJ Barea,
No,
Jason
no.
Terry.
Wait,
It's just
at,
you know,
at the end of the day,
Yeah,
we're
because they
talking
bringing up
real
one or two plays.
We're talking real basketball talk. So
SFM said we don't know what we're talking about. Hit the link, SFM.
from what I remember, with Kobe, the Mavericks was shooting a lot of threes. I think they broke the record at the time in that series against the Lakers. Kobe's a very greedy and very arrogant player. As much as I think he's a good player, he's very greedy and he's arrogant. So all he did was go into I'm not gonna pass the ball mode. And that's all they wanted Kobe to do. They want Kobe
He
to
probably
shoot.
should have shot more.
No,
From the
no,
game
no,
totals, he
no,
probably should have
no,
shot
no.
more.
No.
Lamont, didn't you say he
they
shot
wanted him to
16
do.
shots?
That's what they
16
want.
shots?
They want Kobe to shoot. Every offense once Kobe gets in his bag and he stops moving the ball and he just keeps on shooting. That's all the defense wants because they now know that they're not going to bring in all the other players.
Right. They
Kobe
don't got to
will
guard
go-
everybody else.
Exactly. Kobe will go 1-5. That's what they want.
Hey, y'all! Look, I thought SFM was gonna hit the link, but I got to get
This man
one shut
Jared.
down. Oh,
this
he hit the
man
link.
Jared back in the comments talking about. Look at Jared, man. Jared back in the comments because he don't want to say nothing. Talking about JJ Barea and Jason Terry did outplay LeBron. Goes don't let that happen.
Bro, you know what would happen if
Lamont.
they would have guarded LeBron with JJ Barea and Jason Terry ISO or man to man.
The whole
LeBron would've
series,
averaged
it would have been.
Yeah,
50
LeBron would
a
average
game,
about
50 a
45 a
game.
game, and they definitely would have won the series.
And listen, LeBron still was too passive in that series. Like that's the one knock. Like, yo, he
No,
definitely.
that's not what Mark Cuban said.
What did Mark Cuban say?
I can pull up the video, but Mark Cuban said LeBron was the only one making plays out of the zone we was running. He said he was the only one making the right read. He said it was everybody else that was fucking up after they got the ball.
That's not true though.
But hold
True,
on,
though.
that's what Mark Cuban said.
I know, but it's not because Wade was having a good series as well. Everyone else, I agree. But
Bro,
Wade
I'm
was
just telling you
doing
what
well.
Mark Cuban is very close to that situation. The man was basically in the locker room every time. I'm sure he said in a lot of them coachings meeting. He said they was wiping sweat off their forehead every time somebody fucked up when LeBron gave him the ball.
So you're saying, okay, I hear you.
I'm just telling you what he said.
I know it's not
unless you feel unless y'all feel that Mark Cuban is also signed to Clutch Sports and had a reason to try to save LeBron with another excuse.
No, you're trying to save LeBron.
I don't know.
How's he trying to save LeBron?
With these excuses.
Let him have his dance. Let him have his dance.
You know, SFM, check this out.
Just because he couldn't shoot then he wasn't an efficient shooter. Then.
SFM.
Don't try to make up excuses for what the game plan was since
SFM, hold on one
2007,
second.
sir.
I was thinking about you the other day. I was like, where this man been? I'm thinking the man that messed around and got bumped off. I'm thinking you locked up or some shit.
Stop it, man.
I'm glad to see you back, man. I was hoping nothing happened to you, man. I hope you didn't get ran up and get jammed up. You know they going crazy with these Ricos and shit.
I know, man.
Motherfucker giving out Ricos with no, especially in Atlanta.
SFM, you better get up out the streets, my boy.
They giving anybody a Rico. These motherfuckers that messed around and gave Donald Trump a Rico, man. I said, y'all was some crazy motherfuckers in Atlanta.
Well,
you know what this is? This political. This real political. They know Trump got a big chance to win again. That's political.
Not, bro. Atlanta has literally one of the dumbest district attorneys in history. She trying to get so much clout. She in over her head. She's not gonna win these cases. Young Thug is gonna win his case. I know as crazy as it sounds, and Trump will definitely win his case. These motherfuckers are in over their head.
Maybe Trump, but I don't think a Young Thug is washed.
Yeah,
straight up, he's washed.
No, he's not.
He's washed. Straight up. Everybody signed plea deals. He's washed.
Bro, y'all don't understand.
I know about the justice system. That's one thing I do know.
Now, one thing that I do know this for a fact is when a person signs a plea deal, anything that they say in that exit interview cannot be used in anybody else's case. It just is what it is. So it can't be used in no jury trial, especially if Young Thug go to jury trial, which we know it will.
It depends what you say. It depends what you say.
No, it don't matter.
In your plea
it don't
deal
matter
or the stipulations of your. I took a plea deal before, bro. I know what I'm talking about.
This is what happens with a plea deal. When you sign a plea deal, you have to plead guilty to certain charges, and the one thing no matter what those charges are, and you have to admit guilt the way the prosecutor defines it. To every element of those charges. You even if they got some element of it wrong, you can't be like, nah, prosecutor, that ain't right. You just have to admit guilt just to get the deal signed. And most people just sign the shit out of it because they too scared to take that shit to trial because you're gonna get them football years if you take it to trial and lose. So you really just trying to hurry up and sign that motherfucker and get the hell up out of there. Right. So when you sit there, when they ask you, did you do this? Or did you do this? Yeah, I did it. Fuck it. You might not have did it. Your homeboy might have did it. Yeah, I did it. Fuck it. Just plead guilty to the shit. But when you admit guilt right there, that don't mean it don't mean you telling on nobody else. You just taking care of your situation. You just admitting guilt the way they defined it. It's not like he sat down and wrote down on a piece of paper everything he did wrong. No, what he has to do is they have to select the charges that you're going to plead guilty to. And then the judge is going to sit there and say, well, on this day, because the judge has to look at the elements of the crime. On this day, did you steal and this and to commit this crime? Yes. And you have to admit to all the elements that the prosecutor set forth so you can get that little sweet deal. That's all they did. That's not snitching. You can't take somebody's guilty plea because you know what's gonna happen if the prosecutor in a trial with Young Thug, if they say, well, Gunna said during his plea deal that he was guilty to this, so this means he was also. You know what's gonna happen as soon as he say that? His defense is going to be like, hey, judge, can I meet you at the bench? And the judge is going to be like, yeah, this is a mistrial. Throw this shit out. That's what's going to happen. You can't bring that shit up. So it can't even be used. People have a weird view. Like plea deals have been getting taken for years. And I ain't never heard somebody signing a plea deal being called snitching because you have to admit to the elements of it.
It depends what are inside of your plea deal. If they ask you to mention anything about someone else inside of your plea deal, then it is snitching. But inside of your plea deal, if you don't say anything about anyone else to incriminate anyone else, it is not
SFM.
snitching.
I'm gonna ask you this, SFM. Check this out. This is how I know the prosecutors was on some slick shit, right? Because they knew these rappers, their whole reputation is contingent on them not being labeled snitches. Prosecutors know that. how all of a sudden in Young Thug's plea deal hearing, the person sitting right behind the prosecutor has a phone out recording Gunna saying all these things, and the next thing you know, that video is out on World Star and everywhere else. Everybody's saying Gunna snitch, whatnot. But it didn't happen with Young Thug brother. It didn't happen with any of the other people that took the same plea deal.
You know why?
The goal is to put the impression out there that he snitched. So one thing, what are you trying to do? You're trying to ruin Gunna's career. Secondly, you're trying to create a divide in whatever these guys are doing behind the scenes.
Exactly.
You're trying to create a divide. So now you got Gunna and Young Thug at odds because they didn't just confuse the shit out of everybody. And so when they can create a divide, that's when they can start finding the real snitches. That's when they can get the guys that really snitch, that really tell on the real deal shit.
I don't understand how Gunna snitched. His snitching wasn't when he
SFM.
said
SFM.
that
Me and you commit a crime, SFM, right? We get caught with a gun in the car, right? But SFM. But let's say I got a public defender, but SFM got the bankroll. He get him a $100,000 attorney, and his $100,000 attorney specializes in plea agreements. He get him a plea agreement. I got this trash ass public defender, but his public defender get him a sweet deal where he just got to admit to the shit. But my public defender ain't getting me shit. If he get a sweeter deal than me and he have to admit to the crime, that don't mean he snitched on me. That means he just paid for a higher powered attorney and he got a better deal.
That's
snitching is when you
right?
sit in there with the detectives. That ain't my gun. SFM brought that goddamn gun in the car, man. You need to go lock his ass up, not me. Could check the fingerprints on that motherfucker.
This is where Gunna snitched. When they asked him, "Are you on YSL?" Yes. Is YSL a criminal enterprise? Yes.
Bro.
That is when he snitched.
No, that's
period.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what that is. That's the prosecutor basically saying, we think you're guilty of this. And the only way we agree to you to sign this plea, you have to plead guilty to these specific charges. He had to admit that because that was one of the elements of his charges. He has the prosecutor are the ones that claim YSL is a gang. For him to be eligible to sign that deal, he has to say, yeah, fuck it. YSL is a gang. Now, I want you to tell me right now, how does him saying YSL is a gang? I'm gonna ask you, how does him saying YSL is a gang get anybody else locked up? They already think YSL is a gang. Nothing they say, like they couldn't just once they got arrested.
When he says that confirms that YSL is a gang.
That does not confirm
that's
not how court works.
YSL.
In the court of law, when you go to jury trial, they have to prove without a shadow of a doubt that YSL is a gang. And if you cannot use I'm talking about Young Thug. But if they cannot use what Young Thug said as evidence in Young Thug's trial,
Gunna?
Why would they?
Do you know that?
Do
you know that Gunna also agreed that they want him to be a witness? He agreed to be a witness. Y'all know that, right?
But hold on. Let me ask you this. The prosecutor have already released a list of witnesses that they're going to use for trial. Why is Gunna's name not on it? They can't just bring them at random whenever they want. Before the trial even starts, you have to put out a list of
He
all
can
your
also be
witnesses.
subpoenaed. He could be subpoenaed though.
No, bro. Once before it's something called pre-trial. In pre-trial, you have to present to the judge every witness that you will call, and the judge has to approve it. That's public information. Why is Gunna not on that list of witnesses that they plan to call?
Because they chose not to. But the judge said, if you are called on to be a witness, will you? And he said yes.
Okay, but the thing is,
he said yes.
Once they cannot go back and change this list. Once they submit that list into the judge, they can't be like, "Hey, judge, the trial ain't going."
Yeah, they looked out for Gunna right there. They looked out for Gunna because he already said enough for Young Thug to get hanged.
What did he say? What did he say? That's in evidence.
And not even that.
Young
It's
Thug's
more.
trial?
It's dudes that's snitching way worse than Gunna. That's not even getting talked about.
I'm just
But
talking
the
about
thing
Gunna's
is,
name.
when he look, let me tell you how Lamont.
Bro, yeah.
Lamont,
No, what happens is
this
the
is
streets
look.
the streets got so stupid that y'all don't know the difference between real snitching and guys signing a plea deal. And now they know that we're so stupid we'll fall for anything. We'll fall for any goddamn thing. We didn't label anything snitching. We stupid.
Bro, my
Most of us
stepdad,
stupid.
he was a gang member, bro. He went to jail for 10
Whoa,
years.
whoa,
Before
whoa!
I took my plea
Don't
deal, I
incriminate
talked to
nobody.
him, and he talked to me, and he said, "Look, this is the only thing about a plea deal. It depends the stipulations of your plea deal. If you do not say nothing about any one of the people you committed a crime with, or anything like that, that's not snitching. But if you do incriminate yourself,
You can't
somebody else, or say
incriminate
something about
nobody
anybody
with a
else,
plea deal. You can't incriminating
yes, you
somebody
can.
means you're getting them locked up. That means what you're saying.
You know there are
can be
different types of
used-
plea deals, right?
Bro, plea deals. His own attorney even came out and said it. The plea deal cannot be used.
He took an
in any
Alpha
other
Davis
body's
plea deal.
anybody. What?
Hey,
No, he
Lamont.
didn't write a
Hey,
statement. He didn't do nothing. He just signed a plea deal to get out of jail. That's not
Hey,
snitching.
Lamont. If
So you didn't.
anything,
That's not snitching. That's
Please
not
get a-
snitching.
can I
Yeah, I
please
know
get
that's
an
not
insight
snitching.
because can I please get an insight because T is like massively like misinformed.
Bro.
When Gunna copped the plea, Gunna basically told them that yes, YSL was a gang, yes, he was in that gang. But by saying that does not include Young Thug in there because they already knew that YSL was a gang. They just needed confirmation. And and two, they didn't even get the answer that they were looking for from Gunna saying that Young Thug is associated with YSL. It just said, yes, YSL is a gang. Yes, I'm a part of that gang. That's it. Boom. Got the plea. He got like how long was he in there?
You know he was the
Time
first person that
served. He
admit that
got time
YSL was
served.
a gang, right?
Yeah, he got time served. And
That's
then he
not
got
true.
out.
See, what happens is Young Thug was the only one whose plea hearing was recorded, which is very suspicious because if you ever had a plea hearing, you know that these things can happen at random times. It's not a big deal. It's not like a jury trial where everything's set in stone and whatnot. It just happens very quickly and you out. That's why all the other guys that signed the pleas, you ain't even hear about them. When Young Thug brother signed his plea and got out, this stupid motherfucker already got caught with a gun and is locked back up. But you don't hear nothing about them. They didn't care about the small guys. They only care about the big fish. And when they snuck and released that video of Gunna saying those things they knew, we just gonna release this. We can trick the people into believing that this is who he is. They can incite a beef between the two. Hopefully they can incite some type of retaliation from Young Thug against Gunna to maybe trump up some more charges. They really trying to incite more crime. That's all they really doing. They really trying to trick people into doing other stupid stuff because they want to get people to believe that he's snitching. That's not how snitching works.
but if anything, he incriminated himself by taking a plea. Like he actually got a charge on his record now.
Yeah, but when you sign a plea, that's what you do. You cop out to a charge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But
Like,
the main thing with a plea is most people sign pleas to get the fuck out of jail.
Right, but that's the thing, though.
Yeah, I know how that shit was. I did that myself as a juvenile though, so my shit ain't on my record.
If you facing like 40 and they tell you can go home today, you gonna take your plea.
But well, thank you. And then y'all be really acting like motherfuckers want to sit around and play these games. Nah, I ain't taking that plea. And then you mess
93%
around.
conviction
You might
rate.
mess around and they be like, all right, let's go to trial. Oh, now you fucked. You ain't
Yeah,
winning
that
in
do end
trial.
up a lot of times, but a lot of times people do win trial.
Because you got to think,
Tug
90
had a couple opportunities where if he had gotten the plea deal, he would have taken it with no hesitation. The problem is they deny him of a plea deal as quick as it pops up in his face.
Do you know why?
But
Because
you got to
they're
think.
getting ready to hang this man.
Hold on. Are you saying Are you saying that? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, about 98% of cases end in a plea deal. It's very rare that somebody bold enough to take their shit to trial and then actually win it. So are you saying that the majority of the people that take plea deals is snitching, or is Gunna the only one that's snitching?
No. I took a plea deal. I ain't snitch on nobody, nigga. But I'm just saying it depends what you say inside of your plea deal. If you say something about somebody else, you're
but check this out. But here's the thing. Do you know when you admit guilt,
YSL is a gang.
But here's the thing: when you admit guilt,
that doesn't put everybody else under fire.
But when you admit guilt in a plea deal, this shit ain't like when you write a statement on somebody.
It
just say guilty.
Under fire.
No, it don't.
No, it does not. It does
Rico
not.
No.
Because it doesn't prove. It doesn't prove unless that person says that he did X, Y, and Z, that he was a part of that gang. So yes, Gunna can say
Okay,
I was
so
part of
so
YSL.
Gunna
but
admitting that YSL is a gang, and then it's already videos of Young Thug saying YSL, slime, all this old different stuff, bro.
Wait,
Him admitting,
T. Hold on, T. There you go. Young Thug is on video saying all this shit. So when do we start holding these people accountable for snitching on themselves, incriminating themselves with their lyrics? Why is Gunna being held
That's what I'm
accountable?
trying to figure out. How is Gunna
Yeah.
snitch
Because
when all he's doing is
when he admitted that
they say-
YSL was a gang,
No,
that's how he snitched.
So hold on. This will be the monkey wrench in your whole problem. What if they offer Young Thug a plea deal and he just needs to admit that YSL is a gang?
His plea deal won't be the same as Gunna's.
No.
His plea deal would be-
How is it not?
No.
So what I'm saying is, what if they just want to put the label and they want to put the charge on your neck? They want to just hang that probation time on your head. If they just say, fuck it, we tired of wasting money on this case. We probably won't win in trial. A Young Thug. How about this? You leave jail today. You got to plea out to these charges and you got to admit YSL is a gang. That one, he was going to take it. He's going to take it. And so if he says YSL is a gang, is he snitching on Gunna?
No, he's snitching on himself because later in life, when he get out of jail, they're gonna end up starting another RICO to put him back in jail.
So no.
You
So
can't.
how's
That's
it not
double
the same?
jeopardy, man. They
No,
can't do that
I'm not even
shit.
gonna lie to you. You're sounding very ignorant right now. Yeah,
No, he just made
How?
our point.
If you think about it, if he admits to YSL being a gang, which he's not, he's taking it to trial. If he was to do that, no matter if they offered him a plea or not, he's still taking it to trial.
They're not asking him that question. You do realize that, right?
Yeah.
They're not asking him that question. They're
Because they already have plea deals from people like Gunna and other people.
Asking everybody else every single
He's
question.
the big fish. They want him. Like,
Yes,
They want the big
they
fish.
want him.
She's a DA that's
they
clout
ask
chasing
him?
the shit out of these people. She's clout chasing like a. This is why, like, if you read the indictment, I read the indictment on this channel a couple months ago. If you read the indictment, this lady is basically putting charges and claims on these dudes like they the most violent, craziest motherfuckers in Atlanta. And I said to myself, I said, if all these dudes that you talking about are the most violent, killingest motherfuckers in Atlanta, why the hell is you offering so many of them get out of jail today plea deals and you leaving Young Thug, the one that just do the music, you trying to slam this man? So the thing is,
because they saying he's the head. He's the head of the
one, she don't believe is really a gang. Two, she don't think these motherfuckers is really as violent as she think. Otherwise, remember when we first started this, she was saying, I ain't giving nobody a plea. Then she changed her tune. She not only started giving motherfuckers pleas, she was letting motherfuckers out the same day. Same day. The indictment is filled with a whole bunch of people that's not charged appropriately. You got one dude who literally just walked out of prison. She done threw his name in the goddamn indictment. The man ain't been part of nothing in 8 years. He been locked up for the last 8 years. But she throw him. It's put together sloppy. She just clout chasing him so she can get a higher political
You
position.
could be a part of a gang from jail.
Hey,
Bro,
but Lamont,
okay, what about the guy? What about the guy in the indictment where he's on the indictment because they said on his IG page he's wearing YSL Slime Life jeans and that makes him part of the criminal organization. Man, they stupid in
I don't think y'all. I don't know if y'all think that playing is meaning if I pleaded I'm snitching, or I don't know if y'all know the difference. Like you can plead and still snitch. You can plead and
You can
and not
you
snitch
can
and not
But
snitch.
I'm gonna tell you,
and
there's a
not
name for that though. At least in Indiana. So this is what it's called because I had a homeboy in
That's
Indiana.
what I've been saying this whole time.
So hold on, but there's a difference. So I have a homeboy in Indiana. He was a youngster. He got caught with. He only got caught with 0.5 grams, but the detectives tricked him into admitting that he was dealing. So that obviously trumped the shit out of his charges. And he was a youngster. So what they did with his plea statement, they offered him a plea agreement, basically time served, but he had to plead guilty to his charges, but he had to do something after he signed that plea agreement, which he had to sit down with the detectives and give something called a cleanup statement. It's not because we know one, that the plea agreement can't be used in nobody else's case. But if it's part of your agreement to sit down with the detectives and your cleanup statement has to be 100% honest and accurate, and if they find one lie, your deal is revoked, and all that time that they put on that plea agreement as probation is coming over your head as real prison time. So the cleanup statement after the plea deal is what makes it snitching. The plea agreement itself don't. But that was a part of his deal. He had to tell on a whole bunch of motherfuckers, but he had to do it separately from the plea to make it count. All right, I remember the motherfucking name. Motherfucker got caught at McDonald's driving somebody else's Jaguar. The guy that he was getting his shit from. The motherfucker, all he had to do was say he was an addict. The motherfucker admitted that he was about to sell the shit. Stupid motherfucker.
They probably would
Man,
have
if
given him
you
a rehab or some
if
shit.
he was an
Drug
addict, he wouldn't
classified.
even have went to jail. They just would have took the drugs to him.
Easy is absolutely right. It's not illegal to be in a gang. They just have to prove criminal conspiracy. So when they're asking these questions to people like Gunna and all
They
the
already
people
have
that are
crimes
part
on
of
why
YSL.
they already got crimes they're planning to put on why. So they got murders, all type of things they trying to put on
If
YSL.
they already have the crime, they just don't have the proof that Young Thug was connected to it. They're asking the questions to the other people on this specific question that could help them further tie it to Young Thug. That's what's
Bro,
happening.
Young Thug
So
done
they're not.
posted
So
so
they're not.
much, so many
They're not.
incriminating
They're not
stuff. Young
snitching.
Thug is over with.
So hold on.
They're not. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that they are not snitching by saying that YSL is a gang and they're part of that gang. They would be snitching if they confirmed that Young Thug was a part of some type of criminal conspiracy within
Yeah,
YSL.
yeah. What you saying is true.
If he would have confirmed,
Nah,
if he would have
Hold on.
confirmed that the Young Thug is in the YSL and he's a gang member in YSL, that's snitching. He admitted that he was a gang member of YSL himself.
A sandwich.
But everybody did that who took a
If
plea.
you want to accuse him of anything, that's self-snitching. But that's that's a part of taking a plea. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to admit to the crime. You have to admit to the crime.
Admit to it. Yeah, you got to admit to it.
So
like,
are you saying you can't admit to no crime if you got a co-defendant? Because basically, if like I said, if me and SFM get in trouble and he signed his plea before me, and he admit to guilt, and I was right with his ass, does that mean he snitched on me? And does that make me look any worse? No. He just because nothing he said in his plea,
he took the charge.
That's what I'm saying. All he did was take the. But see, the thing is, what if me and SFM get caught dead to rights robbing the goddamn jewelry store, and we both get arrested in the jewelry store, but he cop out to his plea before me? Does that mean he snitched on me with him? No, that just means he copped out to his plea, and now I got to go use my attorney and take the evidence that they have against me individually and either get a sweet plea, or I better get ready to motherfucker get these years if I got a public defender. I call them public pretenders. Shit. Yeah,
man.
Real talk.
Man. Like you
And I had
can't
a
blame
good public
nobody else.
defender though. My
The
public
niggas
defender
talking
got
in
me
their
a good
songs
plea
and all
deal.
that.
Bro, if you had a public defender that got you a good deal, bro,
Bro,
that motherfucker public defender probably sleeping with.
Let me tell you something, bro. I went to jail for a robbery at 17, and then my attorney had ended up my public defender had ended up getting me. He ended up getting me a deal for like if I graduate high school, they sell my whole record. Graduated high school, I ain't got no record.
Yeah, but that I forgot what that's called, but that's
hold on, what?
They
On your first charge?
But everybody get hit light on their first.
Hold on, Lamont. No.
That was my second charge.
And you got what? What? Hold on.
Hold on. No,
that
SFM.
was my second robbery charge.
No. In Indiana, they do that shit all the time.
You can't forget. I'm in California, bro.
They do that shit all the
time.
Nah,
bro. Nah.
Hold
on. No, stop.
No, you in Texas. Robbery in Texas gets you booked.
No, Lamont, he said this is his second time. Lamont, he's 17. They not gonna try it. What's the adult age when you become adult?
It depends on if a weapon and stuff was used.
18.
No.
It's people in 18-year-olds still in juvenile in California.
Okay. Was a gun used in the robbery?
No.
No, okay, so that's just a regular robbery. But this is your second offense. Right?
Yeah, but it's
So they didn't offer
2
you
years
no
apart.
time.
It was 2 years
They didn't
apart.
offer you. They didn't offer you no time.
Either I was gonna do 6 months in a placement, but I started doing good in school. So at first, when I got
That was
arrested, they had sent me home on house arrest because it had been 2 years since I got arrested. And a lot of kids, when they get out, they just repeat offenses and go back
So
to
you
jail.
did
But
2 years
it
on it,
took two
right?
years.
So you basically did 2 years on it.
you did 2 years on house arrest.
No,
He did
No,
2 years
no,
before he got
I
the
did
house
6
arrest.
months. Look, I did 3 months on house arrest when I was 15. I didn't get no time served. I got house arrest that first time. I did 3 months. Boom. I didn't
yeah.
get arrested for another 2 years. Right. I got arrested when I was 17. I was in jail, and then they ended up giving me house arrest because I was already enrolled in school and shit before then, and I was already finna get let off probation. So they just gave me house arrest for like 6 months. Boom. I get off house arrest and I'll take a plea deal. And if I graduate high school, they let me off probation. So my record, I
I can
did it.
see
We
that.
did it.
You know, in Indiana, if you get
That's
let out on house
crazy.
arrest, you can count your house arrest as part of your time served.
That was more so me being lucky than
Crazy.
anything, bro.
I gotta go to Texas. I mean, I gotta get the fuck out of Texas.
No,
Hey,
Texas is one of them states where robbery you'll get triple booked. Like I think Georgia's another
Yeah.
one of them states
If
too.
I
Like
was if
there's
I was
certain
in
states
Texas,
where
I
they'll
probably would have
really
got
rob.
5 years as a
Nah,
17-year-old. I probably would have got like
what
5
you
years.
Like in
what you
nah,
armed
Indiana,
with? Like
nah,
a knife?
nah, nah,
In
nah,
Indiana,
nah.
you can if as long as you ain't using no weapon,
Hold on. How
you
many
Now,
can
years
have
would
your
I
hand.
got SFM?
if it was your second offense and like you was 17, but you was already on juvenile probation, right?
Mhm.
Was you already on juvenile probation?
Yeah, I was on. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, so at 17, you still would have went into to juvenile because you was on juvenile probation. They would have had certified you to go to the county till 18.
Shit.
They would have offered you placement or something like that, as long as your first offense wasn't probably harder than the offense you taking now. They're gonna send you a 3 to 6 placement for shit, sure. For shit
Shit,
show.
Virginia, they
Yeah,
certifying you at
yeah, I could have
I
16
got
went
for real.
placement, but the thing about
man,
it, the thing in
I
California is
went
our
to
placements are full and our juveniles are
nigga,
full. So
I had
it's more like they be trying to
what
send kids
Yeah,
home,
that
and it's like
when
overcrowd,
the
that
I
laws
was
ain't the same
overcrowding is
thing and all
16
saving
type
the
of
shit
shit.
out of some
when
people.
I was 16
Overcrowding saved the shit out of some
when I
people.
was 16 when I was 16 in juvenile, I had 2 state jail felonies and a handgun for I had a misdemeanor. I was fighting charged for like a year and a half. They sent me to 3 to 6, but I was in the free.
But SFM, I'm telling you, when you add that handgun to your crime, that make that motherfucker difficult to navigate them plea deals. Because
Yeah, that's like
No,
certain
no,
judges and prosecutors don't be playing with them
yeah,
guns.
I already
yeah.
know.
I ain't never got arrested for no
I
robbery or
already
no gun.
got
I
in a
got arrested
situation like,
for 2 robberies. Neither was
uh,
with a gun.
I'm gonna tell you
but
right now, them guns change your whole. Like if you run
but
into the wrong prosecutor,
let's
them
say if
guns
it's
change your whole deal.
let's say it's your first offense.
Because
They
armed
in the
robbery and
state of
robbery is two
Texas,
different things.
yeah, no, robbery and ag rob is two different things. Ag rob and robbery is two different things. Let's say in the state of Texas, your first offense was so whatever ag rob. They gonna try to probably offer you some time, but you gonna keep going through the time, but you gonna want to eventually probably cop out to a plea or get it dropped down because one thing in the state of Texas, let's say a man is 65 years or older, right? If you are threatening him, even if you don't have no gun, but you're threatening him, cussing him out while trying to take something from him, while scaring him, that's considered as ag robbery in the state of Texas. Just
See,
y'all,
they don't have that in Indiana. It's
just
either
And
if
if you
he's
rob an old
65
person, you
years,
get extra time either anyway. If you rob somebody over 65. And I ain't
they
never
don't
did
have
I ain't
that
never
in the
robbed no.
in the Indiana. It's not like that. It's either like the aggravated robbery out there was with a weapon, with a gun, and then you have regular. And
they
then
gonna fry you in
the only
Indiana.
weird law that I seen them have is if you put your hand like in your jacket and you give the impression that it looked like a gun, even if it's not, they upgrade your shit as if it was with a weapon as well. If you fake it like you have one.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah,
Hey,
that
Mark.
motherfucker.
Hey,
Yo,
Mark. Why you bullying T out here, bro?
bullying who?
Why you bullying T out here, bro?
He ain't bullying me.
Yeah, he bullied you, bro.
He
I
ain't
didn't
bullying
bully
me
you,
in
man.
no situation.
Cause he hit you with that Kobe. He hit you with that Kobe stuff bullshit like that. Like that shit was just gonna fly, bro. That's crazy.
What Kobe bullshit? The JJ Barea bullshit?
Yeah. He hit you with that shit like Kobe didn't just finish going on
Yeah,
he ain't going a whole 2-peat tour while these niggas.
Yeah, you know,
Nah,
and beat, and yeah, and you know he beat the
Not even
most
that.
50.
That man averaged.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
That man
like
averaged
yeah,
like 35 for a month,
yeah.
like 37 for a
Three
month.
straight finals,
Kobe
three
went to
straight
Kobe
finals.
went to Kobe went to
Beat
the
the
NBA
most
Finals
50,
3 straight
beat the
times.
most 50 plus winning teams in NBA history in the playoffs. Number one, yeah, 25-10. Second, Michael Jordan made history them 3 years. Yeah, but
And
Hey, and you
you
meanwhile,
don't
guys
know nothing
look,
about that.
those are all
Stephen Curry
those
had
are
just
all
had.
some of the great reasons as to why I got him at 11.
That's horrible, Lamont. That's
Look, I ain't got
horrible.
no
That
problem. I ain't got
that
no
Yeah,
that
problem
yeah.
that
with
that
that.
Putting
IQ
Curry over
that
Kobe right now
that's
ain't it.
horrible, Lamont. But I
You
ain't
said
even got
what?
time to do that with you, Lamont. You know, probably about you
He
know.
said if
Don't
you want to
strike a
carry a
flame.
gun,
Don't
just move to
strike a flame.
Florida.
You can't
It's
put
so
out,
many
Lamont.
guns. It's so
You
many
know,
states you could
Lamont.
go to and
Don't
carry a
strike a
gun.
flame. You can't put out, Lamont.
Is Texas open
Uh,
carry? Texas open carry, huh?
Texas over
I
carry.
think so. They Wild
Yeah,
Wild
because
West out
yes,
here.
Texas is open carry. Yes, it will
But
be.
but
It's
quiet as
very,
kept.
it's
Quiet
very
as
easy
kept
to get
niggas in
your ass
Texas.
shot out here.
Quiet as
I'd have
kept
seen,
niggas in Texas.
I'd have
They be
seen a
over
lady,
carry
I'd
all
have
day.
seen a lady hop out on the Beltway and road rage and shoot at a motherfucker with the baby in the car. Like she's
With her
crazy.
baby in a car?
With another motherfucker, a man had his baby in the car. She was in the car with her husband. She in the passenger seat, but got road rage for some reason, and she hops out the car and starts shooting at the car and her man. You know,
Lamont can have Kobe anywhere he wants. It's crazy.
I
Yeah,
just
That's
nah. I agree with that. He could put Kobe at
nah,
70 if
look,
he
nah,
wants to. It's his list. But
no,
that don't
but
mean I
that's a
have to
horrible
agree with it.
that's a horrible list. And
Dog.
No, it's
anybody
not a
with
horrible.
anybody with a
Okay,
high Q,
SFM.
hold on, Lamont. Anybody with a high IQ in
He has to
NBA
go in his
just
burner
history
account to put
period,
Kobe 10 or 20.
they would not have him top
SFM.
3 or top 5, top
Okay,
3 or
so
top
SFM.
5,
That's fine. Not
This
having
is
him
what I
top
tell
five
people,
is
top 3 or
SFM.
top 5, and to me
SFM.
that he's number 3 hands down.
So SFM, this
having
is
him
what I'm gonna
outside of
do.
top 10,
And
especially under.
this is how we know if this changes anything.
Okay.
I'm gonna move
Yes, he's
Kobe.
over LeBron.
No, check
He's
this out.
better
I'm gonna move Kobe from
on both
He's not
sides
over
of the ball.
LeBron.
11.
Chill.
I'll put Kobe at
Chill.
10. I'll drop Steph to 11. What does that really change?
What?
No,
What are you
I have
talking about?
A lot. That
I have
changed a
no
lot.
problem.
That
I
changes a
have
lot.
no problem with your LeBron.
Steph Curry is nowhere on the tier of Kobe Bryant. I don't know what you're thinking, sir.
Yeah, he is.
I
Nah,
don't know
he's
what
on
you're
the
thinking
tier. He's on
on,
the tier.
he's in that top 10, but is you talking about the
He's on the
player he
tier.
was?
Top
Is you talking
15.
about the player? Stop it, man. Curry and LeBron is the closest near each other. That's why they have this rivalry that
No,
Curry
they
had took
not,
over.
bro.
Yes,
That's
yes
not
they
true.
are. Yes
Hold
they
on.
are.
Kevin
LeBron
Durant was
Yes
has
they are.
Kevin
no
Durant.
rivalry between LeBron and
Kevin
Kobe.
Durant,
Kevin Durant.
you put Kevin Durant and Curry and LeBron in that same tier. Kobe is outside of that. He is always
KD
going to be
still has the
compared.
potential to
He is
pass
always going to
Kobe.
be compared to Michael
Kobe is
Jordan
in
as he was for
Kobe is
most
in
of
a
his
higher
career.
No,
tier
he's
than
not. No, he's not. He's
Kobe
never.
is in a higher
Well,
tier than
never in my circles. Never in
KD.
my circles. Because the
We
people that I know.
LeBron, Curry, and KD. I understand that, but Kobe, nah, we talking about a whole nother beat. We talking about number one and first team defense selection tied with Kevin Garnett, Michael Jordan, and Gary Payton. All them got defensive players of the year.
See,
You
it's
know,
a good thing.
second.
That's why it's
Hold
a
on, hold
good
on, hold
thing
on,
I'm
hold
about to
on,
end
hold
the
on, hold on.
show.
We not done.
That's
Lamont,
why it's a
Lamont,
good thing I'm
Lamont,
about to end the show, man.
Lamont. You know I'm
I
not
can't
done.
get as less SFM about to
You,
go on and tell you the
you
truth.
Lamont,
It should be. It should be a record with a joint soon.
Lamont, I
He
can't,
trying to
you know
cook
I
you.
can't stop. Hold on, I can't stop right there. Okay, 3P, two back to backs. Let's keep in mind
3P
somebody,
with the three
somebody.
P with the most dominant player in the
Hold on, watch
championship.
this.
Let's keep
Here's
in
an
mind.
easy answer to this. Watch this.
Hold on, Lamont. Let me just say this real quick. Let's keep in mind, man. When he got with Shaquille O'Neal had got swept in the playoffs 4 years with Orlando Magic when he
And he
had
made it. He
when
also
he
made it to
had
the NBA, and he
when
also
he
made it to the NBA.
hold on. When he had Penny Hardaway, Grant Hill, let's
He did
talk
not have
about it.
Grant Hill. That's a
Nick
lie. He did
Anderson.
not have Grant Hill. That's a lie.
Then before Kobe came off the bench in '99, he had got swept
Hold on.
2 years with the
SFM.
Lakers. Let's talk
SFM.
about it, sir.
Dog,
SFM,
Shaquille
watch
O'Neal
this.
didn't
Watch
have
this.
Stop
Here's
it.
the
Shaquille O'Neal
easy
didn't have
answer.
Grant Hill with
The
Because
him.
you know
most
what though?
dominant man was getting swept five,
You do
six
know,
Watch this.
times.
but you do know
SFM,
Shaq
I
did
want you
not
to
have
check
Grant
this out.
Hill
Watch
with
this.
him.
Watch this.
Kobe led every series versus the Spurs they ever played.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do, SFM. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT.
I don't
Please
know
tell
what
me who the top 10 NBA players of all time are. This is
I
just
don't know what ChatGPT is.
hold on. It's gonna give us the answer. Hold on,
ChatGPT ain't got the eye test.
That's
He
irrelevant
ain't
to
got
me,
the eye
hold on.
test.
That's
Hold on.
irrelevant, Lamont.
So here it is right here. So it's gonna give me the list.
What is
All right.
this?
So it says
What is
Michael
this?
Jordan, often cited as the GOAT. Let's see if it
Man,
has Kobe.
this
LeBron.
is a computer typing.
Oh, it has LeBron. ChatGPT has LeBron at number 2. Okay,
This is a
Magic
computer
Johnson.
typing, Lamont.
I know that's not me. Look, my hands are up.
This is
Do
a
you know that?
computer.
This is called
Do y'all know that
artificial.
ChatGPT
This
is
is called
This is a
artificial
computer type.
intelligence.
That's why I'm
Hold
Will
on, y'all. Bill
Chamberlain at
Russell.
5. That's crazy.
Hold on,
Bill
hold on.
Russell at
Kareem
6.
Abdul-Jabbar
Bill
is
Russell at
seven.
Kareem
6 is
at
crazy.
7.
Hold
That's
on, let's see if it
crazy.
has Kobe.
Wilt Chamberlain and Bill
Tim
Russell ahead of
Duncan.
Kareem is crazy.
Hold on.
Oh my.
They got Shaq
Tim
at
Duncan.
9.
Shaq. Oh my God, Shaq
They
is
had
at
Keem. They
9.
don't have Kobe in the top 10.
Oh my God, just horrible, just horrible.
You're nasty.
They got
What
It
is
Wilt
has
in
what type
there.
of list is
it
what
has
type of list
Oscar,
is this?
Kobe, and Jerry West as the next 3 up.
That is
Damn, they should have put Larry Bird over
very
Jerry
low.
West.
That
That list is trash. They could have put Larry Bird over
that
Jerry
is
Hold on.
very
West.
low
Okay,
IQ.
SFM, watch this. SFM, watch this. This is the next question.
Lamont, I don't got
Do
time
you
for this
believe
silly
Kobe?
shit.
Do you believe Kobe is top 10 in
Do
NBA?
ChatGPT have the
Lamont,
eye
why
test
am I
or is that a
waiting for a
computer?
computer? This is your
Watch this.
computer.
No, this is
This is a
AI. It's
computer.
artificial
No
intelligence.
facts. Grant Hill.
Hold on.
Like we
This
said,
is a
Grant Hill, right?
computer.
Okay, so hold on.
Hey,
Here's the next
trust
question.
and
Look,
believe Kobe
Kobe
would've
is
been cheated on them
undoubtedly.
teams.
Hold on, y'all. Kobe is undoubtedly one of the NBA's greatest players of all time. Here's a quick list of his achievements because you know this is what SFM is gonna give you. But
No,
it
I
says,
gave you way more than that.
hold on. Let's see what it
This
says though,
ain't nothing.
because we just did a top list. He says
He
in
just gave
discussion
all the
the
accolades.
top 10 NBA players, Kobe
Oh my
Bryant is
God.
often included, especially by those who value his scoring prowess and leadership. However, rankings are subjective and can be influenced by various factors. So it says he's one of the greatest. He says while he's in some top 5, 10, and
Personal
15 lists.
biases.
So, but the thing is, when
This is a computer. Who made this?
ChatGPT did his
Even the
list,
computer
This
said
is
he ain't in
not
the
a
top 10
reliable
because of
source.
personal
This is
bias.
not a reliable source. This is a
Even the
computer.
hold on.
computer
Well,
said he's not in the
SFM,
top 10 because of
check this out.
personal bias.
If this isn't reliable, you can literally ask any
This is
question.
not
and it'll
at
give you-
all.
Watch this, SFM. Give me any question that you've had in your mind, and I'll get you the answer for it right
How
now.
to make $1 million on blockchain?
Okay. How to
To make
watch this,
a
hold on.
million.
Make $1 million. What on blockchain?
Yeah. Or just say in general. I want to see what they got in general.
Okay, no, we'll just do blockchain. Be more specific.
This is horrible.
ChatGPT gives you the answers. Making 1 million is significant. Yes, it is. But watch what it does. Watch how it breaks this down for us. All right. So it's gonna give you a list of what you need to do. It's gonna break it down.
It's just a computer, Lamont.
I ain't gonna lie. Did ChatGPT probably make people rich? No cap.
Bro, look at this. Look at this. Look, it's telling you mining. I actually do Bitcoin mining. I actually made. Hey, hold on. Hey, have you heard of have you heard of crypto dust?
No, I don't know. What's crypto dust?
Bro, so what happens is on Coinbase. No, it's not Coinbase. On crypto.com,
I know Coinbase
right?
is. I know.
So
I
on
know both those are,
crypto.com, they have something. It's kind of like mining, but it's not.
Nah, facts.
But there's something called crypto dust, where all these trades that get facilitated, I think it's something about you staking your coins and you can collect something called crypto dust. And I looked in mine one day after like doing it for 3 days. I had $187 in that thing. I'm like, off crypto dust. I said, shit.
This shit had Larry Bird. This shit had Larry
Yes,
Bird.
bro. It's called go download the crypto.com app and stake all your coins. And it'll give you something. It'll say that it says, can we use your coins? And you can collect money off of the crypto dust.
This shit had Larry Bird at 6.
Nah, they had Larry Bird 4th.
Larry,
No, they didn't have Larry Bird 4th.
They didn't even have Larry Bird on the top 10.
What?
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 Oh my god!
Fourth?
What?
Oh my god!
That's way too
what
high.
The fuck?
That's way too high.
Hold on. Hold on, Lamont. Let me say this real quick. Larry Bird was a great player, but
he
like
better than
when it
Kareem?
come to these all-time great lists, we gotta talk about the thing.
ChatGPT. Is Larry Bird better than Kobe Bryant? Watch this.
Hell no.
Say Kareem. Fuck Kobe. Say Kareem. Bryant. It say
watch this.
Kareem
No.
too. It
Is
say
Larry
Kareem
Bird
too.
better than Kobe Bryant?
Bro, no,
They say
bro.
Kareem too, bro.
Bro, you think I'm
They
supposed to
say
listen
he's
to
better
a
than
computer,
Kareem,
bro?
bro. They say he's better than Kareem.
you
Fuck
think I'm supposed
Kobe.
to
They
listen
say
to a
he's better than
computer?
Kareem.
Okay,
They say he's better
it
than
says the
Kareem.
debate whether so it talks about Larry Bird. It's gonna give you the breakdown on Larry Bird. Hold on. We're just gonna see what they say in the end. They're gonna summarize it for us.
Hold up, Lamont.
That's it. Hold on. Keep it right there.
Hold
Lamont.
on.
Go back to
that list did not say Larry Bird was 4th. Go back up. No, it didn't. It said
Hold
this
on.
is not in order. It's just the top 10 players.
Oh, okay.
It did
Oh,
not
yeah,
list
yeah,
them
yeah,
in
yeah.
order.
Okay, hold on. I'll go back. I want to
Oh,
see what this.
oh
I want to
my
see what they
God.
said. This motherfucker go
Say
into
in order.
detail.
You
Hold
could
on,
put it in
Hold on,
order.
hold on. I can
Lamont,
tell
go
it to
back
put in
up.
order. I can tell it to put in order.
Lamont, go back up.
Hold on,
Like,
hold on.
I'm
At
telling
the
you, I
end,
was
they're going to
reading
tell
it.
their selection.
Lamont, go scroll back up, please.
Hold on. I want to see who they say is better. In conclusion, Larry Bird is better than Kobe Bryant.
GPT, bro. I'm not listening to a computer.
It said,
Lamont,
It said, or vice versa.
Or vice versa.
or vice
Largely
versa.
depends on
Largely depends
personal
on person.
bias.
The person it
Hold
depends
on.
on. Hold on, Lamont.
Hold on. Where
Scroll
you want
down
me to
real quick.
go
I want
to?
you to see something.
No,
I just
no,
want you
no,
to see
no.
something.
Go,
Lamont,
no,
Lamont,
SFM.
scroll down, Lamont. I
We
want
got
you to see something. I'm
the
finna cook
we
you.
got the
Hold on,
I'm
no,
finna
just
cook you,
go back
Lamont.
up.
Lamont, you not
Look,
trying to.
hold
Lamont,
on.
you
No,
going
no,
past
you're
what I'm
there,
going.
Lamont. You're
Where?
there.
Let me
Just
prove
go
the
right back.
point.
No,
Scroll.
you're just trying to shift the conversation. To
No,
guys.
Hold
not,
on.
bro. You
Right
coming in
there.
out of
Hold
nowhere,
on.
but bees when we having a
Following
conversation, you
players
try to
in no particular order.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Lamont, then why did you try to make it? Bro, Lamont, scroll down. Lamont,
But
scroll down.
top 10
is a
players. It
nasty
gives
Lamont,
you a
scroll
top
down.
10
Just
and
scroll
did not
down.
include Kobe.
Go back to
None is a
Larry Bird.
nasty
Go back to
player.
Larry Bird's achievements, please. Go back.
Yes.
Go back to his achievements, please. Go back to his achievements.
All right, Larry Bird achievements.
His accolades, I mean.
Right here.
Let's
This
stop.
Hill thing, bro.
That's NBA champion 3 times. He also a 2-time Finals MVP. They didn't
Kobe
put that
played
in
a
there.
lot longer. Bird came into the league when he was
Uh,
older.
we're not trying to hear that. Go up. Hold
There's
on, no,
Kobe.
go up, Lamont. Let me
Bro,
look at
what?
the rest of his. Let me look
I
at the
think
rest of
Kobe
them.
better, but you
Bro,
got
it's not that
to
big of
take
a
that into
list.
He a 3-time MVP. Oh yeah, never forget. He never led the league in any statistical category in one year in his career in the regular season.
Yeah, but
12-time
unfortunately,
NBA
ChatGPT
All
has
Star.
Larry Bird in the top 10, but not Kobe.
Now,
Just tell him.
keep going. It's a computer, now, Lamont. Now, I want you to go down to Kobe's. I want you to go down to Kobe's.
Just tell me what attribute Kobe has that's better than Larry Bird, please.
Defense.
Not even close on defense. He's a better
You know what?
Score.
He's a better finisher.
Hey,
He's a better scorer. He's a better he has better handles. He has a better post. And he's better in the post and
He knows how
footwork.
to manipulate the defense more.
No, beast. You're not finna just come and interrupt, GB. Now go down to Kobe's. Go down to Kobe's. Go down to Kobe's.
Hold on.
Go down. Hey, I'm out, Lamont. I'm not here to argue.
Here's the problem when these niggas bring up defense.
Yeah.
The two guard positions is the weakest position in NBA history. So
You said the 2 guard?
Yes, the weakest position in history of basketball.
The weakest?
Yes.
Are you sure about that, brother?
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
defensively it is.
Maybe
No.
small
Give me your
forward.
top 5. Give me your top 5 2 guards right now.
You have Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade,
It's
James
the 3.
Harden, Todd Drexler.
It's
yeah,
the 3.
I enough said with that list.
And
Put that list.
That doesn't even include
Hold on. Bees might be right. Hold on.
Put that list.
Top shooting guards in NBA history. Let's see.
Put that list up against top 5 in any other position.
Okay, hold on. Bees is right. Bees is right.
You got LeBron James, you got Larry Bird, you got Kevin Durant, and then who else? Dr.
Oh
J.
no, you got Dr. J. Kevin Durant ain't
Dr.
third.
J, and then who else?
Kevin Durant would be 5.
James Harden.
Durant.
Dwayne Wade. I forgot about D Wade.
I'm just telling you that
Yeah, you got to get Harden at 4. Bees might be right.
No, the 2 guard
LeBron
position.
James, LeBron James, Larry Bird, Kevin Durant, Dr. J, and then go on.
Elgin Baylor.
No, Elgin Baylor. No,
Elgin
Bees
Baylor,
is right.
Scottie
Bees is
Pippen.
right. Listen.
Beezy, you right. Beezy, you right.
The 2 guard is the worst position in NBA
And
history.
that's why when these niggas
Every
come in,
aspect. If you hold on, I'm gonna break it down to you from an accolade standpoint. They have the least MVPs from a statistical standpoint. They led the least amount of times in statistical categories than every other position. From a championship aspect, majority of teams that won a championship were from other positions besides the shooting guard position. From a ranking aspect, you go through your top 25, top 50, majority of that list is going to be centers, point guards, power forwards, small forwards. Less of it's going to be shooting guards. Multiple aspects proven that the shooting guard is the weakest position in NBA history.
So what does that mean if the best
hold
player
on,
of all
stop,
time
stop,
is a
stop,
shooting
stop,
guard?
stop.
Yeah, that's one guy.
Stop. So when we're
Mhm.
talking about so again, what I said was, because I agree with you, I think the small forward position is the more important position when it comes to winning championships. But when we're talking about the depth of great small forwards versus great shooting guards, again, LeBron, Larry Bird, Kevin Durant, Scottie Pippen, Dr.
Elgin
J,
Baylor, Dr.
Hold on,
J.
hold on.
We
That's
can
Elgin
keep
Baylor,
going. James Worthy. We can keep
Havlicek,
going.
Rick
Elgin
Barry,
Baylor, while we're
Rick Barry,
talking about winning and whatnot,
Havlicek.
Bro,
he literally was a loser.
nigga, now you shifting the conversation.
No,
Wait, who? Who's a loser?
You're talking about winning. And
Elgin
you got
Baylor.
you're talking about winning, and you got James Harden at four as considered the
James Harden's not a loser.
I did not put him in.
Hold on, let's see who they have as the top small
one,
forward.
and then two.
You got
You did
LeBron,
name James Harden your top 5 shooting guard.
Kevin Durant.
You did name James Harden your top 5 shooting guard. You did.
No. He said list
Elgin Baylor.
I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. It's pretty much even to me. It's damn near even.
It's not.
No,
It's not. You niggas are wild.
That's not even, bro.
If you look at it, look at the
It's
top.
not
Look
even
at the
close, nigga.
top 5.
Bro,
Look at the
this
top
is not
5
close,
alone.
bro.
Look at the top 5 alone.
It's not even close, yo.
Bro, this ain't close, man. And then you got Paul Pierce all the way at 10.
Dog, Paul Pierce is barely top 10.
And then
Nigga, come on, bro.
You got
Hold on.
Carmelo, Grant Hill, Rick Barry, you got Kawhi Leonard. That position is so deep.
Michael Jordan, Kobe
Mhm.
Bryant, Dwayne
Mhm.
Wade, Allen Iverson, James Harden, George Gervin.
Mhm.
I don't even know if
Mhm.
Allen Iverson is
Reggie
considered
Miller,
I don't
Ray
think
Allen.
He is. He is.
He's a
He
shooting
is.
guard. He's a shooting guard.
Vince Carter, Earl Monroe.
You done.
Mhm.
Vince Carter.
Brady.
AI is not even.
So hold on, real quick. Hold on. Just based off your rankings, sir, half your list are losers. No, half your list are losers. 5 of the guys you named never won a championship.
And you said that was important 5 minutes ago.
Why do they need to win? Why do they need to win a championship?
That's your criteria. That's your criteria.
Why do they need to be? Why do they need to be champions to be flat out better than those?
You brought it up.
Because Allen Iverson is better than Paul Pierce.
Oh, now it's about the quality of player.
Paul Pierce. Manu Ginobili's better than Paul Pierce.
No, he's not.
Manu Ginobili not better than Paul Pierce. You crazy?
That's cap.
Manu
Saying Manu's
Ginobili's
better than Paul.
He's
You sound
not better than
crazy.
Paul Pierce.
You sound crazy. You sound crazy.
Vince Carter ain't better than no Paul Pierce. You wild.
Vince was not a forward. Vince was a shooting guard.
Nah, Mano ain't better than Paul Pierce. I can't do that.
I might be able to say Vince, but not no.
Vince ain't better than Paul Pierce.
Hey, and actually, I don't even know. I mean, Allen probably played almost half his career as a point guard, so that's a tough sell.
Not a two guard. I don't know.
No. B's majority of career, AI played the 2.
AI played the 2 guard.
No, I'm saying it's half and half. I mean,
no, it's not half and half. It's majority 2 guard. It's not like he's a 2.
But either way, bro, like which one is it? We counting guys as losers, or we call them as quality of players? Which one is it?
No. I call Elgin Baylor. I call Elgin Baylor a loser. But
So call half your shooting guard list loser then.
When I'm speaking on, but the difference between the 2 guard and 3 guard, I'm talking about players that are more impactful than the other players on the small.
How do you know how impactful he was?
True enough, your top 5 is dominant, obviously, because I've already.
Well,
stated
impactful is winning, though, Casual.
I don't know. I don't.
You can't judge impact if you don't talk about winning.
Hold on,
no, but you can't. But you can't judge winning in a space where it's not their lone.
Allen Iverson played
we're talking about
17.
winning a championship. That's not just in their control. That's an entire team.
Again,
like,
I just went and checked it. Allen Iverson played 17. Okay, bro, we got you. Allen Iverson played 17 seasons. 7 of those seasons, he was listed as a straight point guard. 2 of those seasons, he was point guard / shooting guard. So he had 7 seasons listed as a point guard. 17 is what I said, right? He's got 8 seasons listed as a shooting guard, and he has 2 seasons where he's listed as both.
I stand corrected. Half.
Like I was saying, so when
that's
we're
why I
talking
said
about
half and
winning,
half.
when we're talking
I
about
stand corrected.
when we're talking about players like at the 2 guard versus 3 guard, true enough, Sturdy, when you're talking about the small forwards, they're more impactful than the 2 guards. That's fine when we're talking, but what we were strictly talking about was which position had more greats in it. And when we're talking about the greats at
Yes,
the 2
it's by far the shooting guard does
It
not
only
compare
say
to the
he
other 4
played
positions.
point guard
The shooting
rookie
guard
year.
position, casual.
And
The shooting guard is clearly top heavy. You go through and you can do this on your own. Do a top 10 at every position, and then you will obviously see, oh damn, if I did a top 50, dog, majority of it is going to be the other 4 positions than the 2 guard position. You're going to see that for yourself.
And not to mention, that was part of Michael Jordan's allure, is that the 2 guard through history has been so they don't have a lot of great players at the 2 guard position. There are a lot of good players, but not great historical players.
Jordan
do
was
have
in the
some. They
90s.
have
In that time we have come across
Look, you're telling
Allen
me
Iverson. In that time we've come across Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade,
in the history of
James Harden,
basketball, you named
James
4
Harden,
niggas that played in the last 25 years.
Vince
Harden,
Carter, Tracy
J.
McGrady.
Vince
Boney
Carter
Allen,
in no top 10 or nothing.
Vince
Let's stop this
Carter,
nonsense.
Tracy McGrady.
No, he's not over Ray Allen. He's not in
Casual.
Manu
Come on, bro.
Ginobili.
Are you casual? Are you really going to count casual? Hold on, casual. Are you really going to count some of those shooting guards that you named within like the first 2 or 3 seasons? There was not even a prime. Most of those guys you named for the shooting guard.
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said majority of guys that you named for that shooting guard that Jordan went across. There was not even a prime when they faced
No.
Jordan.
He said no.
Shooting guard is the weaker position. Everybody know that, bro.
He said that Michael Jordan. That was a part of Michael Jordan's allure. And what I was saying was that may have been valid at that point. I guess maybe I never heard anybody make that argument, but okay, whatever. But in that time, we've gone against, or we've have seen like a lengthy list of shooting guards that have been just as impactful over time.
As Jordan?
No, not as impactful as Michael Jordan, but they have been impactful in their own right.
So tell me the 2 guard today that is more impactful than Reggie Miller.
The 2 guard
today?
Yeah, because Tracy McGrady was
Devin Booker.
Half of
Devin
those
Booker.
No, he's not.
Yes,
He's
he
a
is.
better player. He's not more impactful. No, he's not.
So why
No,
isn't he
he's
more
not.
impactful? He's a better passer. He's a better passer. He's just as
I
good
might
on
have to
defense.
agree with Bees
Wow.
on that
No,
one.
because I'll tell you why. Until other people showed up around Devin Booker, he wasn't winning. Reggie Miller was on the team where he had
So
no
name
other
one player
option.
before they got
Bro,
help
shut
was
the
winning.
fuck
Name
up
one
and
player
let
that
me
just was
finish,
carrying
bro.
bombs.
God, where you get these retards that can't? They got no
What do you
home
mean? You
training.
talking about before he got help?
Just let him
Like
finish,
who's
Steve.
supposed to
Let him
win with
finish.
nobody?
You just call people retards, and you talk about who ain't got home training.
No,
Yeah, this
just
nigga ain't
let
got
him
no
finish.
home training. That's what I said.
You ain't
No,
got no
you
home
said retards who doesn't have
training.
home
Look what you
training.
Yeah, he a
said.
retard. He cut me off right in the middle of motion. Earlier I was on, and all he can say is, "I feel."
All right, go
I
what you said,
feel.
big
I
dummy.
feel.
Go
I
ahead, big
feel.
dummy.
Come on,
You
man,
keep
chill
talking crazy, I'm
out.
gonna fuck your
I know
daughter or
you.
your granddaughter, nigga. Watch
I
your
know
mouth.
you a son
Yeah.
husband. You ain't gonna do
Chill
none of
out.
that, bro.
Oh my God.
You're not gonna do none of that. You a son husband.
Chill out.
Hey, I look
Go
good.
find your
Hey, I
father,
look good.
nigga.
All right, you got to go off that,
Yeah, go
man. I
find
can't
your
handle
father.
that.
Hey,
Get some home training.
I can't do that one.
Yeah, Bees, you wildin' too.
Oh,
Nah, he took it to a whole nother level. I don't like that. I don't like the family shit. I don't do that.
Yeah,
one.
that ain't.
So
what's up.
all I'm saying,
None of
casual.
this is what's up.
All I'm saying is, historically, it is the weakest position.
Look at T coming back.
I disagree.
You got to apologize, T, man. You can't go there.
No,
you
he
crossed
don't
the
need to
line.
apologize, bro.
He said something to me first. If you ain't realized that, but he
Yeah,
said I
talk
ain't gotta
about him.
apologize. I did.
No, you said something about his daughter and shit.
Bro, I'm not gonna say nothing. Oh, I don't know what he looked like. I said, me personally, I could talk to his granddaughter or something because I'm confident in myself.
You're a retard. I stated
I promise you, I'm not.
All right, but casual. I
Yeah,
understand.
send me your
Yeah, I understand what you.
hold on, Sturdy. Weren't you just online here like 15 minutes ago bragging about being clipped twice by the man? Idiot.
That was me as a kid, bro.
You on
As a
computer
15-year-old and a
talking about
17-year-old.
being clipped like that.
Hey, yo, Sturdy, what was you saying?
Go ahead, Sturdy.
Dude, because that was the
Nah,
topic
but
of
like,
discussion.
I don't see how the shooting guard isn't the weakest position. Like I said, not from everything, from accolades, from quality of player to even if you want to go to impact towards winning, there's been more teams built around those other positions than the shooting guard position. That's just a fact. It's just a fact. I don't understand it.
I think what the disconnect you and I are having in this discussion is you're arguing like the value in the top fives, and I'm
No.
talking.
Let's make this clear.
Okay.
Like I said to you multiple times, do this exercise for yourself. Rank top 10 for every position, top 10, and you will see the shooting guard is clearly top heavy in comparison.
You know what's funny? I'm doing it as we're talking, and the more I'm
Mhm.
looking into it, the more I'm like, no, I really am standing still on this.
Well, you can stand still
you have
because
LeBron at one.
you
You have
said-
LeBron at one. You have Larry Bird at two.
Hold on, casual.
You
You
have
said Manu Ginobili was a better player than Paul Pierce.
This finna end it all right here.
So we really don't got no more to discuss.
Like I said, so you got LeBron at one, you got Larry Bird at two, Kevin Durant at three, you have Julius Erving at four, Elgin Baylor at five, Scottie Pippen at six, John Havlicek at seven, Kawhi Leonard at eight.
Wait, don't Rick Barry?
Rick Barry?
No Rick Barry?
No.
No.
I just said Rick Barry. No, I just said
Okay.
Rick Barry. Yeah.
Well, how you put Kawhi above Rick Barry? Well, go ahead. Keep going.
Hold on. Did James Harden make the top 75?
No, I'm not.
No. Well, yeah, he did.
No, when I wrote it down, when I'm writing it down, I'm not writing it down with the intent of like my ranking. I'm just spitting out names, right? And I don't know. Dominique Wilkins, small forward, two guard. What we doing?
Small forward. He's definitely small forward.
Cool. Bingo. All right. So then I go to the top 10, right? You have
it's right there on the screen. What shooting guard right there?
You have Michael Jordan. You have Kobe Bryant, right? You have D Wade. You have James Harden, Allen Iverson. You have Clyde Drexler. You have I'm sorry.
Let's start to drop off over there.
You have George Gervin. George Gervin count as a two guard?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Reggie Miller at the 8th spot, Ray Allen at the 9th spot, and then Vince Carter at the 10.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Do you see the drop off? I don't know if you see it or not.
You trying to say that the shooting guard position is better than the small forward position?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I'm saying, well, yeah, and as far as totality, yes.
That's wild, man. Come on.
Bro, and casual. We didn't get to the heavy hitters. We didn't get to the centers. We didn't get to the power forwards.
Okay.
Oh, they are clearly better. I think personally,
if we're talking about point guards, power forwards, centers, you got no debate from me.
No, that's because of the positional responsibility. Look, shooting guards historically are not handling the ball as much as these top elite players, and so they got shooting responsibility. They got two-way responsibility usually, but they don't have the ball as much as a point guard. They're not as impactful on defense as much as a power forward and center. And a small forward is so versatile and adaptable. That's why we get the most versatile players at the small forward position. So, shooting guard position just by positional responsibility is relegated.
Again, you guys, when we're the problem that I think we're having here is y'all are undermining like the value of, let's say, which is crazy because you just brought up his name and like I was like literally like, well, that just proves my point there. A value of a Reggie Miller or of a Ray Allen, and they're at the bottom versus the value of a not a Rick Barry, Dominique Wilkins, who struggled to get out of the first round multiple years, if he even got out of the first round, and then a player in Rick Barry, and a player in Kawhi Leonard who doesn't have the longevity to really hold weight. So like again,
You put Kawhi in your top 10 greatest small forwards.
I didn't have Kawhi.
So you wouldn't put him there. Okay.
No,
So
I wouldn't put him in the top
because
10.
when it comes to greatest, he don't have the longevity. That's why.
Okay. So who would you swap him out with?
I have James Worthy in my top 10 small forwards.
James Worthy?
Yes.
That's fair.
I don't know. That's hard.
You probably slide in. You probably slide into my top 10.
But what if you talk about just peak? If you just talking about peak.
I have Dominique number 9. I have Dominique number 9, James Worthy number 10.
Okay. But then that would further lead to my point, because a player in James Worthy who benefited heavily off of playing alongside the Magic Johnson, playing alongside.
What is he supposed to do? Well, no, casual. When people bring up this teammate thing, bro, what are the players supposed to do? I'm winning so much on this team. Let me trade.
Will you let me finish my point? Okay.
No, go ahead.
When I'm talking about James Worthy benefiting off of a Magic Johnson, benefiting off of a Kareem, that's not saying that I'm taxing him for having that teammates. I'm saying he benefited off of those because
he agreed with me.
His strengths. He was not great at creating his own shot. Like, he was not a shot creator. He was not able at.
He wasn't asked to do it.
He was not great at leveraging his playmaking skills to be able to create a better shot.
That wasn't his role.
Bees, hold on. Hold on.
This was been going on in North Carolina. That's why Michael Jordan was able to take the mantle and being able to take over.
I don't know.
Casual, hold on. Talk about, first of all, James Worthy was definitely capable and was asked, especially on the decline of Kareem, to create on his own. Let's get that out the way.
Oh, hold on, y'all.
Give me one specific.
Hold on, casual. You might be right, man. ChatGPT says, considering the cultural and global impact as well as iconic moments and championships, the shooting guard position might have a slight edge in terms of dominance in NBA history over the small forward position.
It don't have the most championships. It don't have the most accolades. It don't.
No, that's in comparison to small forwards.
Even in comparison to small forward, we can rack him up.
I think
it's not saying the most championships. It says considering the cultural impact.
And
cultural and moment.
Michael Jordan and
Kobe. Let me talk about Jordan.
So what they this lends to
Kobe and Jordan.
This lends to it being top heavy. It lends to it being top heavy. Hold on, let me do this. Can you? Which position? Should I say has more depth?
No,
small forward has more depth.
No, do the original question, Lamont. Which is the weakest position historically? Yeah, what is the weakest position historically? Well,
I'm surprised.
It has more depth. Well, he named Vince Carter at number 10, bro. You got.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Paul Pierce Paul Pierce is better than Vince Carter, and he don't even make the top 10 small forwards.
Carmelo Anthony better than Vince Carter, bro, and he ain't even making the top 10.
Sturdy, back to your point. What year are you referring to where James Worthy took over the mantle from Kareem to be a better scorer or to create more?
89. Definitely 89. But 89, 88. But his thing. Dude. James Worthy literally have series of leading the Lakers in scoring. Like, bro, James Worthy could definitely create for himself. Lamont literally played, I think it was game 4, Lamont, against the Celtics. Nigga was crazy with it that game, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
And he was complete. He was.
Hold on. Here's what ChatGPT said. Hold on, Sturdy. ChatGPT said, if we were to identify a position that has often been cited as having less historical depth, especially when comparing all-time greats, it would probably be the power forward position.
Let's do it, Lamont.
It says let me read what it says. This is not me. This is ChatGPT. It says, while there have been all-time greats at the position like Tim Duncan, Karl Malone, Dirk, KG, Barkley, the drop-off in historic talent after these elite players can be argued to be steeper than in positions like center or small forward. This is however the perceived weakness in depth is relative and can be influenced by
see
several
Giannis
factors.
or Anthony Davis on that
Yeah,
list.
Lamont. Like, we could literally do that. We could literally list the
Bro,
top
I'm
10
just
right
telling you
now.
what ChatGPT said.
I know what
Yeah,
ChatGPT is saying.
but
I'm
the
saying what
problem,
we can do as go ahead,
Lamont,
go ahead, Beast.
the problem with ChatGPT, it already showed you that it's counting Michael Jordan's global impact and the culture he created. It's already told you that. And Michael Jordan is single-handedly carrying that position.
Facts.
Kobe as well. You can't just
Yeah,
say
but this
Michael
was
Jordan.
about depth. Look at the question that
It
I
doesn't.
asked.
I know
No,
what
no,
the
look,
depth
no. The
is,
question
but
that
it
I asked
already
is,
told you.
which
It already
position in
told you
NBA
what it
history is
thinks.
considered the weakest in regards to depth of talent in history?
The two
It's
weakest
power
is
forward.
power forward and shooting guard.
It's
But power
not
forward is better.
it's not the
It's better
power
than the
forward.
shooting guard position. We got guys like Anthony Davis, Kevin McHale on the edge of the top 10, and they're better than any 9, 10, 11 shooting guard.
And
Clearly.
you didn't even name Giannis.
We ain't
Giannis
named
is top
Giannis,
five.
Elvin
Yeah,
Hayes. Bro, what we
But do
doing,
you know what
bro?
they're saying?
What we
We're
doing?
strictly talking about the top 10. But ChatGPT is looking deeper than the top 10.
That's
We
facts.
can go deeper. Bro, y'all do not want to go into the top 15 for shooting guards. Y'all do not want to do the top 20 for shooting guards. You do not.
Yes,
You do not.
shooting guards is gonna. I think there are overall better shooting guards in depth. Like I think there are more better shooting guards than there are more better power forwards. But I think power forwards
You
have
crazy.
better
You
all-time
crazy.
players.
You crazy.
That's
You
probably
crazy.
that's what seemed like
You crazy.
ChatGPT is saying.
Klay
'Cause after
Thompson,
you
bro.
name
Klay
all
Thompson's probably a top 20 shooting guard. He's
exactly,
probably a
that's
top
crazy.
20 shooting guard.
That's crazy because he should be higher.
What?
Do y'all forget how good Klay Thompson was?
What we doing, man? Could be higher. What we
Hey
doing?
yo,
Klay
put that in
Thompson.
perspective. Chris
What?
Bosh might not even be a top 15
Hold
power
on.
forward, bro.
You could put Klay Thompson over Ray Allen. So
Yo.
y'all wouldn't put Klay Thompson over Ray Allen all
Pau
Hell
Gasol.
no.
time.
You got Pau Gasol out here.
Say for the record, that ain't got shit to do with me. I'm out of that.
So y'all wouldn't put Klay Thompson over Ray Allen.
No, what? Come on, bro.
Hold on, are you talking
I feel
prime
like-
Ray Allen versus prime Klay Thompson?
Yeah, that's not close, man.
Lamar,
Prime
please
Ray
show.
Allen had his whole
Lamar,
team.
please
though.
show.
Hold on. Prime Ray Allen had his own team. Prime Klay Thompson had a co-star
It-
that was another NBA
That
superstar.
proves the point. That's the reason. Hey, Klay Thompson on his own team.
When
ain't
you
doing
look
what
at Ray
Allen
Allen, when he's on a team with other superstars, his role is completely diminished. Completely diminished. When you look at Klay Thompson's role with other superstars, his role is not diminished.
Oh, let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Changing the conversation. We changed the
Yeah. But
Hey, Lamar, save him.
what is Klay Thompson doing on his own team?
Yeah,
bro,
they just got saved. You just saved
What
him.
is he
That's
doing
what
on
you
his own team, though? What's Klay
Yeah,
Thompson on his own
Lamont.
team? What's he look like?
He would have averaged 30 for sure in his
Yo,
prime.
oh,
That was the
Casual.
talk of
I
the
blame you.
NBA.
Casual. I
That was the
blame
talk
you
of
for
the
this.
NBA.
I blame you for this.
That was the talk
He
of
would
the
average
NBA.
30.
Hey,
What?
Hey,
Hey,
look,
what?
y'all.
I'm talking about before the
Hey,
injury.
hey.
Before the
Shut it
injury.
down now.
Yeah, I gotta
Hold
shut it
on.
down. We're
I
going
just
on
want to say
7
this
hours.
other thing.
Oh man.
I have to, man.
Lamar.
We're going on too long, man.
Man, what you mean? You went 24 hours before, man. This ain't nothing.
Bro, I got practice in the morning. I got all types of shit.
30, bro. Oh no.
Hey, y'all though, but you know
I'm
what
talking
though?
about
Lamar.
pre-injury.
Lamar,
You
this
know
gotta
what,
be a
Sturdy?
string. This gotta be a
Pre-injury.
string, Lamar.
Sturdy,
No,
check
he
this out.
wouldn't average 30.
I got my super team back this year, man. I went and created another super team. And we're gonna be locked and loaded this year,
Stacking
man.
the
So,
deck, man. We're gonna
bro, I stacked
Hey,
the shit out of the deck this year.
Hey, Lamont, that Sturdy got a good point. It would be a good stream to list the top 20 players at each position all time.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Hold on, we can do that. Damn, I can't do it tomorrow evening. I don't want to go late. You know, we might have to do it tomorrow evening.
No, you do it whenever
Hey,
you
shit,
want.
hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. If you do it sometime this week, let me know. I got a guy from the podcast that he been wanting to talk sports with you. So
All right, yeah. I'll hit you up on IG.
I got you.
I'll let you know what day it's gonna be. It's definitely gonna be sometime this week though. That's a good topic to go with.
For sure. I got you.
So
Man, when you got people saying Klay Thompson better than Ray Allen, hell yeah, you gotta kill that.
You gotta
kill that.
I believe that, bro. You could be what you want to,
but you know what
Ray
though,
Allen had his
Sturdy?
own team
But
in
Sturdy,
Milwaukee and
I can
Seattle.
see I can see how one could argue that.
No,
you can't. Stop it, man. Stop it, man.
Stop.
Hey, Lamont.
Ray Allen had back in
I'll
the
give
day.
you-
Ray
I'll
Allen
give
was
you this.
dunking on niggas, man.
I can see where you could argue impact.
No, you can't.
No, because of the winning, because he's a big part of their winning.
Bro, he hasn't played good in the finals ever.
No. Hear what I'm saying. I'm not talking
That's not true.
individually.
That's not true.
I'm saying he has played a big part in their dynasty.
Okay.
So from an impact
Then
perspective,
we're not talking about who better than.
no. I'm saying that's the only way you can make the argument, bruh.
But then you wouldn't be talking about who's better than if you're not talking about individual skill.
The thing,
No, Casual,
what
that's what
I am
he's
saying, what
agreeing
I'm
with you.
saying,
Bruh,
the only
I'm saying,
thing, look,
you're not
look,
hearing what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying he can't make that argument. Again, I go back.
I said the only argument you can
the
make
only
is
reason
that argument.
you're saying it is
That
because,
is an argument, though.
bro, Klay Thompson never had the chance to be on his own team like Ray
There's a
Allen
reason for that,
has,
man.
and he still
There's
was
a
a
reason.
20-point per game scorer. No, it's because he got drafted to the Golden State Warriors. That's the reason. And he got drafted to Milwaukee. Different players on that team.
All right,
What do you
Tay. We're
mean?
gonna get to it later. We got to get to this one later, man. We're gonna save it for the next one, maybe.
Yeah, I can't wait to cook y'all for that one. Real talk.
What? Stop this no-handle Klay propaganda. Come on, man. Stop this, man.
And Casual, I blame you for this. When you tell people that,
Hey,
when
11 dribbles, 60
I blame
points.
you for this,
11
man.
dribbles,
It's
60
all you.
points. 11 dribbles. 60
Everything
points.
he's saying,
11
you are being
dribbles,
held
60 points.
responsible for this, Casual. Everything he
Oh,
said.
wait. Okay, so then give me the mute button so I can.
Bro, I don't agree with nothing he said like that.
Look, we'll let y'all hash it out on the
Bro,
next show. We
I get
probably
what
gonna
y'all
do it
saying about
tomorrow
Ray
evening.
Allen, bro, because Ray Allen had more athleticism earlier in his career, but he also was the main player on
I am
his
gonna do a show
team.
tomorrow because I can't do it Wednesday. I'm gonna do it either Wednesday morning or tomorrow.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I didn't know you too long, bro.
No, I probably will do it.
you know the tails beast. This nigga fluffing.
Hey, yeah, I know this nigga too
About to go live in 18 days, man. Stop.
That's not true. Bro, I gotta lock in this season, man. I'm looking like LeBron in the championship games, man. God damn, I'm 1-3 in the finals, man. Championship games, man.
Damn, why Klay Thompson? Damn, Klay Thompson still averaged more points per game
No,
than Ray Allen.
I've been
That's
dropping my uploads though,
crazy.
B.
With Steph
I haven't
Curry,
been
that's
streaming because I'm
crazy.
doing my uploads.
Oh, that's crazy.
You ever seen my uploads?
He has a higher career points per game. Wow.
Yeah, I've been uploading. I done uploaded like 10 videos over the last week and a half.
Well, the film study been fired though. The film study.
I think you're gonna have a hard time finding 5 people to agree with your take.
See,
He's
Bees
better on
don't
defense.
film.
He's a better
That's why
3-point shooter.
He don't be watching film. Bees don't be watching
Klay
film.
is not
That's
a
why
better
he
3-point shooter than Ray Allen, sir.
You need to watch the film
He
study.
is,
Bees.
facts.
He
is.
I watch him
Yeah.
He is.
Hey, people be getting mad at him though especially when I get to breaking down LeBron
You know,
and shit.
it's only been 1 year
Oh,
in Klay
man.
Thompson's career where he didn't shoot over 40% from 3. And he shot 38.5.
Save it.
Hey, he playing with Steph Curry, man. What are we talking about right now, man? Stop
He's
this.
the reason why Steph Curry turned into Steph Curry.
Yo,
He's the
Klay
reason.
Thompson, the reason why Steph Curry is Steph Curry. Stop
Hey,
this,
salute
man.
to young
Man,
Africa.
y'all have a good night, man.
Y'all act like
Shit,
all right.
man.
Y'all must not remember it like I do. That's it.
Yeah, this is 100%
Y'all remember it
Casual's
like I
fault.
do.
Them kind of names, Tracy McGrady's.
You
But the one
started
thing-
Casual.
the
When
one
you
thing
said
we did
Ginobili was
see
better than Paul Pierce, nigga,
is that
he had the courage to say
ChatGPT
this
said
shit.
Kobe is not top 10.
Did I say Ginobili's better? Did I say Ginobili's better than Paul Pierce?
Yeah.
You said
Yeah,
that.
you did say that.
that.
Who fucking right said that? Who fucking right?
And that's
crazy. Hold
the
on.
basis
You
of
believe that
Trey's
Ginobili is better
confidence.
than Paul
Casual,
Pierce?
casual. That's your
But
influence.
you won't
Because you
believe.
said that Trey thinks Hank Clay is better than Ray
Salute
Allen.
to Sturdy, man.
But the
Bro, what are
difference
y'all
is,
talking
I can
about?
back
I
my-
don't pick nothing off what
Salute
he
to Casual.
say.
We gonna catch y'all.
He has no.
We gonna catch y'all on the next one. We
I
gonna
have
cook on
reasons.
this.
I got
probably-
facts.
We
He
probably
got
gonna
more
cook on this
rings,
Wednesday
better
morning.
on defense,
for
small
sure.
defensive teams. He probably got more all-star teams too.
Nah, that's the
All right,
problem.
man.
I gotta drop them down, man. They ain't gonna stop.
All right,
Get us out of here. Get
All
us
right,
out of
salute y'all.
Peace, man.
Hey,
Peace, man.
if I'm gonna call you by your old name if you don't stream tomorrow.
What's my old name?
Lamont.
Oh, that's funny.
Nah, hey, have a good day tomorrow, bro.
All right, man.
Hey, y'all take care, Dan.
Hey, salute y'all.
Peace out. Peace out.
All right, y'all. FYF Sports, man. Crazy show, but it's been a good one, man. But look, we got to get up out here going on 7 hours. I never expect to go this long, but they end up going this long. It is what it is. But We're going to catch y'all on the next one. I'm going to try my best to make it happen. If not tomorrow night, it'll be for sure Wednesday morning. So it just really depends on when I get back from campus tomorrow. But I definitely want to cook a little bit more on this particular topic, man, because I think it's something that we can all chime in and jump in on. I think it'll be a good one. But look, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news, y'all. Until then, that's FYF Sports. And we out, y'all.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk showing out like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF ringing the heat here, of course. Everything backed up with actual source.